Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter.
Yeah,
he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classic, also getting a great result tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
How much faster? Okay.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram Media Manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Welcome back here then to the 2025 Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air. We will be crowning world champions here today. I'm Lewis Crathen, and joining me in the booth is Lasse Hofmeister. Lasse, are you excited about today?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. And what happened yesterday, Luis?
Oh, everything. Everything happened. We saw the windiest event that we have seen. I've seen in 20 years of kiteboarding. I'm sure it's for you the windiest one. We're never discussing
100%.
heat actually postponed because of too much wind. 70 knots gusts recorded just over the way there. It was outrageous yesterday, but it has set us up for the most perfect of days here now. We've got 9 heats, I think, to run to finish this off so we can relax, make sure that the wind is absolutely perfect for the riders. The conditions right now, it's Timo actually from Woo out there at the moment on the water testing in the background. Conditions right now, as we look to the bold column there in the middle, which must be sort of the average, that is 40 knots gusts coming in. Right, so it's picked up a little bit from this morning. There's the time, 6:24 on the left-hand side. So about 40 knots, and what a view that is. I mean, you won't kite many other beautiful views than that in the background. It's the snow-capped mountains to the west. I used to know the name of that mountain, but a bit off it this morning. But just Timo out testing on the water. But we will, not actually sure if we start with men or women. So we're starting with women, and we will rejoin heat number 2, where we'll be running that whole heat again. or we will be running that whole heat again, because we did start yesterday with the women, and then we had 2 heats of that, or 1.5. Quickly moved over to the men because the wind went a bit ridiculous. It continued to be a bit ridiculous, to be honest. But what you can see on your screens there was all the kites from the women. Here are the heat rules. Lasse, do you want to explain?
Yeah, so you have 7 trick attempts, and the best of the 3 count. And yeah, you have 40 seconds to do your trick, and if you can't do your trick in 40 seconds, then you're flagged out, Luis.
Yeah, 40 seconds to a minute. We've heard this sort of grey area, but we do have to remind you then that there is this green flag, which could be in use today. I'm not sure we're going to see it so much today. It's a bit less, the forecast, but a bit less. I mean, still 40 knots. We might see it. That indicates to the riders they're not getting counted down until they have to go. They're actually allowed to wait until the wind settles a bit more. So very simple, 7 trick attempts, 3 best counting. Here are your past women's champions here. So looking at that, Pippa van Ursel, she'll be fancying this, won't she? But
Yeah, she's like an event favorite now.
Yeah, she might get the quadruple, like
that would
Max
be sick.
Verstappen.
Yeah.
Does he have 4? One of them wasn't legal, was it? Okay, we don't count that one. Come on.
Yeah, but another big name is Michaeli Sol.
Yeah,
also a favor.
Yeah, and of course, and
for the world.
She wasn't here last year as well.
She wasn't.
We got
She
to
took a
remember
break.
that. She smashed the event in Brazil, so she is looking to be. She's looking favourite, I would say, clearly, to be on top of that. So that is the women's. Looking over to the men's champion, 2024 was a great result for Jamie Overbeek, winning one of his first big majors here. Liam Whaley taking the 2023 one. That was one to remember with that incredible equipment change. Andrea Principi won it twice in a row. You know, these things you have to remind yourself. He's probably one of the favourites. And when I look back at his heats during this event, he's been winning and going all the way through. And the 2 that are on for a world championship position now actually have had to go through the hard way here. Edgar only just kept his dreams alive yesterday with that last trick in the quarterfinals. So Andrea will be feeling really confident about this. And they're in that absolute humdinger of a semi-final, which features all of those 3, Andrea, Lorenzo and Edgar. That's coming up very shortly. You know, that's going to be incredible. That. And we've also got Kimo Verkerk in there, who's been one of the sort of outsiders that's just shone here. 'Cause we've had a few of those, haven't we?
Yeah, and a worthy mention was also Timo Bersemeyer.
Timo, yeah, he was going for it.
He was going for it, actually.
But here we are then. It's the women's round 1, heat number 2. Who's in this, Lasse?
Yeah, so it's Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden, and then Svenja Zoe Peters from Germany as well, and Francesca Maini from the UK.
Yeah, and Natalie has podiumed here a number of times as well, and Francesca. So they will be hoping to come out of this one on top. But we're not far away from getting started here. It's a beautiful morning down here in Les Bacares. It's 8:29. So is it 8:29? The clocks. Something happened with the clocks. I had that horrible moment where I drove here and was like, it's a bit lighter than I'm expecting. Have I buggered this? And then I was like, no. And then the radio I'm listening to is always UK Talk Sport. And then they were saying something about the time. And I was like, oh, no. But it was okay. It was okay. We're not in trouble. And there is the scene from our live drone, which I don't think was flying yesterday. There was a drone flying.
Yeah,
I don't
whole
think
time.
we didn't bring much to you.
No, not a live one, but the race drone from GKA was flying the whole time, chasing the rider. So
nice. And can we pan to the right? There's that area that they kept Ruben Lenton away from the beach in that
in the pond.
In the little pond there. What an odd place for a sea life centre.
For Ruben
there must have been for Ruben as well. Probably maybe not so for him. But to imagine being like a dolphin or something in there, what a horrendous how windy it is here all the time. It must have been horrible.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a summer thing. I don't know. But there is the scene. Will be filled with riders very shortly. And Sunday morning here. There, what a nice view that is.
Yeah, it's a clear morning.
That's Timo
clouds.
boosting over it with his not his preferred technique, I've been told behind the scenes, for racking up big jumps, a normal jump. But we'll leave it at that. And there was a great bit of content yesterday. I have to say one of my favourite bits of content yesterday was from the Pure Magic guys, featuring the duotone flag there on its one-day lifestyle. I think that might be the same one getting a second day, but that's really doing the rounds there.
The green flag guy.
Not the green flag guy. I haven't seen his social stuff, but Pure Magic, hey guys, how you doing? Like they shared something about that flag being killed and you know, that it got 1 day of use, so that was quite funny. Because I mean, when do you ever see a feathered flag touching the ground? The top of it touching the ground. It was crazy.
Yeah. Also, a favorite moment of mine was that Lucas Cerruti's kite went wakeboarding.
Yeah, it did.
That was also pretty interesting.
Yeah, that was still going today. That in the morning was, oh look, there's this bar up there, right up into the.
So yeah, guys, when you come to Bucharest and you go for lessons or just to kite for yourself, and you pass the wakeboard park, the cable park, and you see a fly surfer bar hanging in there, you will remember this day.
You know who it is.
Yeah.
So I mean, just this view alone tells me the wind isn't as berserk as yesterday, because like even standing there was like to make your way to where that Bucharest 2025 sign was a big deal, like to actually go that far.
Yeah.
But today there's a few people walking around. As we showed you already, it's around 40 knots top in the gust, and it's really an absolute perfect scene. Perfect scene to get going with proceedings today. We're going to take a very short break to some commercials. We'll be back shortly.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotion. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
That was the example of too big is also not great sometimes. Because I said it already.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the women's heat, heat number 2 of round 1. We started it yesterday, but then the wind was cranking up to over 50 knots, and we proceeded with the men's. But now we can see on your screen Svenja Zoe Peters from Germany warming up, just getting the hang of the conditions. Luis, what do we expect from the women's?
I think this is the perfect conditions for them right now, and I'm wondering how many of them are going to take like small kites, like 5s and 6s, and I think the odd one's going to maybe try and take a 7 here.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, just to have that. This is right split down the middle for me. Is like the real, like the smallest. I'm just seeing jumps like we're seeing here not be absolutely massive.
No, that's a 6.
And we saw yesterday the judges were really favouring, especially mostly in the men. This is that single loops, big ones with good kite angles, were the better scorers yesterday than some of the doubles. The doubles had to be executed as high as they could be done, like absolutely mega.
And extreme as possible.
We saw straight loops scoring over 5, you know, like they really enjoyed seeing massive singles. So I'm wondering which one of the women here will sort of take a bit of a gamble on that at some point, rather than, I mean, it's easy to say that from here. It's maybe not the wind you want to take gambles in. This is still strong. We've just showed you live wind where 40 knot gusts are coming in. So let's see how it pans out, but it's going to be exciting.
They can just see Svenja Zoe Peters flying over your screens. Oh no, you can't see her. But yeah, it's an early morning in Bucharest. We started yesterday at 6. We had the crew meeting. This morning over 7. So
it wasn't too bad today.
No,
even with the clocks going forwards, I don't feel like
it was the same time actually then.
It was, yeah, it was, but it didn't feel as bad. It was strange. Like we lose spring always. We lose an hour, of course. Easiest way to remember that if you're struggling is that spring forward. You go forward. If that helps you with losing an hour. And
probably,
sure, does it?
I've never heard that one before.
Spring is spring forwards, but you still have to be thinking. As Timo sends a big one. Was that a 15 out there, guys? Was that another classic Timo 15? 13.4. Maybe it's the mountain in the background. I mean, what a beautiful shot that is.
Speaking of the highest jumps from yesterday, we have we had a moment yesterday where Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand.
Hugo
Wigglesworth.
No, Hugo sounds better.
Yeah, Hugo.
He
has the current world record of 36.7 meters on Wu. And he was just warming up in the back, going for a normal jump, and somehow he managed to jump 35.2 meters. He flew literally from the one side of the lagoon to the other side. We almost thought that he was running out of water. And Francesca, in the morning when we started this heat right now here, she was also warming up and broke the France. Was it the France record?
Yeah, she did by 3 meters. It was 21.1.
And now?
And from Angeli, now it's 24.1. So the Swedish rider, we did think that was going to happen yesterday, though, didn't we?
Yeah.
We really did think that was going to happen. Francesca Maini from the United Kingdom also in this heat, as well as Zoe Peters as well. So I hope you've wished your mother happy Mother's Day, those of you in the United Kingdom. Is it Mutterstag back in Germany?
So. I think so.
Happy Mutterstag.
Nee, that's called Alles Gute zum Muttertag.
Everything's good on Mother's Day.
Yeah, all the best.
All the best. Okay. Yeah. All the best on Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day.
Okay. Hopefully that's how you feel about your mother, and it's not all the worst.
Yeah, she's probably watching.
Oh, no.
Alles Gute zum Muttertag. I know she doesn't like Mutterstag, so.
What? Really?
Nah,
Why
it's
not?
Another thing.
Why would you not like Mother's Day? I love Father's Day. It's kind of like golf day, you know. Can do.
Have some beers.
Yeah. How can you not like that?
True.
Well, I definitely know that my mum's not watching, but I did discuss her coming next year to see what I do a bit and actually seeing live the action down here in Bucharest, because even if you're not a kiteboarder, you have to be down here to witness the beauty of these mornings, this cold wind, and equally the days where it's not mega windy from a tramontane. You're down here this time of year and you're in 20 plus degrees. they're nice days sometimes, aren't they? You were staying down here in your motorhome, Lasse, and you almost, it's so different when those lovely, warm, early summer days come.
Even like a few days ago, I was kiting in a 4.3 and it was alright. But today I woke up and I put on two layers of pants and 2 jackets because it was freezing. But the diesel heater in the van was cranking.
Diesel.
Yeah, so that made it work, but it's still a bit chilly out there, so the riders are not even fighting the 40-50 knots, but also the cold. But they're managing it somehow, and we can see there the girls of the heat number 2 warming up. As we said, we are going to start with the women, and then carry on later with the semi-final of the men.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting day. So as I said yesterday, make sure that you've cancelled and cleared your diary. Actually, I saw another great bit of content from. It's all about pure magic today. Hi guys, hope everything's great out in Ireland. But they kind of have massive French links, so they're always on it when it comes to this event being broadcasted. They were showing it on the big screen in the shop out there as well. But they had a lovely piece where Francois was, I think he was with one of his young kids who was wanting to watch children's programs, and he was like, no, we're watching Lord of you know, you want to watch this, we're watching this all day. It was really, as a parent, I really connected with that bit of social. With the odd time where I'm like, it's football, come on, let's watch goals, and trying to convince you young children that they don't want to be watching Coco Melon or something ridiculous like that. I really connected with that, so thank you guys. And where are you listening from? Please do let us know on our comments. I know there was actually quite some activity on our comments yesterday, Les. I haven't been back through all of them, but I did hear of one person potentially being blocked off there, or there was a bit of an argument going on there that was brought to my attention, where some of the other users were asking how to block.
So there's what's the name of the speakers?
Of us?
Yeah, of us.
Okay, hi. My name is Lewis. Hi. Ich bin Louis Klatten.
And my name is Lasse Hofmeister from Germany. Louis is from the UK.
Not from Germany, even though you probably think I am.
But we had a fun time from yesterday, so we're going to keep on doing this. Maybe Giel Vloet is going to join us later today.
Yeah, he's in the schedule. I've got a proper schedule today. It got so busy up here. The first thing I did today is write a little schedule. So semi 1 is going to be, semi of the men will be me and Lasse. Semi 2, Lasse Giel. Final, Lewis Lasse. Women's round 1, heat 2 and heat 3 is definitely you.
So
and me.
there's some comments coming in from Cape Town and from Sydney.
Goeiemorgen.
Yeah, and from Doha, Qatar as well. Queensland, Australia, I'm reading.
Wow.
Sam, what time is it there?
Hang time. That's always the answer.
Hang time.
Come on, like any mate that ever asked you in kiteboarding what the time is, it's an instant reply, hang time. It's a brilliant wind-up, and it goes on forever because you occasionally forget. Then you ask the time, and it goes bang, straight back at you. That's a great one.
From the parking spot as well.
From the parking spot.
Get your ass here to the side.
Entschuldigung. That's one of my favourite German words.
Entschuldigung.
It sounds brilliant. Entschuldigung.
And how was the after party yesterday? Oh man, I actually didn't go because...
I was there till 4 in the morning. Are you kidding?
I went until 2, I think. But
okay.
I think we were both a bit exhausted.
Oh, the wind's just gone crazy out there.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see it? Watch this rider flying through. Come on, director, let's get on this. It's just picked up here. And there is the energies. The red flag is up, indicating we're not far. Can we get a shot of some of these riders on here getting blown straight through the zone? Here we go again in back race, just like that when we think it's nice and calm and we're talking about, I don't even know what we were talking about.
But that's what Giel Vloet yesterday said. Every time Nathalie Lambrecht is in this event, it somehow turns up, the wind cranks up into 50 knots. Even though when he was sitting here, Nathalie wasn't even on the water and he was just mentioning her name. 50 knots came in, so she's the lucky charm of this event.
Yeah, and I hope no one was listening to me about taking a 7 or a big, taking a gamble or taking a bigger kite perhaps. Sorry.
Because I think some of the chicks went in to change kites to bigger sizes, but now they're holding on for dear life again.
Yeah.
That's Baccares.
That is Baccares. Bienvenue. Here in Baccares, we are just north of the border to Spain, about 35, 40 minutes It's a wonderful drive from the airport from Barcelona. Perhaps the first half an hour can be a bit frustrating, but I always find it interesting to be in other cultures' traffic. It's not so. It's always annoying. Your own traffic's annoying, isn't it? Although you don't really have that with the autobahns out there in Germany. Great invention. But once you get past that traffic in Barcelona, it opens up. You start going through the mountains. You get to Girona. How do you pronounce that properly?
Girona.
So you do say
Girona.
the G. Okay.
Girona.
Doing very well in football, by the way. They've kind of. I mean, they were really good a couple of years ago. I know that. Noé Font from Girona. I don't know how much of a fan of the football team he is, but yeah, I feel like they're doing well. And you go past Girona, carry on another hour and a half, really, and then you get into you start seeing the mountains, the snow-capped mountains of the Pyrenees to the west as you carry on north, and then you start seeing the waters of the Le Cat and Baccarat area and Perpignan open up. And it's such an exploring. You just look out now and you're like, I just want to go there, and maybe over to those wind turbines in the background. Maybe I could race a car over by the motorway. Maybe how far can you go here? Like, I mean.
And there are different spots all over. So it's not only this spot. There's also a bit north, Grisson. You know Grisson?
Grisson. Yeah, I know this spot.
It's also an offshore spot in the sea. It's also quite good with the Tramontana wind. So you have. When it gets crowded here, you can always go somewhere else. And we see the yellow flag race. That means there's 1 minute until the start of the heat, guys.
Timo versus Lost. It's all good? No. How were the conditions? They were good? It's okay. It's okay. Wind is gusting 40 knots. That is from Timo, who's just been out there from Woo. Thank you very much, Timo. But here we go then. The blue flag is up, which tells us that the first rider will be going here. Is that Natalie? Who is that? It's two Norths here. Sorry, I'm on the men here. That would help if I actually...
I think that's...
Natalie is blue, matching her blue in the Swedish. Natalie Lambrecht is seed 11 here. So she's actually the lowest seed here. And that would be because she's had a bit of a break, I think, of the competitions. Injury in Gran Canaria, I'm being told here, which is why her ranking isn't as high maybe as she would have liked. But like I said, she's injured most of 2024 after Lords of Tram. Was she injured in Gran Canaria or was she not at Gran Canaria? I've got here injured most of 2024 after Lords of Tram. So I don't think she actually competed, but she was registered for it. Back roll mega loop for her. Which is a great start for her. I think she was registered and her name down, but I don't think she... No, but she had qualified. Yeah, so she hasn't competed for a year then, if she was here last year. So it's a whole... King of the Air, of course. Yeah, we have to remember that. On the GKA, it's a year. That's a pretty good start, I think. A nice, solid back roll mega loop.
Yeah, it's good to get some scores on the board. And when you know, what's happening to the kite in the back there? Is that released, that kite? Francesca,
no,
what is she doing
that's
there?
a Devi. She's got. We can't see this. Maybe our director can pick this up. As Francesca Mani, this could be devastator. She's got to fix this pretty quickly, Francesca. Meanwhile, it's not Francesca on the water. The rider with the white lash vest right now, Zoe Peters.
Yeah, the German. I know her. She always trains in the same spot as I am. So I've seen her progress, and there's just a straight kite loop for now. Oh, it's a crash, unfortunately.
What type of crash?
It's an Arschbombe.
Okay.
Actually, yesterday I met an old friend of mine, JP, also always in Cape Town, and we were actually talking about crashes. And like you, Luis, I started my career with kite loops with a sea kite and boots on the board.
Nice.
And I was crashing super hard, so I got the nickname from him, the crashing machine.
Well, at least you didn't get the arse bomb.
No, that would be even worse.
Meister or something. Yeah, the
he's
crashing
always
machine.
like, hey, Lasse, the crashing machine.
That's a bit hard. Right now then, what a drama moment this is from, oh dear, this is big trouble from Francesca Mini, the Red Bull King of the Air winner in the women's division, is having an absolute nightmare here before her heat. I wonder if she might have sorted this out now. She has got to get that kite up. She will not get back to where her other kites are simply running all the way round the bay here. It will take too long. Her only chance of getting back into this heat, that there she is now thinking, what has happened here? She can't believe it. She's doing the maths here. She's trying to work out what's my best scenario here. She's released that kite I think she's somehow got to put that bar together and do whatever it takes to get that kite up and get back down to the event site. She's probably going to lose at least 2 or 3 trick attempts unless she can put that bar together. But I'm wondering if there's more of an equipment failure than meets the eye here.
Yeah.
Jet Ski's going over to have a word with her. I don't think she can say, just give us a lift, mate. Like, I don't think she can do that.
Yeah, if you have a kite failure or something happening with your kite, the jet skis are allowed to help you.
Can they take you back to the event site though and give you a launch?
But the thing is, since she released her quick release and she's only holding on to the safety leash, she normally just pull the line back and then rebuild the bar basically.
Are we thinking something's broken here?
Yeah, either something broke or the wind is too strong for her to pull the line because you could see the kite fly.
She's thinking this is a big deal. She's going to get flagged out here. If we can see the red flag to the right-hand side,
still up,
she will not get much more grace than this. This is just the way it is. So I think she's been told now, look, I can't do anything. You've got to try and get yourself back.
But she's back on her bar. She's trying to.
She's got to relaunch it, and even if it's all messed up, she has got to somehow get back. But if there's a line break here, then forget about it. But if it's just twisted lines, get it up, do what it takes. But this is still, for me, that sort of grey area where the red flag is still up. Jet Ski's helping her. I don't know how I'd feel about this if I was one of the other competitors. You know, this is just sometimes the way it is. So how's this kite going to relaunch, Lasso? Is it going to go into multiple spirals of doom?
No, it's going to just go up nicely.
Yeah, it's got to get back. Now, it will be very clear to us what sort of position she's in. Hopefully she's got the board there. Where's she going to go? Is she coming straight back to the beach? Blue flag is already up for the next rider, so she's lost this trick attempt. Yeah. I'm going to guess she's going to miss 3. I think she's going to get at least 3 zeros here, which is not the start that Francesca Moni wanted. The Red Bull King of the Air champion in the women's division. Big deal. We might actually get a shot of these lines here.
Yeah,
but we will tell you. Yeah, she's indicating to land. Those lines
are proper inverted.
Could it not have been fixed up there? Maybe. Or there are times when you can't do a Paul Daniels.
Nah.
Do you know Paul Daniels?
It's like pulling.
Have you heard of Paul Daniels before? It's our British term.
No.
He's a very famous magician.
Okay, now Luis is googling something on his.
I'm showing you a picture of Paul Daniels. There he is.
Yeah, I've seen
He's very famous for having a wife that was about 30 years younger than him, Debbie. And it's known as a Paul Daniels. If you can fix your bar without, like that osmosis style fix.
But I think in 40 knots it's a different story. But we see Natalie Lambrecht.
This is very true. It's kind of like, do you want to? Sometimes you got to fix it out there.
Like
it does happen.
12 and 20 knots, it's easy. You can just unhook, hold onto with the hand. But in 40 knots it's a different story.
I've been there. I've been in events where Megaloop's gone wrong. I've had to do a Paul Daniels out there where it was heat over with a 5th line. Paul Daniels with a 5th line. That was never nice. Do you have a famous magician in Germany, perhaps, that you could
I don't really
name
know.
that move? So this is Paul Daniels. That's Paul Daniels.
Probably Haftbefehl.
Okay. Here we go then. Natalie Lambrecht. Whoa, it's a biggie.
Yeah, it's
nice.
a straight big loop. And she's coming down super smoothly. She's going to be happy with that trick, eh?
She will be.
Yeah.
There's your search today, everyone online. Paul Daniels. Take a look at that guy. I think he's a Sir Paul Daniels now, actually.
It's a nice straight loop. So it's good. She's playing it smart. She's just trying to get some scores on the board. They're playing it safe. But we can see Francesca Moni going back out and racing to get her trick attempt. Maybe she only missed 1 trick attempt, Luis.
She's done pretty well there.
Yeah,
That's
she was
pretty
fast.
quick.
Good work for the caddies.
Sven, R.I.P. Paul Daniels, by the way. I didn't realise he'd actually passed away in 2016. So his memory lives on through our bar changes and bar fixes. Thank you for everything, Paul Daniels. Back to the action here then. Did you find a magician in the end?
No.
You didn't. You don't have Germans don't have magicians because everything's fact. There's no tricks in Germany. It's how. I bet they don't understand magic, right?
David Copperfield.
Do you have?
David Copperfield German?
All right. Here is Svenja Zoe Zoe Peters.
Can she make that work as a transition jump?
Oh, I don't know. We're about to find out.
We have to watch because Giel shared some insights. If you go for your trick and you don't feel the gust, and you are already in the air, you have to make it look like
didn't work.
Like a transition.
Yeah,
but
not
it
working
didn't
that
work.
time.
So that's gonna count as a trick attempt. That's pretty bad because she's only gonna score like a 0 point something or 1 for that one. And her first trick was crash already, so she needs something on the board. And Natalie Lambrecht has already 2 good scores in, and now Francesca Meni, the queen of the air, is going to the left. And she needs a good score right now, but as I know Francesca, she is always delivering.
How many did she miss then? Not many. It wasn't
I think
the
just
3
one.
I said, was it? It was actually...
It was just one, the first trick.
So she's going right foot forwards. Oh no, she's coming back round. I just couldn't imagine a magician or a magic show in Germany. Surely the people would just be watching it like, well, that obviously... Do you believe in magic as a German?
No.
You don't? No, it's a fact. Like, we know you did
Everything
that
is
somehow.
straight.
It's real. It's real or false.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I believe in Francesca Meni landing a kite loop board or a laid back row. I think it's a laid back row.
Yeah.
Yes. And
What a start.
with
This
the
is
added
gonna be hard,
rotation.
though.
And she landed it.
What a landing.
That's
What a
gonna
comeback.
score big. That's going to score big. And she's throwing up that hand in the air. She's happy with that. And that was a hard one.
What a comeback
Yeah.
after. You crash that and you start to go into your third, fourth tricks of zeros. That is a
There's
huge
replay.
mega loop delayed back roll. Great kite control and awareness with her body to just commit to that last rotation, to go with it. You know, she thought that she might have not landed it. And that was bordering the no land zone. And she managed to land it. So that is a huge score.
Yeah, that was pretty big, and we're gonna see what the judges are gonna give her for that one. But I'm pretty sure it's gonna be high, Luis. It's gonna be high. Probably we're gonna see score over 5, for sure.
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar. Fantastisch.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, the score just came in, and that's a 8.13. So that means that's the highest score of today for the woman. And if she's gonna have a second trick, then she's gonna be in first place. And Natalie Lambrecht just unfortunately crashing her 3rd trick out there.
Yeah, her boogie, that just rocked her, didn't it? That move, lovely boogie.
Yeah.
And she just didn't get the, just didn't look too in balance for me on the way back down.
Yeah.
She got quite a big hit on the kite loop round, but she's had a good start to this heat so far. But that massive move, 8.13.
That was big. But now we have to see, like, Svenja needs a good score right now because she had a crash and an aborted jump. So she needs something on the board right now, and she's launching up in the skies.
I think she's going to get this. Mega loop bar spin.
I think she wanted to go for a double, hey?
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, I quite like the way she really released the bar with both hands quite a lot. Like I'm a stickler. Well, do you know what the difference between the bar spinners of the days gone by is that Ruben was great at this. I used to love watching him. He used to go round a boogie loop.
Oh.
These were the days where it was like Ruben was, and I'll never forget, so I'm going to be nice to you now, Ruben. I've given you a bit of stick. Ruben Lenton, one of the pioneers of big air in our sport. He was on another level the days I used to go to Kite, and he was in the clouds when everybody else was down on the water, you know, and he would go up into a boogie loop, a front roll, grab the board as he went round, and because there wasn't so much throw on the bars and there was so much power, even with your hand a bit sheeted out, you were still in full power, and he would spin the bar one-handed. What I'm getting at is a one-handed bar spin.
And when you do a boogie,
when you do two-handed and you spin it and quickly grab it with two hands, it's easy. You're not going to miss it.
No, but also on a boogie loop, because you spin against the kite's rotation, so you have 2 twists in it, and it's a double spin basically.
It was
that's
amazing.
Even harder.
Like
Ruben, if you're watching, you're a legend.
Yeah, so get back in your Sea Life Centre enclosure.
So on Francesca launching up with a straight loop, and that's also pretty high. Luis, I'm feeling like she's getting the most height in this heat yet.
Yeah, she is. She's maybe done her a favour changing kite. Did she change kite or did she fix the lines?
I haven't even checked. Wait, let me see. I don't think she has.
No, just very sensible riding from Francesca as well. She's got to try and get 3 tricks on the board, you know, to make it that she can't be caught. But she's in control right now, Francesca. Never won this event, though. She's never won this event. She's been close, very close to the World Championships last year with that absolute devastator in Gran Canaria. She had one hand on the trophy. It went to the last move with Zara Hugenrad, who landed that doobie double which will never be forgotten.
No.
It was pretty. Was it doobie double or boogie double?
Boogie double.
Sorry.
Boogie double. But that was
Boogie double.
high and powerful. Definitely a world's first for the woman.
Yeah, and you know, it wasn't absolutely nuking at that stage. It was like, it was really, like, she gave everything to get that kite round there, you know, like.
She needed it.
She needed it, and it was like, oh, there was so much tension going on there with it being the last move. But looks like she's put that out of her head, and she's ready to fight for the title.
And Natalie is going for a front draw kite loop. She gets yanked. Can she stick it? Oh, that's a butt check.
Oh, she just couldn't ride through that.
No, it's unfortunately a crash.
She parked that kite right out the side here. If we watch the kite position here, I love that angle. But it just went through more than 360 degrees for me. Went round, through 12, back the other side. If you leave it there too long, you sort of run out of options a little bit. She nearly got a secondary lift out of it. Meanwhile, we now go back to the German rider.
And there's a gust coming through, hey? She couldn't connect on the takeoff.
9.
But she 9. Doch. Oh. But she knows flat water quite well. She has been training in Brazil. She's actually getting some more and more height over the years, so I'm pretty curious how Svenja will do in this event. And now she's launching to the right, going for a kite loop delayed back row as well.
I like this.
Yeah, it was powerful. She got yanked, and she can stick it. That will score really good for Svenja, probably improving her scores
massively. That is a really good move from her, changing to the right foot. Lots of nice power for it. Kite wasn't super low, but I like the timing of the delayed back roll. That showed to me a really good understanding
of the trick.
Yeah, and one side you don't have to think. The other side you have to think a bit with that move, unless you're someone like Heel. I really find that move switched something I have to think about. One side, I just go that way.
Yeah,
you think about it now.
When
you stand there as a person and you turn your head to the left or right, which way feels easier to do it? It's as simple as thinking like that. Whatever way you feel it goes, that's kind of the way you want to be doing your mega loop.
I always do to the left.
Yeah, I do too. This way I have to think I don't like turning to the right.
I can only do a back laid back to the right. That's the only thing.
No, okay.
Yeah, but not a normal one. It's weird. It's totally weird.
My right foot forward is my home spot. I learned them all to the right, and then I went to Cape Town, and now I'm way better to the left. Yeah. But I have more theories about
Francesca going for a boogie, contra.
Yeah. Oh,
and
lovely.
She sticks it again.
She has been in
check
top
this.
form.
Did you see her legs going whoop, 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 over the chop?
What does Giel say the landings are like? Cold landings in the cat on the vibration chop. That's how they sound. Yeah, in control of this is Francesca.
Yeah,
Miney.
She is in the first place right now, and I think she's gonna stay there with that move because it's a different trick family. So it's gonna be her third score on the board.
Yeah. Going back to our conversation on loops and what feels natural, I think a lot of it is down to what hand you write with. If you are right-handed, it makes sense to me that I want that hand close to my core, my body. I want my right hand feeling the most power. And actually find this easier with my right hand, and then this.
Yeah, but also like when you go for board of kite loops, for instance.
What hand do you want on the board?
Yeah, because it was for a long time pretty weird. So I could only do board offs in a normal jump with my right hand, but I couldn't make it work in a loop with the right hand. I could just do it with the left hand.
I understand. Yeah.
So, but now with contras and everything, it's just both hands. You have to adapt to it. Oh! Wow, there was a yank out of the mountains, basically.
That was like, I mean, 100. It's such a shame the board got ripped off of her here. This was big. She was pushing for the first place. There
was such a big yank.
She has got the commitment. Come on, had she thrown that now with this gust coming in now, that could have been lethal. Look, wind picking up now. But that was a very big manoeuvre. It's the jet ski just going to retrieve the board. And some of you might be watching here who've been in kiteboarding for quite some time thinking, well, the jet ski can't help. That's a disqualification. Not the case anymore, because such are the distances that the big air riders are going that a board left in the zone is a danger to the other riders. So the jet ski goes out, grabs it, brings it back.
But I think right there we see Francesca mainly helping her teammate to retrieve the board, and the jet ski just checking on her. But as you can see, you can't see it, but Natalie is literally getting dragged by her 6-meter kite. and Francesca coming for the help. That's some team spirit right there.
Yeah, that is. Good morning to you, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. It's the GKA Kite World Tour, the 2025 Lords of Tram event. Sitting alongside me is Lasse Hofmeister. Can I say your name like that? Hofmeister.
You can
how do you say it, actually?
Hofmeister.
Hofmeister, not like Hofmeister.
Yeah, and the short version, like my nickname is Hofi.
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 Hofi, oh, nice.
Hofi, Digga. Hofi.
He's sitting alongside me. It's Lewis Crathen here, bringing you all the action.
Yeah, the legend.
Oh, that's very kind of you.
I am sometimes really kind.
What's that? What's the word legend in Germany?
Legende.
Legende.
Yeah, Legende.
Passionate kiteboarder, I like to go with.
You?
Yeah, I'm a passionate kiteboarder.
Yeah, I think we all are, hey? I think if you're sitting in this wind in 50, 60 knots, and sorry, we can see Svenja going up, and she's going for a double loop. Ooh, there was a hard
cartwheeled. Do you know this term when you cartwheel? Like that was this.
There was a tomahawk basically, but that was.
She went for it. She went for it.
Yeah, it was close to landing it actually. That's some huge commitment, and the other competitors are probably watching this and be like, okay, Svenja is committing for it.
Do you know this music? But that's a Hofmeister.
No, I don't know.
You don't know the Knight Rider music?
Oh yeah,
David
I do. A Knight Rider, yeah, of course.
See, I feel like I need to play it all the time today for you. It's great.
Yeah, but there was some good commitment. Imagine she put that off. That would have been a good score. But she looks like she's not getting the height. Probably it's not the smartest call to go for the doubles right now, because the wind looks a bit on and off all the time, hey?
Does she need it though? Maybe, you know, she might be looking at this heat. Well, she's in second actually.
She is in second because Natalie crashed or got yanked out of her trick attempt there. But I think if Natalie can pull this one off, but we see Francesca mainly charging to the left, not connecting with the gusts, so turning around again.
It's really nice competition conditions out there, it has to be said right now. The sun's out. It's not as mental as yesterday. It's still very strong.
It's still very cold.
Looks like a nice place to be, though.
Yeah. Oh, that's a boogie.
Boogie loop from Francesca Miney there, who's completed now her fourth trick in a row. That's pretty impressive after that massive devastator at the start where the kite needed to be fixed. Nice and controlled, not super high like Natalie went, but she landed it. That's that's the difference between those two moves. And she's looking very confident at going through in first position now, starting to looking at upgrade, whereas we look at the other two. Natalie's really could do. She's had 3 crashes in a row, has Natalie. So is she going to go for a massive boogie again? It is one of her safe tricks, I think.
Yeah, and she probably now she's edging up. Or she's going for a kite loop 1-footer.
Oh, this is going to be big. Yeah, she's opened up the account of Megaloop board off sort of categories now here at the 2025 Lords of Tram. This is going to score quite well. Was it 1 foot or was it both feet
I think
out?
it was 1 foot.
She gets very side on with that move.
That was 1 foot. Was
very
the front
controlled.
foot out. Grabbed the board there by the tail and just let her foot out. But she looked really in control. Now she's just talking to her caddy. What should I do? Where am I standing? You are in 3rd position. Let's just wait until the score comes in. But I think that's going to be a high 5.
It's going to change now, isn't it?
Yeah,
I think
it's
she
a
will.
5.2.
So she's probably going to go into...
And second. Yeah, she's second now.
So Svenja now on your screens from Deutschland. She is under pressure and she has reasonably done okay here. 3 tricks so far. Last move was a crash. But she could do with getting a few bigger scores on the board. She wants to kick out the 1.17 and the 2.87. Doesn't want them really sitting in her top 3 scores.
And
so
we have seen her going for the first double of the women in this competition. So
will we see her go for another double loop?
If she gets the gust, for sure.
Here we go then. Has she got the height?
No, she doesn't.
Transitional jump? Transitional jump, was it?
No, I think that's going to count as a normal one.
Come on, you're from the same land.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, definitely. I'll ring up the race director now. Transition!
It's a transition.
She's got away with it, you know.
She did, hey? She did, actually. That's good for her.
Does she know? Does she know she's got away with it? Where are you going? Get back in the zone. They think you didn't do anything.
No, Francesca's probably going to be like, hey, you're still up.
No, I don't know. Oh, no.
No, the red
Nine!
Nine. She got flagged out. That's a bummer for her. She needs a good score because her highest score is only a 4 and then a 2 and a 1. So she has another chance. Yeah, but she has only one more trick attempt.
She got scored 0.67 for that.
Yeah, for that transition.
Interesting.
And Francesca
judge is giving a 1 for that.
Francesca is looking. She's quite safe up there with 18 points in total, with a highest trick score of 8.1. So
Natalie could bring it to her though. I think Natalie will look at her next trick coming out. I wonder if Francesca might be thinking, I think she's going to improve her boogie loop here.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's
boogie contra. And she got yanked, hey?
Did she have one of those already, though?
Yeah, she did. But
yeah, that was her highest score. It was a front roll contra loop. So I'm curious that she didn't improve her boogie loop. However, I think she might have improved her contra loop front roll, maybe, because it was quite high. It was in control. I think she might
a bit of yank.
Push up there. But knowing Natalie, this is interesting, though. Where's she going? Natalie just wandering back down the zone, unless we missed something there. Or is she going over? I think she's going over to have a quick word with anyone that's caddying for her, because she wants to know, what have I got to do? On our screens, she needs in first 5.777 on top, or without getting rid of her kite loop. So 3.83 is what she's got already. So she's pretty much needing a very high 8 or maybe even 9.
Yeah, because Francesca's score just came in from that boogie contra, and there was a 6.4, so that improved her score.
She's needing a 9, not really, but she can do it.
Yeah, she can do it.
Someone might have just said double there. Someone might be shouting because she would love to go through in first place. Are we going to see a double attempt here, or a mega loop board off? A good mega loop board off.
A good cut.
But then she's already got that category. That's trouble here.
But she's on a 6.6, and I'm not too sure if Natalie is too familiar to double.
What are we going to see?
An orbit. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen her ride, but that's a big boogie contra. Nice front row contra, and now sticking it. That's good for her score. She's going to be happy with that one, Luis.
Is it contra?
I think it was a contra. Here's the replay.
Maybe I didn't see it right. We're about to find out.
Yeah, it was.
I still don't know from that angle as well. We'll see from the categories. But what should it have been? She hasn't got. It should be. It should be, because we haven't had a contra loop on there yet. It would make sense. Kite loop front roll. So it was a kite loop front roll.
She got yanked, and now we see Svenja going to the right, and she needs that score right now. Oh! Double loop. And she stands it.
Oh, wow.
Perfect. Yeah, she's happy with it. That's her first in that competition.
Can she actually get to second, though? She needed an 8.21. She needed a huge score. She needed basically a 9.4 to advance, to get into second place. 8.21 was needed. She already had a 1.17.
It was a double contra actually as well.
What's it going to score? It's not actually been rewarded incredibly from the judges here. As a move we haven't. Is that an NBD? Double contra in women's kiteboarding? Could quite well be.
I don't know.
Someone missed it.
Yeah, someone missed it, but it could be. It could be.
Hello. Well, we'll be an NBD next time they see it.
We will find out for you guys.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
I've never seen that in competition.
Perhaps the height and the extremity not being what the judges would have liked to see. So 4.40 for that double contra loop. But it was a great effort for her.
Yeah, and she has another chance. So,
yeah, she won't be out of the competition, that's for sure.
Yeah, and now we just see Francesca is pretty safe up there in the first lead. And as Giel would say, if I would be the caddy, I would be just chill. Jump for the crowd.
For the crowd.
Yeah, but
not
as
some
we know,
sort of mega loop
Francesca,
handle pass or
she probably
something.
just wants to get another training jump in.
Boogie. Get another boogie.
I think it's a kite loop board off.
You reckon?
Yeah.
To the right, yeah, maybe.
Not to the left, actually. She has been training those in Cape Town, actually with a tic-tac as well.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice to have that in your back pocket.
Oh, it looks
here.
sick, eh?
There goes Alice Rougier on the RRD to my left-hand side, getting ready for her heat. But meanwhile, this is the last move of heat number 2, round 1 of the women's. Francesca Maini, Red Bull King of the Air Women's Division champion.
Getting the gas and just going for the normal jump. eh?
Exactly what you said. The
Yeah.
caddy would have. The caddy would be sitting there with a sigh of relief, like, yes, you didn't do yourself in. So great first heat of the day. That was our heat number 2 of the women's division. Enjoyed that one.
Yeah, and me. And as you can see, Natalie Lambrecht just leaves the woods and it's pumping again.
Yeah.
She's literally jinxing it.
The next heat have just gone out and it's absolutely picked right up. You can see those flags there, the duotone flags, just leaning down towards the court. That's gone right up to 40 knots and more. Are we going to see the green flag out, which indicates gusts up to 50 knots? We have Alice Rougier on the RRD out there. Nash Kite on the water as well. We'll bring you who all these riders are and
Now we're just going to
Harlem. But yeah, let's talk through that heat.
Yeah, we're going to look at some highlights. There was a first opening trick of Francesca Maini with the mega loop delayed back roll with the added rotation, sticking it, and there was actually the highest trick score of 8. Yeah. And there was Svenja's laid back, also pretty controlled, also good height. No, and also landing it pretty cleanly. And there's Francesca again, boogie contra, standing it, landing it, hammering it, nailing it. Nailing it. Yeah, that was pretty good. Another Francesca. Yo, there was the one with the yank. With the yards.
Yankinstein.
The Yankinstein.
That's an evil yank.
And there was Natalie also with the clean landing.
Yeah, it was an interesting heat that, and it almost
is that the double contra? Yeah.
Commitment.
Yo, there was a second where I thought it's not going to catch.
Yeah,
but
maybe it just wasn't as high and not as much speed downwind. So this heat coming up now. Heat number 3 then. Sara Sadek ranked 5 in this competition. We'll get to her in a moment. Alice Rougier, not here last year, but she did get to the finals in both Gran Canaria and Brazil. So she has really stepped it up to become a finalist sort of character here in the women's. The yellow flag is up, less than a minute to go until the start of this heat. And we also have Alessa Sophia Mensch. So this is one of those heats where the rankings are quite tight. We've got seed 9, Alessa Sophia, seed 5, Sara Sadek, and seed 4, Alice Rougier. Sara really has some good skills as well. She's caught my eye over the last year, and I want to bring up that she got to the semis here last year, Gran Canaria semis, and the Brazil semis. She's getting to semi-finals, and she really could go that one step further. If she just connects with all of her moves. There she is now on a Harlem. Actually, let's see how she gets on. So this is going to be a tight heat, I think.
Yeah, and as well, Alice is also pretty talented and super technical. So that's the heat result of the last heat.
Yeah.
But I've seen Alessa train in Cape Town. Even though she's German, she's not spending much time in Germany. It's quite smart for her training. But yeah, she is going high. So I'm pretty curious to see what she does. She's always super in control with her tricks. I don't know a lot about Zara. She is from Egypt, I reckon.
That's right, yeah.
Do you get strong winds in Egypt?
You can do. There are some places that, I mean, it's a warmish place, but as you go further, I found as you go a bit further north towards the Suez Canal, it picks up loads there. Where did I go? Zaffarana last year. Been all over Egypt. Probably one of the most, one of the most visited place I've been. There always seemed to be an event there. I went once a year, or it was a time where it was quite a popular. Well, there is quite a popular destination still now to go, especially in winter for the Europeans and Northern Hemisphere people. The wind is good.
Alessa Mensch. Let's go, Mensch. Oh, nice laid back roll. And can she land it?
Just over the front, unfortunately for her. So
that's
she will
a long drag.
Start with a 0. She ended up in that sort of no landing zone again, didn't she? That difficult zone, and over the side she goes. So this will count
unfortunately
as a zero.
crashing
But really looking at this replay now, lovely lift on the way up, great technique. It was a mega loop delayed back roll actually.
Yeah, it was a good style as well.
Yeah,
just unfortunately flipping over the edge there.
She's got to repair the damage on that. But back to Sarah, yeah, there are some windy spots. So you do see big air happening out there. But I remember doing a drive up from El Guna up to Zaffarana to go and kite there for the day. It took a few hours. It got windier and windier and windier. And it was like, I was like, I'd only brought a 9. And you know that when you're like, no, like, what have I done? You know, you can take a 9 up to a lot of wind these days.
Yeah, but
I did have that feeling that I'd messed things up and not taken something smaller. I got away with it, but it's not unheard of. Just the way it filters down both sides of the Sinai Peninsula, actually. There's great wind on the other side in the Dahab area. Another wonderful place to go, Dahab. Really interesting.
I've never been to Egypt.
Never?
No, never.
Ah, okay.
I've only been to actually Cape Town and around Europe.
Okay.
So
yeah, Egypt's
it's
a good time
to go to find some new spots as well. But yeah, I want to go one day.
Okay. Yeah, go with a good group, coaching group or something. It's quite fun. People always make good progression in Egypt.
Yeah.
You know,
it's warm water.
Yes,
even shorts.
sometimes it's only waist deep, and you know, it's a good place to go. There's a reason why it's been a destination in kiteboarding for some time. So big hello to all of you out there, especially those of you down in El Guna as well. I know a lot of you. I bet you're watching, supporting Natalie. She trains there a lot as well, and it's a
that was a hard crash. Yeah, but she went for the boogie and just the kite was so fast. She sent it a bit to the right, and then the kite unfortunately not climbing as fast as she was falling. But it was a good technique. She just probably has to get used to the small kite and to the wind speed.
You know what that sort of move does to you. Good Morgan.
Yeah, good Morgan.
wake up. Like that is a big freezer. But yeah, big scene in Egypt. Big hello to Natalie's parents as well. Lovely parents down there that help with that hotel when we go down there. Just love that area. El Guna's one of my favourites.
Check Elise on the screen. She's just smiling. Super overpowered. The deep power just pulled.
What size is she on, do you think?
I can't see it, but it looks like a bigger kite than the other ones.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It looks definitely like a 7 or even an 8.
Yeah.
You know, that is huge. But let's see what she opens up here with then. She is seeded 4th at this event. And will she potentially have a chance for world champion? She has a chance. Wouldn't that be massive? How they would be loving that back in Italy. The RRD family, which is a wonderful family of people, RRD, and they are supporting their #1 rider here, who is making some noise in the kiteboarding world.
It's a big loop.
Yeah, and that kite really working for her.
Unfortunately, just landing in the no-land zone. That's what Luis and I were thinking about yesterday, because it was so choppy. No one could land in front of our container. And
no lands land.
No lands land.
And
yeah. If you have never been to the spot, so it's pretty flat where you take off, and where you land when the wind increases to 40-50 knots, then it gets super choppy and the landings are getting harder and harder. But we see Alessa Mensch on your screen launching up into the skies of Bucharest and going for just a straight loop to just secure some scores, and she can land it. So that's going to be good for her. But in that heat, every first trick was a crash, so it's literally still safe and still open. But she landed her first trick, and now Zara has to go for something big. Probably she's going to go for the boogie again. What do you think, Luis?
Yeah, I think she'll want to have another go at this. So should this go bad, sometimes you think, well, I'm going to move on. But I think just a straight with a back roll. But much better kite control here. Yeah, she really recognised she's on a tiny kite here. Very nimble and reactive kite. If we do see the kite in this angle, what I like here, I don't think we are going to see the kite in this angle, is that it went round back up to 12, and she quickly brought the left hand back into things. She didn't overfly the kite. It helped break her here. That is really good riding from Sarah, and that's what she would have needed. She can move on now. Maybe that would have been a better opener, actually, just to get that straight, especially after seeing what else is going on in this heat, where all riders haven't really set this heat alive yet. Now we're seeing another straight loop from Alice, which is landed as well. They're just toning it down. They're recognising the situation. That's good riding. That's good athlete riding.
Yeah, She just wants also...
Got to stay in it.
Yeah, she also just wanted a score probably. We're going to find out soon how high that was scored. So Sara is in first place. Alessa Mensch is in the second position, and Alice is in third. But we're still fresh into the heat. They're on their third trick attempt out of 7, and the 3 best ones are counting. So everything can still change. And we just see Alessa turning around, not connecting with the takeoff and the gust, and going for another go to the left, I reckon. And now she's powered, hey? We can see that. Going to the left. Alessa Mensch.
Focused.
Is she gonna... Oh, she couldn't. She couldn't connect again. How much time do they have, Luis, to go for a trick?
I'm told up to a minute with a bit of grace. If I think she will get one more left foot forwards port tack here. But I don't think she has to. She's decided not to risk it. It's a front roll contra loop.
To the right.
And that was smooth.
Ah, that
was wonderful. That was a really smooth move.
It looked improvised as well, because she tried twice to go to the left, and now she was like, my time is running out to go to the right. And smooth and landed. So that's going to score
Lovely
good.
body position throughout that whole move. Tucked. She had the bar in. She knows that move. You know, like there wasn't a yank out of that. I don't even like that word yank. It's a move to me, a word to me, which signifies lack of control.
Okay.
Like if I yank you off your chair now, you weren't ready for it.
No.
You know, like I don't mind solid pull, but yank is like, no, that's a word used. There's some yank, but still in control. I used it straight away. There was some pull. That was nice. I need another word. Yank. Was that? I used it. Maybe we do use it.
Yeah.
That was some power.
But that's changing the heat order, hey? Because Alessa just moved into first position with that boogie contra to the right.
And Sara's come up with that. I think that's going to be the highest scoring move of the heat so far. Some of the judges loving that. I can see some of their scores in. We won't get the full score until all 5 judges have decided what they think about it. And they better get on with it, because the next trick has just happened. It's a mega loop delayed roll to the right-hand side from Alice.
3 down loops.
Cool, that is a lot of distance there. I think this could score well as well. Wasn't a super extreme kite at angle here.
No.
But the distance she travelled.
And you can see now, just holding onto the left side of the park, pulling 3 down loops and landing it smoothly. That's going to score good for her.
Yeah, I think that might be a solid 5.
Heat, hey?
I think that might be a solid 5 to me.
So yeah, Sara just moved into first position, so it's pretty close between the first and the second place. But Alice Ruggiero scores still about to come in. So yeah, so it's gonna be
5.7.
No, 8. 5.8.
5.7. Oh, did it go up as 5.8 for her?
Yeah.
No, for Sara.
For Sara. Yeah, 5.7. Yeah, you're correct.
Sorry, I was worried there a little bit there.
No.
I like numbers in German. There's something about them that they seem right.
Yeah, Alessa Mensch is also German. But as I said, she's spending more time abroad in South Africa or over the world training than in Germany.
Will she get away with it?
No, I don't think so.
No transition?
No.
You're not supporting his transition. We saw earlier.
No, because, when you preload pop and then send the kite up and you can't connect with the takeoff.
I think she's getting away with it.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think you should get on with the move here.
Okay, I didn't say anything.
I think that, no, don't go away. Just stay in it. Don't let them think about putting your flag up. So if the riders take off a little bit and don't feel it, they bail out. They might get away with not being seen as a trick attempt. She's got away with it.
Yeah, she did. Because she didn't go high. She just edged.
Yeah, she managed to dump it.
Yeah.
Power dump.
That's just a straight loop. Unfortunately, she wanted more of this.
But it is her 3rd trick landed.
Yeah, that's
so
good.
That is going to make her feel reasonably good, because there's not a lot in it. It actually puts her in first. So the fact that she's got away with that one there... So I wouldn't like to make those decisions. I've never wanted to be someone that makes, life-changing decisions at competitions, right?
No.
That's why I ended up on the microphone.
And me.
Talking and giving my opinions and insight. I love doing this and sharing that with you. But the judging aspect of it, these guys have to be, they barely get to talk to each other in there.
Yeah,
I don't think they're even allowed to. It's
No.
like, you know, that they have to be really
silent,
focused.
and they need a lot of coffee, I think.
Maybe I'm not as calm and focused as those guys. They've got to think. They've got to be very, you know, not emotionally connected as we can be a little bit more when we get excited in here. You know, they've got to be very good at remaining unbiased and consistent, and that's a tough role. It often goes under the radar just how much behind the scenes the team are doing here at the GKA, at the Lords of Tram. Even the people over by the flags right now, they make one mistake putting the wrong flag colour up or putting anything up, that they've got to be on it all day to the second to make sure that these riders get the best chance to put themselves out there. This is like people's lives here and careers, that one good result can change everything. Sarah Sadek with a front roll contra loop. She, for me, is starting to take control of this heat, I think.
Yeah, and she landed it cleanly.
Scores might not represent that so far at the moment because there's barely less than a point in it, but I think this is going to be her third trick score, importantly. So this, for me, is her starting to push her way out in front. Alice, remember, also doesn't have a third trick score. We got a great heat going on right now, and I'm glad that you can join us here at the GKA Kite World Tour here at the Big Air World Championships at the Lords of Tram. I think you were just about to say the same.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same.
It.
We are in round 1, heat number 3. So good morning to all of you. It's a beautiful Sunday. And it's still windy here in Bucharest. It's a bit less than yesterday. Yesterday we recorded some gusts up to 70 knots on the other side of this pond.
It was a wonderful day.
Yeah,
and,
it was a wonderful, strong day.
A bit calmer today, but
yeah,
still
but
40 knots.
It's good competition conditions, actually.
Boogie loop then from Alice, who now puts her third score on the board. We remind you it's 7 trick attempts for the riders, taking it in turns, and their best 3 count. So where will that put Alice here? She needed to go into first at 4.68. It's going to put her just under first, 0.15 behind Zara. So
yeah, but Alessa edging up, that is high. That's a nice laid back roll, but she already has a laid back roll.
No, I don't think she does.
And there was a first opener and there was a crash.
Yeah, so that is going to kick out her 3.17, and I think it's going to put her within a point of first and second, if not maybe into one of those positions. So not much separating these riders here. Alice's score is yet to come up on your screens. There it is. So 14.13 to 14.27. I think Alessa Sophia Mensch is going to be perhaps in the high 13s or 14s after her third score drops. This is getting really exciting in the third heat of the women as we move quickly on to Sarah Sadek with a massive back roll mega loop with a grab. She is on fire right now. She will kick out her lowest score of a 4.20, which is a kite loop back roll. This will replace it. Lots of power in that. I think she's going to get 0.5 more.
Easy.
0.5 more perhaps, so maybe not as much as I thought for Alessa Sophia Mensch, just 13.5, but less than
close.
A point separates them.
It's so close. And they are all on there, like now Sarah is on her fifth trick attempt. So it is getting to the end of the heat, but we don't know who's going to win it because all the 3 contestants are still looking very, very strong, Luis.
They are.
But now we see Alice going to the right. I think she's stronger on the right foot forward. Now she's launching into the sky. What is she doing? A contra loop?
Good float on that kite, isn't it?
It's a good. It's a new kite, I reckon. But she landed it cleanly. That's going to be a good score for her as well. But I'm not too sure if it's going to improve her 3.7. Was it the 3.7? I think so.
Winner of this heat then, first of 3, will go in the opposite side, avoiding Pippa Van Ursel and Francesca Maini, 2 frequent visitors of the podium here. So it might be a nice position to be in. I think you end up going into Mikhaili's side if she were to win her heat. She is in heat number 4. Yes, winner of 4 would go into the other side of the semi. So winner of this will go against Mikhaili Sol, but that's already a tough side, the other side. So might want to be avoiding that as well. So what's happened there?
Alessa wanted to, I think, to go for something, a boogie loop or a boogie contra. something with an inverted front draw, but unfortunately just got pulled over the edge and didn't feel like it was a good idea to loop that kite. And that we saw that yesterday a lot of times when people didn't pull a second loop for double or at all kite loop or mega loop, because it was so strong. And when not everything is correct and feels good, then it's sometimes a better idea to not pull that loop.
Yeah, we spoke a lot about that. You soon think about that once you've done your ribs, don't you? This is big from Sarah. She's really working the mega loop back roll category at the moment, feeling like she can go higher and higher with it. And so it was a 5.03 her previous kite loop back roll. I'm not sure. Oh, she wanted to get the board off. She was trying to take the board off there. I really think she was. Can we see another replay of that, perhaps? I think she was reaching down for the handle. So
probably we're gonna, if you're not
maybe
gonna
the highlights,
yeah, at the highlights,
but I think she's reaching down for the handle here. So I think she might have that move in the bag. So let's see.
That would be crazy.
Why else would she have been reaching down there? I don't know. Maybe the woo turned off, or she didn't turn it on. Sorry, forgot to turn it on is the most likely. Because charging just doesn't matter these days. You just leave them for months now, don't you?
They actually have a good battery life now, eh?
It's wunderbar.
It's wunderbar. Es ist fantastisch. Okay, now I think it's still Alice's turn. You can see the gust just coming in and the kite smacking it to the water surface there.
Her lowest score is just a kite in the kite loop category. It's a 3.70. She needs to go into first.
And she's like, oh, it's very strong.
She needs to add a point to that. So a solid 5, or a 4.7 or above, as long as it replaces that category, will put her in the lead. This is a really brilliant heat to commentate because we've seen hardly any crashes. In fact, the only crashes we've seen are the first run of tricks from all the riders. After that, how many tricks is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14 landed moves in a row from these riders is pretty impressive stuff. This is why these riders are ranked as they are here in this competition.
And ladies and gentlemen, you can see, sorry to interrupt you, Luis, but you can see the green flag on your screens probably. They're in the back. That means that the rider, that's just over 55 knots again, and the rider has their own decision whether they should go for a jump or not. And if they take longer than 1 minute, they are not flagged out, so they can just wait the gust out until the green flag goes down or still go for the move. It's in the hand of the rider.
Watch this right now. You're seeing an absolute example of how to ride when the wind picks up here. This is Alice Ruggio keeping the kite low. Keep it low. Just get it on the water. Doesn't matter if you're not riding so well. She's depowered. She is fighting right now. Fighting this crazy tram on time. Look at that. It's really not a comfortable position, but because she's keeping the kite low, all right, she's swapping over here to the other side of the window. That is a real battle going on right now, but she's keeping the kite. She'll move it down to the side. She's on a bigger kite than the others, no higher than that. Even to the water's edge. It's okay if it hits the water. That is how you manage it, because you've got to get through this.
But you can see Sarah Zadek somewhere in the background also fighting, and Alessa also really, really powered. So I think that gust was quite strong. The green flag is still up.
What a time for this to happen in this heat as well. You know, with all of it's been pretty calm the last, 20 minutes or so. And we said 14 moves in a row. I think these riders have landed. That might well change now because it's now like,
so you see her
let's go.
She's just fighting and she's like, oh, it's so much. And Kina in the back, the filmer, just smiling.
Where's Kina? Is he up there?
I was sitting there in the corner. Yo, he must be cold as well, eh?
Must very cold.
Yeah, guys, if you just tuned in, we are watching Lords of Tram, the World Championships 2025 here in Bucharest. It is pretty cold down here. It's like 10, 12 degrees. Pretty strong as well. And we are watching the round 1, heat 3 of the women big air. And we in your screen you see Alice Ruggio. She is also a world champion contestant. She can win it.
She can, and we'll give you the scenarios, I think, after this first round. Having a little chat there with the flag man look at this battle. It's an uncomfortable battle she's having to deal with right now. We've all been there where you just like, come on, what is going on here? Like, just clean up.
I think if your lycra starts flattering like that, it's pretty strong and it's wet, the lycra. And it's just flattering.
It really is an uncomfortable place to be right now. Maybe Natalie's just launched a kite. That's usually what happens.
Yeah. Natalie is always getting the 50 knots somewhere from the mountains. Every time we say Natalie, it's 50 knots. Can still see Alice on your screens fighting. Even on the comments, Harlad R said wind picked up. Is Natalie somewhere around? Probably yes.
She probably touched a kite. She's still fighting on your screens here. What a battle. This is going into the 5-minute category here for Alice, who's smiling as well. It's lovely to see. She's having a smile. Is that Cedric in the background there? I just saw on his microphone, because this is really digging into some energy. She's smiling away here as the wind looks to me like it might just be settling now, at least on our live stream booth. I can't hear anything for a few seconds. Wow.
They actually this morning they screwed the window a
back
bit tighter,
in. Yeah.
So it flew out yesterday.
I bet that goes again today. That was really quite scary. If that was a glass window, we were all getting it yesterday.
Yeah.
Luckily, we've got plastic windows here, and one of the big sort of blinds that blinds. I always think of like Venetian blinds when I think big solid bits of plastic that's obviously used to cover these windows when the container isn't in use. Actually, pretty good for the sun as well. It keeps it out. The support broke on that, and it just went slam like a trapdoor closing. And that was the end of the view for the Woo team to the right-hand side. Fortunately, it wasn't our window, because we do like to have a little peek out the window sometimes to see the heights. But we are glued to the screen that you can see as well. And there you can see with the snow-capped mountains in the background of the Pyrenees, not the Alps. The Alps a bit further to our north. We're looking to the west here, or maybe if you like the west-southwest, where those mountains are, as the riders with the wind to their backs, this northwest wind, they are just trying to get through this period of Tramontane, this crazy wind, which has gone crazy for a little bit, it has to be said, Lasse.
Yeah, you can even see it now. You probably can't see it, but Alessa man just trying to reach the land. She's going to the right, and she's also fighting, going super slow, completely depowered, cheating the bar out just to get as less power as possible. Alice also probably getting like her caddy's probably holding on to her. I don't know. But yeah, if you haven't been here yesterday, make sure to check out the live stream after we finished today. Yesterday was just for the books, and I think today is also starting like that. So it's gonna get even more radical probably.
Still fighting then is Alice Ruggio from Italy, flying the RRD there, just trying to not use too much energy as this wind has picked up. Now, I think race director, not Sanu, said Sergio then, Cedric will have a decision to make at some point, because if this continues for another 5, 10, 15 minutes, he's going to start thinking, Sunday being our last day supposedly here, I mean, wouldn't want to even go into the conversation about if we didn't get done today. We will be getting finished today. He will start to think, right, we're up to 10 in the morning now. We started off the day with 9 heats to go to finish the competition here. We are on the second heat. Is it second or third heat of the day? To get to the point, he'll have to start thinking about what he does here. He can't have that green flag up forever, because naturally riders probably won't go. So Alice is coming in to change down, and we finally get a good glimpse of what she was on. It was a 6, but it's very wide and flat kite. So, I mean, she can only be changing to a 5 now then.
Yeah,
that kite looks so much bigger than the others, but I don't think... Or do you think that is a 5 from the other two?
I know that Alessa has a 5, so probably it's her 5. And she has been training in Makassar in South Africa on it. when it was also pretty new king, and the other kite looks pretty small as well. So I'm quite sure that's a 5 as well.
Okay, can we get that, director? Can we get the shot of Alice in the box changing her kite here? That's the shot I want to see right now. You can see that beautiful shot of the mountains there now with the red flag up, which is still Alice's turn. But I want to see her in the event zone. Can one of the cameramen spin round, perhaps? Can we get that? We're trying. Okay, so the communication's gone out. I'm watching to see which cameraman will start panning round the other way, because right now you do have a beautiful view there, but what I want to show you is the pit stop. We don't often show you the pit stop here in Lords of Tram.
No.
And it's amazing how quick the riders can go from, like, that's far away. What you can see there from where we are at the kite zone right now, this is zoomed in tight on quite a big lens. How far away do you think those flags are from us right now, Lasse? 300 meters?
Oh, I think
or
that's
a bit too much.
No, I think 400 meters is a bit too much. I think it's
Three.
like 250, 3-ish.
3. Well, seeing as when the riders jump there, some of their jumps only seem to be like 150, 200. Maybe that's a bit far. I look at that, and the way I do that is think, well, you know, like a 100-meter sprint. You know, how far is that? Okay, so a postponement for now. Not sure how long that's going to stay around. But they basically have to get quite far to get back to their kite and get back up. But the angle that their tack gives them allows them to get back quite quickly. So it's surprising how quick the riders can come down, change a kite, and not miss their turn. It really is. So Alice has come in, and I think that was it was just too much to just keep waiting.
Yeah.
We might see a switch to the men now.
We might do, or maybe we're gonna...
Whitewater.
Maybe we're gonna... Yeah, I think we're gonna go into an ad break for a second.
It's gone mental out there.
And then we will keep you guys updated what's happening here, but we just have to wait that gust out for a second.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Welcome back here then in Barcarès for the Lords of Tram 2025. It's the GKA Kite World Tour and it's Big Air. We are crowning Big Air champions in the men and women today. If you've just woken up and joined us, or perhaps if you've been hanging around all morning, we've been here since the crack of dawn. I'm Lewis Crathen, Lasse Hofmeister next to me. Currently on hold is the news for you because it's likely that we're going to switch to the men. Gusts have come up to 50 knots. Can you believe it? Again, so that really incredibly poised heat between Alessa Sophia Mensch, Sarah Sadak and Alice Rougiu, only 1.5 points separating all three of them with a couple of tricks left, attempts left for them. Lasse, that was quite some heat that we're going to have to revisit at some point today.
Unfortunately, we couldn't finish the heat. It was only like Alice's last trick attempt, second last trick attempt left, and then
4 tricks left.
4 tricks left, actually.
Yeah, so that's going to be hard for those to have to just sit out and wait until we revisit. The wind is due to be a bit lighter in the afternoon, but as we said, the wind just picked up like crazy in that heat. The 50-knot flag came up, which said to the riders, you can go if you want to, but take a break. So right now, as we can see out of our window here, and we're being told 9:56 it is local time, after the change in time, of course. 10:15, the next possible announcement. So go and get your Mother's Day calls in, 15, 20 minutes of a nice breakfast, but don't go anywhere because we will be back very shortly and very likely starting and continuing with the men's semi-finals.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
Records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter.
Yeah,
he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the practical, a great result tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric. Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Yeah, in the practical opening, great results for them.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the 2025 Lords of Tram here in Bucharest. The World Cup is happening. We just went into a longer break because of the wind. We started with the women's heat and we almost made it through. We only had 4 trick attempts left, but then the wind cranked up to 50 knots and so we went into a break. And now we're going to proceed with the men, Luis.
On the water right now, we can see just over the top of our screens, white caps absolutely everywhere. The scene is set for the first semi-final of the men. We'll bring you those names shortly, but conditions, I mean, look at those flags. They're touching down almost those feather flags. This is going to be epic. They said it would be lighter today.
Yeah, yesterday was pretty strong already. And we have seen the green flag a couple of times.
Yeah, we have, but we're going to see it, I think, some more here. Is Timo out there at the moment testing for Wu? Always is looking like he's under, not in control. Is he in control? He's in control.
He's always in control somehow.
What was that look for? That was kind of the look of the opposite from one of the team. No, he's looking in control, but we can start to see some of the riders. That Chemo heading out with the white rash vest now, ready for this absolute belter of a first semi-final, and we need to bring you the names of that. Maybe we can get that graphic on, but I'm glad you have hung around, or maybe you have just turned on today as well. A big welcome to you, and I must say hello to Cuba from Little Hampton as well at the beach, who's watching as well. Thanks for your help recently down there, but we hope you are going to enjoy this, because this, you will not see a stronger wind for big air kiteboarding. We've seen this thing postponed yesterday due to too much wind. The only time I can ever think of that happening is maybe a couple of times in Lucat during the freestyle, and famously in Tarifa when Ruben Lenton was competing, was told it was too windy. His reaction to that decision we can't talk about, but let's just say it wasn't the most polite way to let the judges know he was unhappy about it. Maybe we'll get into that a bit later on, Aaron. That story about what happened there at the did the judges' booth need to be repaired or something?
Because of the wind?
No, because of Ruben.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was. The fire brigade for a person. It was wood. I heard it was a wooden structure as well, and it was damaged. He was not happy about that. That was unheard of. And let's be honest, it is unheard of. But where we are right now, in Le Baccares, in the south of France, this famous wind which rushes between the Pyrenees and the massive central, the mountains. This isn't influenced just as much by the Alps as the Mistral wind. This wind here coming through, the pressure difference, which is over the Atlantic, coming through all the way to the Mediterranean. It's an odd wind. It's freezing cold. But let's talk about this heat now. That's it.
So, yeah, we got first Edgar Ulrich. He is hunting that world title. And yeah, yesterday was pretty close. He almost lost it until his last trick attempt. And then he made it count and made it work. So he's in the semis right now against Kimo Verkerk, the Netherlands, the guy from the Netherlands, on slingshot. He showed a great performance yesterday as well. His double game is pretty strong, and obviously Lorenzo Casati and Andrea Principi. I think those names are quite common in the kite world. Lorenzo Casati also hunting that world title, so it's going to be a close one between Edgar and Lorenzo, and then the rocket man Andrea Principi from Italy. Also not giving away the first spot freely. Luis, is he also able to get the world title?
I mean, he is. There's lots of scenarios we need to bring you about that, but basically Edgar could do with getting through this, and Lorenzo would love to get through this. Andrea can win the world championship so long as Edgar and Lorenzo don't get through this semi-final. That's really he is the only other person now that can become world champion. So until this heat sort of unfolds, we'll bring you those scenarios. But 3 people in this semi-final can be world champion. They can't in the other semi-final. And a really interesting statistic for you before we get underway here. There are 8 riders in the semi-finals. Only one of them has won all of their heats to get here. That's Andrea Principi. The other riders haven't had it easy to get through to this stage. So Andrea Principi is the form rider here that's won his heat. So will he be, once again, a thorn in the side of Lorenzo Casati? I don't know, but we've got some Got some top riders in here to come in at some point. We've got Aaron Hadlow, a 5-time world champion himself. Giel Vloed, who is no stranger to semis and finals as well. We're going to bring them in at some point during this heat, but this is the stage is set for maybe one of the best semi-finals we might ever see here. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really close, and only the 2 best riders are going to advance into the final. So you don't want to become 3rd or 4th, otherwise it's time to pack your bag and head home. Yeah, so Edgar Ulrich, the French local from Bucharest, also is he's starting the heat off with the first trick attempt in 1 minute. The yellow flag is up. That means there's only 1 minute to go until the start of the heat, and he wants a good trick and a good performance because he wants to hunt that world title, Luis.
Yeah.
And it looks quite windy, to be honest. On what kite sizes are they?
Don't know. I'm trying to have a look.
I hear 5s. 5s and 6s. Okay.
Don't open the door too much. That's what I can hear outside here. As here we go then. It's time. It's already, the green flag is already up to just say, it's up to you. You don't have to go in a minute for the first rider in this heat, which is Edgar Ulrich. I wonder if they'll be too fussed about the order at the moment out there. It usually does mean something to watch the others and have that last, that last move to decide and to react a bit more. Was that the door itself?
Yeah. When the green flag is up, it always tilts a bit.
Itself.
It's I don't know. It's not a proper stable door, but Giel is on the door checking if it still opens. I don't think it. Oh yeah, it's a bit stuck. Luis will be stuck here.
It might be.
Yeah, like the dolphin.
The dolphin.
Like
I don't know, maybe they got out.
The dolphin.
Maybe. They could be anywhere around here, the whales or the dolphins from the Sea Line Centre. Left foot forwards then, coming into the box. Edgar Ulrich, what's he going to open with? Will it be a double?
Whoa, that's high.
Big S-loop board off here. Thrown into an involuntary rotation.
Whoa.
And he lands it in no land's land. He's pretty, what an opening.
There was a big opening for him.
How far has he travelled there? Hundreds of metres.
Yeah, for sure. That was far.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Lots of uplift. Quite quick to bring the kite back round. Sent it back out the side. That was the involuntary sort of front rotation that he went with. Half a rotation. Nice landing. Good start for the world champion. Hopeful here. And he's close this time. Closer than he was in Gran Canaria, where it was all ended too early for him last year. As Kimo Verkerk now coming in, absolutely lit on that slingshot. And I wonder if he's going to bide his time here as this wind has gone absolutely up to 50 knots.
Yeah, I think Kimo's just taking his time because the gusts that are coming through now are pretty strong. And you want the perfect takeoff, even though the green flag is up. He's charging to the left. He's pretty lit right now, and he's going up for a front rotation, super high with second front rotation, no loop.
Massive. Look how high that was.
Whoa!
Can he land that?
Yeah, no land. Oh,
he
yeah,
landed.
he
There's lots
landed
of landing in no land's land.
Wow, that was super high, hey? There's a replay of that trick. I think he wanted more out of it, but I think he just caught a gust. He was so lit.
Why hasn't he pulled the bar here? That's the question. There was just too much power. It just didn't feel safe.
Yeah, it's also his first trick today, so he just went on the water. So maybe
better not injure myself. First move.
Probably it's just too much He'll use the word too much. So yeah, so Lorenzo Casati just chilling there, cruising to the right, looking downwind. Green flag is up. So yeah, Edgar got a 6.97 for that S-loop board off with the added rotation, and Kimo for the double in front roll normal jump at 2.6. But on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, there's Lorenzo Casati charging up to the left, going super high with the double loop laid back roll in a proper angle. And can he land it? Oh, he can.
Yeah.
There's a fist in the air. That was massive.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, we're getting hyped.
What a move that was.
There's a replay of that one.
Now that was committed. That was all one movement. Bang, that bar just locked.
Whoa, that was massive.
It's a
He
biggie.
wants to be world champion. You can see that, eh?
He does. He needs to get to the final, really, here for that to happen, to give him the best chance, of course. But he's up against Edgar. Three people in this heat can be world champion. Edgar and Lorenzo with a better chance. But here comes Andrea Principi. Can he react? He's matched up nicely with that yellow rash vest, yellow helmet, and yellow board today.
Whoa.
And it's a boogie contra board off. Sorry, a boogie S-loop.
And he's landed
Board
it.
off.
And he's happy about it.
Boogie S-loop board
He's
off,
super
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I got a bit excited there.
Wow. And just free falling out of the sky, but making it work in no land's land, hey?
Yeah, he did. They all are today. 7.5 from Lorenzo.
That is a big score.
7.5 for that. Oh, I think that could have been scored more. It was a big one, you know. Come on. You can't do them much bigger than that. So maybe they're just setting the baseline, the judges. They reckon they can go higher than that. I think you'd be hard pushed to find a higher delayed back roll double than that. That was definitely the biggest one we saw so far.
Yeah. Giel is taking my chair. I need to stand up. It's getting more tense and tense.
You just can't sit down, can you? I can't do it. Like.
So Edgar Ulrich is charging to the left, full powered. Oh, what even was that?
Contra loop border.
Contra board late front.
Yeah, maybe not
Didn't see the
ideal for
kite.
Edgar, this. I think this won't score
No.
so high.
But it was a butt check as well, hey? So
Delayed front roll after. Yeah. He often throws like a second front flip in maybe lighter wind with that one. It's really stylish. It's a real...
Yeah, it's a unique style that this Frenchman has. But on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, Kimo Verkerk on the slingshot, charging up, also going for the front rotation, a doobie contra.
So he's had two totally different experiences with the wind there, has Kimo. He's had his first jump where he connected, went massive, went so high, he was like, I'm not looping this, didn't feel right. Then he's had the opposite. Great example of the Tramontane. Didn't get super lift out of that. It's actually a really good landing, but it wasn't what he was after. That's not going to be a super high score. So he's got a bit of work to do here so far. It has to be said that Lorenzo probably having the better start so far. He has only had one trick attempt though. This will define how good his start has been now. As he focused here, left foot forwards comes the Italian rider with the green helmet, red vash vest, mugs that tack off, aborts a port, didn't fancy it. It's good riding from him. No green flag to assist him with time here though, as the wind has dropped below 50 knots. So he will be pushed for time as he just realises that himself, looking over to the left-hand side. He'll now be eyeing this up. He doesn't jump left foot here. He'll have to come back right, maybe. Or is he pushing it? Does he reckon he can get another left in? He does.
Yeah, he's pushing it.
It's experienced. He just knew they couldn't do anything about it if he turned at that exact moment. So has that bought him a bit more time? As we're seeing a kite change from Edgar in the distance.
Whoa.
Oh, yes.
A boogie double board off.
Wow.
And he lands it. That was a big one, Luis.
It was a big one.
Oh, I can't wait for the replay. Here it is.
So
there's a front rotation, the double loop, taking off the board mid-air and going for it.
Lovely
and he's
landing.
it.
Yeah, definitely going to be
in the air.
definitely going to be a 7.5. I would have thought.
For sure.
Again, so he has had the most consistent start here. Edgar, there was a few kite changes happening here. I didn't realise. Oh no, sorry, that isn't a kite change. That's just how far he went. Andrea. It's a double loop, but it wasn't super high. Great landing, but he hasn't connected so well with height. Clearly the height difference there between them two. Is he changing up? Edgar's changed up a size here. So Edgar making a quick change, deciding. I think he's changed up a size.
Yeah, it
right?
is.
Yeah, the wind dropped a bit.
It's a Rebel D-Lab. What size is it? It maybe a 7. So maybe his game plan is changing, not to go away from the double loops and more going to some straight biggies.
He will know the wind round here better than most, and
Yeah.
he must have thought, okay, we're going into a period of time, or at least he must be hoping, we're going into a period of time now where the wind is going to be slightly less, because that's quite a big thing. He's changed so quickly there. He could also change again to a smaller kite. In third position at the moment. This is no good to be here for him in his World Championship quest. Left foot forwards, coming to the home support. He's maybe not going to go here, though. Yeah, no, the body language just suggested that he's maybe going to go right. He's going to park himself right in the box seat here. Maybe have a little conversation. Well, it's not that time yet. I don't think it's too early to have that chat.
No,
with
but
someone.
Edgar's one of the riders that can jump to the left and the right. So he's going to the right, yeah. Ooh, Doobie, Borov.
Oh, he parked that
late
kite
front.
right out the side. Did he park it out the side a bit too far for a Rebel, an open flat, more flat kite like that? It just seemed a little, it looked like he wanted it to be there. Edgar feeling the pressure out here right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a crash for him. So maybe Kimo can even overtake him if he gets two good, or one good score actually. But he's still on a smaller slingshot kite, so he's playing a different strategy.
We don't want to go too much into scenarios for you just yet, but it's important to remind you that any of Andrea Principi, Edgar Ulrich and Lorenzo Casati can be world champion. Just these three. Should perhaps Edgar not make it through this semi-final, he could still become world champion depending on where Lorenzo would finish in the final. If Lorenzo got through to the final, that would be curtains for Andrea Principi's chance. In fact, Andrea needs both of those two not to get to the final. But we'll keep you updated with that. But it's not going to be as clear as done if things weren't to go the way of some of the World Championships hopefuls in this heat. But Kimo Leclerc, we wanted to see another loop there, didn't we?
Yeah, but
up
it's
here,
a big
guys.
one.
But it's a nice mega loop delayed roll anyway. But it's
yeah, it was big.
It's not going to score as big as the 7.5 double from Lorenzo. And actually, that should, for me, be scoring at least a 1.5 lower as it was a single.
Yeah, I think he wanted to go for the double, but then just didn't feel it. But it's, as we said a lot of times, probably smarter to not pull the loop and get injured and rather try on the next trick attempt because he's still got 4 to go. But there was a 5.7 for that laid back with the added rotation. So it's actually quite a high score for us, for even though he wanted to go for a double.
Yeah.
And now Lorenzo Casati coming to the left, launching up into the sky. And what is he going to do? It's a big ass loop.
Really reacted to that. That was a really good reaction. I think he was on the way up there thinking he didn't maybe get the lift and power that he was after. But I think he made a lot of that decision in the air. Maybe just settle with a straight S loop here, just get another trick on the board. So he gets his third trick on the board, which will put him firmly in first place, and that's always what he wants. Andrea Principi, how can he answer back? He's got some 2 good moves. That's high.
There was a fist in the air mid-air.
He liked it. He liked it. He's looking back at his mates back there like, did you see that? I can't believe it. Wow. Great takeoff.
A boogie double, eh?
Boogie double. Just a single.
Yeah.
But it looked so nice. What is that going to score? So when we compare that to Lorenzo's here, which was a 7.5 for his style double.
So Andrea
wouldn't be surprised if it was creeping just below.
Yeah, Andrea gets a what? Oh, he's in first position right now.
Yeah,
he gets a 7.33 for this.
Pretty close, only by 0.7.
Oh, we almost missed the action.
From Edgar.
Yeah, there was a big contra loop Borov with the added rotation at the end, but unfortunately,
he liked
it. Yeah, he liked it. It was high.
Is he influencing the judges there, giving a few more points? Was it an S or what was it?
No, it was just a contra loop, contra Borov.
Okay, into that rotation, bit of a butt check.
But coming
more
out
arms to hit the water there, but I think he's going to get less of a score than he's expecting for that. First judge has come in Yeah, that's not good. He's going to come back and see that score and be a bit down about that. So Edgar Ulrich got some work to do. No pressure on Kimo Verkerk here. He's in a semi-final.
Oh, that's high.
And he sends a huge...
Doobie contra Bordov. Late front, and he lands it.
He's got it.
He got it.
He's got it. They like that up here.
Yeah. That's going to score high, I reckon. That's probably going to move into... Yeah, probably into third position, if I'm not mistaken. So Lorenzo Casati launching into the skies with the doobie double, added rotation. Can he land it? He can.
He's landing everything. He's really looking confident.
That's a heat of his life, probably. Oh, he's happy about it. Oh, okay. Giel just said it's not a heat of his life. It's probably just another Sunday morning. Some of you just having breakfast, and that's normal for Lorenzo Casati.
It's probably ridden way better on other Sundays.
Yeah, it's a bad Sunday morning, probably. So, on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Principi with the yellow helmet.
Is he going to go S-loop here, or...?
He's going to go big. That's what he's going. Oh! That was massive.
He's connected.
Unfortunately, a small butt check.
You can't land much better than that in the no-land zone. Right, we're going to bring Aaron in here, Lasse, quickly to get his thoughts and opinions on things as we see this replay. God, he got so extended from that. Good morning to you, Aaron. This really wanting to get your feelings here because you've been here as a 5-time world champion before. What's going through your mind here if you're someone like Edgar? You've been leading and going into semi-finals where you've known you've had to go through. Like, what should be going through his mind, or what do you think is going through his mind?
Yeah, I mean, for Edgar, it's one thing, and I think for Lorenzo, it's another, really. Yeah, I see Lorenzo had such a consistent few tricks here. He's really feeling good, so I think he feels like he's in a really strong position. But for Edgar, yeah, I mean, it's difficult conditions. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on it. You know, he has a really good opportunity that he hasn't been in that situation before. So just the pressure to get through this heat, just to give himself at least the chance to go all out in a final. I mean, this is really needs to be treated like a final, in my opinion. I think if I was out there, I would not be holding back one bit. I would just be doing my all one step at a time. But yeah, you're up against two of the world's best in Lorenzo and Andrea. And, well, on any day, it's just so difficult to get on top of either of those guys.
This next move is a really important one for Edgar. It's his 5th trick attempt. He's only really got one score on the board that he might well be keeping. It's a 6, but that's not going to be high enough for Edgar. He's got a 6.97 so far scoring. This is now action stations for Edgar. It's getting scary for him now. We see this replay here. We don't have to talk about it too much. He didn't get the lift and height that he wanted. He was close to it last year. Gran Canaria needed a good result there to be world champion. It didn't happen. He went out early in that competition. He's got a step further here. He's got to close to the semi-finals here. But he's on his way out at the moment, Aaron, of his chances of being world champion, unless he can go crazy in his last moves. So it's going to be tough for him. If he doesn't get through this semi-final, he'll think, what have I got to do? You know, I've got to line myself up 2 years in a row with a chance of being world champion. Maybe he can go closer next year, but he still could get through the semi-final. You know, he still does have 2 trick attempts, but they've got to be absolute bombers because the others are going to likely upgrade theirs as well. So he's in trouble, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely. He's super under pressure, especially with that last one, as we see Kimo here, who, just doesn't quite get the same takeoff either. You know, it's a little bit with the conditions as well. Like, I feel like Edgar's been changing kites quite often during this event, hasn't really found a setup that really he feels like really consistent with. In all the other heats, he kind of had some good tricks, some bad tricks, and like in the previous heat for him, for example, he pulled it off on his last trick, you know, so just scraped through. So I get the feeling he's, just not in the flow. You have to be in tune with the wind, in the timing, a bit of luck, pick the right kite at the right time. And you see here with Lorenzo and Andrea, they've gone with the one kite and stuck with it pretty much throughout the event, and yeah, they're just playing it out, seeing the conditions that come, and just taking the right calls at the right time. And you can see that in their scores. They're both 1 and 2 with really consistent scores on their first 4 tricks, and yeah, it's a lot to overhaul here for Edgar to get anywhere near those guys now.
Here he comes then. Lorenzo Casati is just going to settle with an S loop there, but it didn't look maybe as it didn't look like that was what he wanted actually. But already he has got the hammer drill out. He's drilled the holes. He's got his screws in there. He's shutting that door on Lorenzo on Andrea. He's shutting the door on Edgar Ulrich's chances of being world champion here. But that was a little wobble for him. But he's looking the most likely to advance in this heat so far, alongside Andrea Principi. So didn't quite work out for him that time. But now look, wind looks like it's coming back. The yellow flag is up for Andrea Principi, who could still become world champion as well. But he's hoping for Lorenzo and Edgar not to make it through here. So let's see. He's connected. It's a double contra loop, front roll board off. Can he land that? Oh, what a landing, Aaron.
Yeah, that was like, I was looking at that last few seconds there and I was like, that's a bit too much speed for that area there. But knowing Andrea, he's just got so much control. He has the feeling, and yeah, I mean, you see how much these guys also train off the water for their body positions, for their strength, and all that's paying off in these kind of insane conditions. So, I mean, from Lorenzo's point of view, there's no better scenario right now than the positioning that we see on the screen. It pretty much confirms him to, to reach his goals of becoming champion. But yeah, I still feel Edgar's got some stuff up his sleeve. He definitely has the chance to at least move up a place. And if he really pulls out what we know he can do with his final 2 tricks, he does have an opportunity to pull out 2 massive scores too. But
this trick will very much define what will happen to the dreams of being world champion 2025 for the Frenchman Edgar Ulrich, who might not get a chance again to obtain this in France with a local crowd like this. What must be going through his mind right now? Certainly 50 knots is going through his bar and lines into his harness, because the 50 knots flag is up. It's biding him some more time to think about this situation and maybe appreciate how important this moment is, because right now Andrea Principi and Lorenzo will be going through into the final. Even if Edgar shouldn't make it through here, it makes such a difference if he could finish 3rd. We'll talk about that in a minute. What's he got for us, Aaron?
No. We've seen that already, and I don't think that will up anything from what he's done compared with the other guys, unfortunately.
It could be all over.
But it's one of those things, like, when you're out there waiting for, and that pressure is on, you've really got to have like that moment to yourself. Like, I've spoken to myself so many times where it's like, all right, this is all or nothing. If I don't just put everything in, I don't want to wake up tomorrow and know that I haven't gone for it and really put all 100% into it. So that's the moment you really got to do it. But yeah, I mean, you can do that and still get unlucky with the gust, not get the right height, not get the right takeoff, and I think that's just what's happened here.
It's not all over yet, though, for Edgar. I can see on the scoring system he still could make it, potentially. But it's tough. He's going to have to... I don't know if he can, actually, now. He'll need a 9.1. He's actually only got 2 scores. He's got a chance, Edgar, but we'll get to that. But what's really important for Edgar now, if he can't make it through in 1st or 2nd, for him to just somehow obtain 3rd, Aaron, keeps it alive, because it affects the position that Lorenzo must finish in the final. For Andrea now, it looks like it's going to be over. It's Kimo Verkerk with a contraloop board off. I wonder if Kimo's going to be a problem here for Edgar. If Edgar can't get his... He wouldn't have wanted this scenario, Edgar, but if he can't get through in 1st or 2nd, 3rd would keep it alive. 4th, and it would be over.
Yeah, Kimo's taken a pretty smart strategy against these guys, knowing that he's taken a bigger kite. He's actually on a 7 compared with the 6s from the other guys. So going for big single loops that we saw work really well for a few riders yesterday. So that's put him in a pretty strong position for 3rd place. But yeah, we're still waiting for another score to drop. It looked like Edgar has gone with a similar category again, so he still needs another category before he jumps up.
Yeah, but a 9.11 in it. He's already clear as day to it, unless that's if the other two don't upgrade. If the other two upgrade here above a 10, it's physically, it's impossible, mathematically impossible.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't bet that these other two might upgrade now. We look to the red Vash vest of Lorenzo Casati flying under the Spanish flag here, and it's going to be an S-loop board off, nice extension. Will it replace any of his other moves? Is it going to score more than 6.63, Aaron Hadlow?
It has a chance. What category was that? That was 6.63 was a kite loop front roll, which was
Double,
that.
I think it was a mega one.
Yeah, that was really proper. So, I don't know. I think he's in a really good position in his heat. I mean, yeah, with Edgar, I'm talking more about third place now. I think top two is out of reach. And even if he finishes third, you're really clutching at straws having someone like Lorenzo in the final, not to get his position.
Oh,
wow.
No, you just can't do that to someone.
Well, that would have put him into first place, I think, if he had landed that.
What a lift. Look at this move. Back roll, mega loop, S-loop, I think that was. And this lift he got at the end, and it just dumped him. He was about to celebrate, and it just dumped him.
I mean, pulling that S-loop when you're, like, fully square backwards on, like, just no view, no feeling, just so ballsy. That's what we love about his riding. It makes the crowd scream, makes everyone get up out of their chairs, and it was just insane conditions watching, Andrea here and Lorenzo battle it out for first and second in this heat. It's, that would have that had the chance to get another real big score on the board. So.
All right. He has lost his board then, Andrea, as it gets recovered to him, as the yellow flag remains up. As next up, it is Edgar Ulrich in blue with his last chance, his last move. Very much for me, his competition has been about his last move, or even over some of the events. He does have a way of finding a route through, but he needs 9.11 from this trick. He's only got 2 trick categories scored at the moment, so that's quite easy for us to work out. It's already listed in 9.11 for second. I think that would be the highest trick score of the competition so far. He must be chatting to some of his mates down there and saying, what do I need? And I don't even, what do you even say to that? You just look at someone and you still got a chance? Maybe you say that to them? There's a chance, like, it's got to be a triple, isn't it? Or he's gone up a size.
Mega Loop KGB on the 7.
Or are they saying you've got to try and get yourself in third? Is there a reversal in here? Oh, that's a bad bomb out. Unfortunately for Edgar, he's going to have to settle with fourth, which may mean we already might be there with the world champion. I'm going to get that clarified to me before we go to the final. Because Lorenzo, there's that replay of that horrendous bomb out. It's unfortunate for Edgar. And with the scenarios that I have, I think that it could be done. But I will need to clarify that to you.
I think it's all over as well. And it's still, I think Lorenzo may have to get a certain position in the final. But
no, I don't think. Only if Edgar... No, Andrea can't do it either now.
Nice. So we got the last trick still coming up from the guys. The first few runs. The other guys are out the back warming up for the next heat. But yeah, I think.
Lorenzo had to finish fourth in the final if Edgar had finished in third place in this semi-bit, because Edgar has now gone down to a 7th place overall in the semis, rather than what would have been a 5th. That affects things. So from what I'm reading here, we may have Lorenzo Casati ticking off the World Championship title. We are unconfirmed at the moment. That is just me looking at what I've got here. But meanwhile, this man here has had a great event. We've got to talk about Kimo Bukirk. He's found himself in a semi-finals with 3 other riders that could be world champion. He's actually rode pretty good here, and he's affected things. You know, like he deserved to be here.
Yeah, definitely. He's been riding well yesterday. He had done more of the double loops yesterday, whereas this heat he took a different route, tried to go for big singles. Unfortunately, it hasn't really worked out. I mean, of course, he's got up into third, which is a huge result already against those other few riders. I think he would have been looking for a bit more consistency in his big jumps. Thought he was going to go for a double on the 7 there, but he just got a big single kite loop there. Got really one of those huge gusts, looped the kite super early in that trick. So I don't think that will improve anything from him. So I think we're pretty much set depending on first and second here. Lorenzo has another trick. He wasn't able to upgrade his last trick, I don't think. It was very close. But yeah, basically 3 of his first 4 tricks have just left him in first place throughout this heat so far. So I think Andrea will probably go for that one that he didn't land again. So if he lands that, there's a potential for him. But for now, these 2 are into the final, and it's just about seeding now. So,
but he'll want to go and win that final as well. He hasn't got the Lords of Tram under his belt, Lorenzo.
No, and also you'd want to finish first in this just to confirm that, yeah, I can do this, and I just got to repeat what I've done again, and then bring that into the final, you know. So that's really a little bit of a mental game on top of each other. These guys have been competing with each other for so long now, and yeah, that's not going to change anything here. So down to Andrea to see if he can pull it out on his last move. I don't think he will want to settle. Like I say, I think he will want to finish the heat in first just to be like, yeah, I can do this. So
0.017 upgrade required for him. To be honest, he's got 2 categories there that... Oh no, the lowest one is the S-loop back roll board off, so that's scoring a 6.5. So this is well within reach for Andrea to do so. And if you have just joined us or you've been sticking around all morning, we unconfirmed just yet believe we have a new world champion, Lorenzo Casati, as Edgar Ulrich not getting the performance he would have loved in this semi-final, and not confirmed yet, but we feel that's very much what we know. So Andrea Principi is on your screens here, the Red Bull King of the Air champion. He has won this event twice before. In the background, Kimo Verkerk belonging in this semi-final. He's had a great competition so far. He won't be able to advance further, and is maybe just waiting for a jump for the crowd up there in white, because he's had all of his trick attempts. Last to complete this semi-final is Andrea Principi, taking his time here. I can't see the green flag up along with the yellow. What's he doing? What's going on, Aaron? Maybe the green flag is
I think he's waiting for the green flag. He wants that win to come. It's just his style. But yeah, you don't have so much time when that's not up.
He's working the kite up and down. Haven't seen that for a while.
Yeah,
but he probably does want to get this done, but he wants a chance of getting in first, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just knowing these 2, how they're competitive they are. They just want to have that upper hand going into the final, that slight strategic advantage of being seated above each other. So it's always nice to be going last in the heats, and if you have that in the final, whereas, or at least in front of each other. I haven't got the draw in front of me, but then in this position, Lorenzo will be able to watch what Andrea is doing and know what he needs to do after in a final. So that's why Andrea also would really want to be able to take that extra step forward, and yeah, let's see if he can do it. He's waiting for the gust, I think. I mean, it's funny because the green flag goes up to give you more time, whereas, you know, some riders might be like, hey, I want the green flag, I'm waiting for that gust. So it really depends how you view
was one talking like that yesterday, saying that that's all he would be waiting for is the green. Here he comes, flying into the box then, Italian, Andrea Principi for his last move. Going to send it. Back roll. S-loop board. If he went to increase his score in that category, will it do it, Aaron, for first place in this heat?
I'm not 100% sure. I think the kite angle weren't as critical. I didn't have the same wow factor. He waited quite a long time. It was more of a contra loop rather than an S-loop style. So I think they're going to stay as they are, the scores. I don't think that will improve his 6.5, but let's see what's coming in. Yeah, it's kind of close. Low 6s, I think. So.
Okay, so that was a pretty exciting first semi-final. We're going to pass over to Gil and Lasse for the second semi-final in a second. I imagine we're going to see some highlights, but there is a Lorenzo Casati that's coming towards us on the beach now that maybe does know whether he's world champion.
I think he knows.
I think they know the scene. We're yet to confirm. They're running down some of the fans and support on the beach, so we will get to the bottom of that. Let's just talk through these highlights very quickly, Aaron.
I mean, it started off so well for Edgar with that first trick, and we thought, wow, if he's going to ride like this, he's going to really give himself a decent shot of getting through. But it all kind of fell apart from there. He changed the kites, and then Lorenzo put the pressure on.
This was a big one, wasn't it? That
massive
huge
kite angle. I was actually surprised on the score for that one. I thought
wasn't
actually
it? Yeah, we also thought that wasn't enough.
it could have been more, but trick after trick here, a big board off double. Wow.
Took his moment, didn't he?
Unbelievable consistency from Lorenzo and Andrea. I mean, Andrea going for the kite loops the opposite direction and contra loops left foot forward, so he has a different strong stance, let's say, but it really doesn't really phase him. As you see, that's his kind of his switch, but he's still doing his kite loops that way too.
And we can confirm then, this is world champion on the screen. Lorenzo Casati has done it, getting to the final. Edgar Ulrich had to finish fourth, unfortunately for him, which would have meant that he's won automatically getting to the final, Lorenzo Casati. Andrea Principi making his way through as well. Be absolutely over the moon. He rode superbly, Aaron. He really took his opportunity in that heat, and he sets up. He'll want to win that final, though, to get the Lords of Tram under his belt as well. But he knows now, and I'll tell you how you know, Aaron, is when you see Collie running down the beach with him supporting him. So there are the results. Lorenzo Casati 21.33 to Andrea Principi's 21.17. Kimo Verkerk, great effort in this competition with third place in the semis and fourth. Unfortunately for Edgar Ulrich, it won't be a world title this year. Let's pass you on to our two commentators for the second semi-final, Lasse Hofmeister and Giel Vloed. Thank you, Aaron, for joining us.
Thank you.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back with the semifinals, heat number 2, with Josh Gullett, Leonardo Casati, Stino Mo, and Timo Bersema. And yeah, we have seen those guys going absolutely massive throughout the competition. And there's the first contestant, Josh Gullett from South Africa. He did I believe it was a double laid back on 28.9 meters yesterday. And he's starting it off with a proper kite angle, double loop laid back roll.
Unfortunately, not the highest, not the height that he was getting yesterday, but the angle was very good. It's going to be a nice first score. Not exactly what he's looking for, I think, especially in these heats, because a semi-final, honestly, these days is a proper final. So we've seen in the last heat, they had to go absolutely all out, and it's going to be no different in this heat for the guys.
Yeah, 100%. But it's good to get I think it's going to be a decent score for him to get on the board. And yeah, second one is Leonardo Casati. Will he be in the final competing against his brother?
Well, he's got a good chance. He's got extreme style. He loves the strong wind, and he's got plenty of tricks up his sleeve. So definitely expect some great things from him, as he is bailing out on the first attempt, really wanting. I think he's waiting for that green flag to go up so he knows it's windy enough.
Yeah, same like Andrea.
Yeah. So let's see, as he is turning around looking to find a good takeoff. Josh Gill is scoring a 5.3 on his first trick attempt, and that's good. It's good to have scores on the board, as Leonardo is again not deciding against it. It looks like the wind might have dropped a little bit.
We have seen it also in the previous heat with Andrea.
Yeah.
Deciding against us, playing on that timer, and just waiting for the perfect gust.
Yeah, but Andrea was up to his last trick, and I feel like the judges will be a little bit more lenient if it's your first trick and you keep waiting. But there he goes, up for a laid-back double loop, just like Josh's. A little higher, but doesn't get the landing, unfortunately. It looked to be a bit higher, a bit more powerful.
Yeah, but they crash. He's literally swimming back to his board.
Yeah, look at that angle. That was good, but just no power from the down loop.
Hard crash.
Let's hope he's okay. Still swimming.
Yeah, he first went to swim back to his board.
He's got his board.
Did his board snap? No.
I don't know. Can't tell from here. The jet ski is with Leonardo, so he's there to help out. Kite's still in the water, ladies and gentlemen. We're not quite sure what's happening at the moment, but Leonardo is swimming. And he's not asking for help from the jet ski just yet, but I feel like he's going to, or he's about to.
Yeah. And he's swimming actually to the back of the...
Oh, and there goes the kite. He released the kite, and he's going to be going back to the beach with the jet ski.
Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, the boat's going for the kite. Leonardo Casati is being pulled towards the beach.
He climbed
on, but his board's still there.
So we are not super
and
sure.
The board might actually be snapped. I'm not sure.
But why wouldn't you take it back to the shore then?
Not entirely sure what's exactly going on, but definitely plenty of things going on
I think
at the very start.
Yeah,
and right now we have a white flag, which is still for Leonardo, because I think
this board is still in the
board
zone.
Exactly, the board's in the zone, and that's been communicated to the flag people. So we are still on hold as we're looking at that beautiful backdrop, which definitely describes the temperatures here today.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing 2 jackets and two pants because it's really, really cold. Okay, I think we are going to find out what happened.
So far, no information yet. Let's just hope he's not injured.
Yeah. Probably some equipment failure. We are not sure. As you can see, the white flag is still up, meaning that the competition hasn't moved on.
And if you're just tuning in, we are definitely in the middle of a heat, a semi-final of the 2025 Lords of Tram GKA World Tour stop, where we just actually crowned a world champion in Lorenzo Casati, because he made it into the finals, and Edgar unfortunately coming up short and ending up 4th, which only leaves Lorenzo as a possible winner. So a bit of an anticlimax, but you'll see him go for the win, 100% sure. He's not satisfied with just the title. He wants to win this competition as well. And we're just looking forward to seeing some more action.
And as you can see, Leonardo Casati has another kite and another boat and is riding back upwind. So I think he's all right here.
All right, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
I was a bit scared for a second, but you can see Stinomo going for his first trick attempt. Ooh,
that is
big doobie.
Was it a doobie contra, I believe, right?
I couldn't see the kite. It was too high. But let's see in the replay.
I think that was a doobie contra. I was also distracted for a second, but here we go. That's a front roll. That's that is a normal doobie.
Yeah.
With, a little slightly out of control. I'm going to have to go and caddy Zara because she's up next. So I'm out of here. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
I'll hand the mic over to Azza.
Okay, we see Timo Bersema going for a massive doobie loop with a late rotation and another one. So it's a quad rotation. That's going to score very, very well. Welcome, Aaron Hadlow.
Yo, thanks. Yeah, good to be back. See another heat here. Leonardo having a bit of a mare there. I was on the beach witnessing people scrambling for him to get another kite. But yeah, he looks like he's back in the lineup.
Very
and
good.
He's young and unfazed. And it won't stop him pulling out that next move. In fact, I think he had to take a bigger kite. So we might see him go even bigger.
Sometimes it all happens for a reason, right?
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I missed the first few tricks there, but looks like guys are settling into the heat.
Yeah.
And yeah, a couple of fives. I think there's still some room for some big improvement here. So
yeah. I think Josh Gillett, he has been riding flawless throughout this whole competition. But as he's going to the right, he might gonna go for that doobie double we saw yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. Josh is yeah, it's peculiar. He has not really a strong side. Like he does kite loops both ways, and he just prefers some tricks a certain way, which is strange coming from South Africa, of course, where you're just left foot forward mainly all the time using those kickers. He has quite a few tricks to the right as well. But yeah, like you say, he had some of the biggest scores yesterday. This guy, I've seen him in Cape Town in crazy conditions where you're just like, he just turns the mind off, the brain off, and just goes fully committed into his tricks. So really exciting rider to watch.
But I think he's also waiting for the gust and playing a bit on the timer there. Always turning with the heads.
Yeah, it's turned around a bit. Now I feel like the guys are waiting for the gusts to come because it's that little bit more consistent today. I think it's a lot clearer here.
Yeah.
You can see that snow in the background on the mountains, and yeah, just like I think that gives a little bit more consistency to the wind. So
yeah. Ooh, that went low. Oh, that's a massive wipeout. I hope he's good.
That's crazy. I would have definitely bailed out of that second loop.
Oh shit.
He really come down hard.
I hope he's alright.
Oh yeah, this is not looking too good. He came down really hard on his back there. Yeah, he really came out the sky. But the jet skis are on it. And
yeah. Once we know what happened, there's the safety team is good to see them react really, really fast. We will definitely find out what happened there.
Yeah, you're not going to have that up on screen at the moment, but it's really nice to see all the other riders aware of what's happening there. We saw the guys straight onto it, and then just having that amazing jet ski rescue team here. That's really good. But yeah, we've had not so many big crashes that have been too bad so far, but that was a biggie. He really committed to that double loop. Was really surprised. I was thinking, oh, that's a decent...
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he really didn't think he would be pulling that second loop on that one. So we're going to put the event on pause, I think, here.
Yeah.
Just whilst we
once we know what's going
on.
So what's up, guys? Back in the studio here with Aaron. We just witnessed the second semi-final. Unfortunately, Josh Gillett going for a massive crash. We have no information whatsoever what happened to him now and in what condition he is. His kite is released, and I think he's getting back on the jet ski right now. Once we know what's going on, we definitely let you guys know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the risk you take in kiteboarding. Definitely in these conditions, anything can happen. I would say he really landed badly on his back, which was a difficult position to land in.
Yeah, I think we might go for an ad break, and we will be right back once we know what's going on.
Yeah, I think we will keep you updated. The rescue team are definitely on top of things here, and we got an amazing safety crew. So, yeah, I think we will take a bit of a pause here. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know any more information there on Josh. And, yeah, hoping
the ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. unparalleled lift and hang time. Nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise. Some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background.
We're back studio. We had a bit of a crash actually on the water. It was Josh Gillett in that heat. That the heat is currently on hold now, and we can give you a bit more information on that. He's out of the water with our medical team. Aaron, you saw that crash straight up. It looked quite a severe one.
It was a big crash, definitely. Like, he went for the first loop where I thought, oh, that's a pretty decent angle for a single loop, and then he continued to pull, didn't have the height, and landed really hard on his back. So at first I thought, oh, it was a big crash, but you know, I didn't expect him to to end up like that. Basically, it was a real.
Sometimes they're like that, but we want to assure you that we have an incredible safety team around here. The jet ski was there very quick, within seconds. So he's out of the water now. We can see just down on the beach, and I think he will be taken to the hospital just to be checked out. But we have a really good safety team around here that are actually just dealing with him right now, and we'll give you more updates on that. But
yeah, these are the scenarios.
Him moving a bit down there and coming to, like, he did take quite a bit of a whack there. But this is, I mean, we haven't really had a big crash in this competition so far, considering how high the wind has been. That's really a testament to just how amazing these riders are riding right now. But at any time, it sometimes can remind us just to the risks that these riders are taking. So one more time, just to get that clear, he's out the water with our medical team now after taking quite a hit. That's Josh Gillett from South Africa, and they are looking after him. He's in the best care, and he will go off for a quick check. But we can see him down there, and he appears to be sort of reacting to what they're doing with the medical, but that's as much as I can give you right now. And I think we will go just back to some commercials, but currently this second semi-final is currently on hold at this moment. We will give you information as soon as we get it shortly.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is, it's ridiculous. So he's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Yeah, in the practical opening, great results for them.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, a passionate kitesurfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric. Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
Every dawn brings a new chance to embrace the wind, a moment to release everything that holds you back. This is where freedom begins, where you become one with the elements. With every gust of wind, you feel it, the power, the control, the flight, and the adrenaline. Carve through the water with precision. Soar with unmatched ease. It's more than just a ride. It's a journey, a gateway to boundless possibilities. Unleash your potential with the Rebel SLS.
How long? Count us in. We ready? Welcome back then to the 2025 Lords of Tramp, the GKA Kite World Tour. After that postponement that we've had from the big crash to your buddy, actually Josh Gillett, we have the updates for him is that he is responsive, stable. He's gone off in the ambulance just for a further checkout, but hasn't broken anything, and that's good news to him. So it was great to see, from my perspective, just how quick safety gets to you these days. You know, that was really quick. So I mean, how are you doing? That was hard for you to watch.
Yeah, it was scary to see. It's always scary to see your friends competing and then taking hard crashes, obviously. But it was good that all the riders on the water checked on him, and then the jet ski and the safety crew was there instantly, and they pulled him out of the water, and now he's on his way to the hospital just to get checked.
Alright.
Yeah, but I think we are unfortunately gonna continue the semifinals without Josh Gillett. But yeah, so there's on your screen, Stino
just practicing for now.
Yeah.
He'll be very shortly getting underway here. But from my side, I'm going to let Aaron Haddo back in here. He was talking with you, Lasse, so he's going to do a big part of this heat. And then we're going to have Liam Whaley join us shortly. So I'll be back in a minute. I'll hand over to you, Lasse, for now.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, Aaron, so we are back live.
Nice. Let's continue. Yeah, pretty big shock. That was always difficult to know how to react in those situations when you see a fellow competitor fully, out of it, you know. You never know
how bad it is.
Yeah, exactly, until you see them up on the beach moving again. And that took quite a while, and I've been in that situation before, seeing Lewis actually in the King of the Air, quite a famous crash, which was a very scary moment. And he was fine in the end and back to it. So we expect Josh to be back the same. But yeah, definitely a bit of a scary one, but with the very quick safety rescue here, that really just definitely saves things. So we'll see how it goes with him.
Yeah,
he'll have some water in the lungs from bringing in some of that from the crash, but that's common, and he will hopefully be fine and back in no time. And we wish him all the best.
Yeah. So to all the South Africans, he is gonna, like Jason van der Spies, one of his best friends, is also there with him in the ambulance. So he's gonna he's looked after.
Nice. So continuing with this heat, we're going to run the sequence, carrying on from where we left off. Leonardo will be first to go now for his second trick attempt, and then we'll run through with Stino and Timo. And the conditions are looking a lot better today, I would say. It's still very strong. You still got to find that perfect takeoff, but yeah, just being a lot sunnier, a lot clearer.
A bit warmer as well.
A little bit warmer. I think that plays into the hands here of the conditions to get a little bit more uplift, a bit more consistency in the takeoff zone. So I expect to see some back-to-back action. We see the guys warming up. You can't see it on your screen now, but Stino going massive again with those big single loops. It looks like he might even be on an 8 meter now, which is going to be hard to handle in those big gusts. We got Leo out there on a 6 meter, and then I guess Timo probably on a 7 if he's going to continue on from the last heat. So some different sizes out there, different strategies. I mean, Leo's also quite a bit lighter, so he's able to take on that smaller kite, I think.
Yeah.
And it will just be interesting to see.
Timo's also on an 8.
Oh yeah, maybe he's switched up as well.
Yeah. So I think he's also trying to go on the singles and just going big for single loops with a maneuver. And he has been doing this throughout the whole competition already, just going on a 7, absolutely massive, landing big single ones. But yeah, he ended up in the semifinals. So let's see where he ends up in this competition. Now he's in first place still, but he only landed 1 trick.
Yeah, still just some 5s. It's all very much to play for, very equal at the moment. And yeah, it was a bit of a singles versus double game, especially when Josh was still in it. He was on a 6 going for those big double loops. And then Leo the same. But now it's 2 versus 1 on the singles versus doubles. And let's see what plays out. But I think with the wind today, yeah, you can just handle that slightly bigger kite. Like I say, the wind's somewhat more consistent from what we can see out on the water there. More of a normal Tramontana kind of day.
Yeah.
I always think when you can see those mountains in the background so clear, you know it's going to be on, whereas yesterday was a bit more, stormy, cloudy, dark. You just felt like it
was dangerous, actually.
The intensity on the water, the intensity of the gust, it was a different scenario. And I always think when the sun's out, you just feel so much more, better about things, a bit warmer. And it just brings the spot to life here. So
that's true. You can see the red flag up. That means it's 2 minutes to go to the start or the continuing of this heat. And then when the yellow flag is up, then it's only 1 minute.
Yeah, nice. The guys will just be warming up, getting the feel for the takeoff zone. Definitely when I was competing, I really like to get in there early and just have a few jumps just to feel out like what's going on with the takeoff. Obviously, it's constantly changing all the time, but it's nice just to have a bit of a feeling for that zone, the angle that you're coming in at, the speed you want to take. So yeah, I always got out there a bit early, but like always just couldn't wait for that green flag to go up. The 3 minutes seemed to go on forever, and then when it's yellow, you're just like, okay, let's go.
Okay. but did you ever had the situation that someone like couldn't continue his heat as well?
We definitely had some moments, definitely, in freestyle as well, where, but it can even be just the equipment failure and just not being able to get back in time. Or, sometimes people pass actually their heat, but in freestyle it would be more of a muscle injury or a knee injury, and then they just actually can't continue in the following heat. So then that becomes either a bye or you can decide to ride through. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely will be on their mind seeing the crash and seeing that. But these guys, you do what you do daily. You try not to let it affect you too much. And I feel like once you're in the zone and in the competition, you're just so focused on what you are doing yourself. Like all those kind of thoughts definitely leave your mind. And you just get back to to the going. And here we see some huge gusts, and those 8 meters are becoming a bit of a handful.
Yeah. So you at home don't see it at the moment because the camera just shows the flagman. But on the left of the flagman, there is Stino just fighting that 8-meter Cabrino kite, edging super, super hardly. So maybe Leonardo Casati on a 6-meter is a bit less powered.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, you either play to the lulls or you play to the gusts, I think, in these conditions. And it's a bit of a which way do you go with that? And I think,
there was a riders meeting just after Josh's crash, and Cedric, the race director, just explained again the 40-second rule, that the guys should use that time window to actually go for the jumps, and if they go over the 40 seconds, probably 50 seconds, then they will get flagged out. That means that their trick won't count.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I mean, in the very extreme conditions of whether it being too light or too windy, then it makes sense to push it too much, to have to be forced to go in. An extreme gust obviously changes things, but here we start things off then with Leo. Let's see what he's got. Straight into a big double. No, he's lost his board. Unbelievable.
He could, but it's not a long body drag, fortunately.
Luckily, he kicked that forward. He'll get back to it. So 2 trick attempts down. It definitely starts to put the pressure on when you haven't got 2 scores.
Okay, next up is Stino from the Netherlands.
Expecting him to go very big here. Super powered.
back roll.
Not too bad, but nothing too special for these sort of conditions.
I was expecting a bigger one.
Yeah, from the speed he had, he didn't get the takeoff.
Yeah.
And I feel like in these conditions, yesterday was a bit more extreme. You would be limiting yourself to not taking the board off, but opting for the...
Timo Bösemann replies with
that's
a
more like
huge laid-back board off with 2 added rotations on the way down. And he's landing it, Aaron.
Yeah, that was a good trick for him. That's what I would expect from the guys trying to do some big single loops today. Technical tricks with the height when it's a little bit lighter. I mean, we're still over 40 knots out there. But when you can control that 8 meter, get a nice takeoff, you definitely start to feel a bit more secure in the tricks you can pull off. The landing area becomes a little bit more landable, which means... yeah, just able to push the limit of the technicality a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's more reflective. I think that last trick from Stino, a 4.8 really for a not such technical trick, whereas a big late board off with a back rotation, kite loop 6.3 there for Timo. So he goes into the lead with 2 pretty solid scores to start things off. And at the minute, yet to see anything from Leo. We got the blue flag, so that is Josh's slot that they've put up just briefly to keep the sequence going, but obviously that will only come up, and now Leo will go straight into his next trick. So 3 riders, back-to-back action. Let's have a good takeoff here and see what he can do.
Oh, he's powered.
Oh, that's big. Big S-loop.
There was a proper angle. Can he land it? Yeah,
oh, he lands it. Nice.
Slowing it down, and there's a fist in the air.
Yeah, that was a big one. So he got the gust, using that 6 to his advantage.
The kite went low, actually.
Yeah.
Falling out of the sky, but that Harlem kite made it work for him.
When you see it low from that angle as well, from the wide angle down, you know that thing is down below you.
It's going to score big.
So he hit a pretty big gust, and now you see these guys really on the edge with the 8.
He also needed that score right now because his first 2 tricks they were just zeros, actually.
Yeah. No, he's getting into the groove now. I reckon he'll add a few more of those.
And Stino, you can see him on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. He is stacked, but he's launching up, and he's this famous laid-back board off by the fin. Can he make it work on that 8 meter? And he can. That's going to score huge.
The extension is so good, just the way he flips and the board follows him. There's that critical moment where he's getting pulled, and you just see, there where the board flips into position. Super nice. Yeah,
he's going to be happy with that.
To be
one.
up there with Timo's one as well, in the 6s as well. Yeah. So let's see what comes through from Leo. Yes, 6.9. So that's the highest trick score of the heat so far. And now we go back into another huge doobie board off kite loop. This is what we like to see.
Just butt checking it a bit, but it will still score because it was massive. But I don't know if it's going to be a high 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure with that landing. It was a little bit. They've been quite harsh on the landings. So,
but Stino's score just came in, and he got a 7.17 for that laid back board off by the fin. That is mad high.
That's quite interesting. I was not expecting it to be quite that high for that trick, but it just shows that you can if you put the height and the kite angle down low, you can. Do it with these kind of tricks as well. So only a 4.8 there for Timo. Yeah, I think it's just the landing there is really giving a little bit of quite a deduction there, unfortunately. But still a few more attempts to go. And Leo back up. I'm expecting a late back double.
Okay.
Oh, it's big.
How did you know that?
Kite low.
Oh.
Perfect.
Oh, lands it perfect. How did you know that?
I've been spending some time with these boys recently, also helping with the development of the kite, of course. And just watching through the event, you get an idea for people's kind of rhythm, how they're going. And we always like to call the trick when we're confident something's coming up. So that'll be interesting to see what that scores. I think it should be definitely in the 7s there. I would be surprised if not, but...
And there's Stino move from the Netherlands on that 8 meter Cabrina. Ooh, that is massive with a proper kite angle.
Can he land it?
That's the question.
The weirdest. That was a weird lift at the end. I thought he had that under control.
But do you reckon that's a butt check or a crash?
hard to tell, but it won't be in his top scores, I don't think, by the end of it. It's a bit of a crash, I think. His board came out the water,
yeah.
And that's a crash, unfortunately, but huge, and it's nice to see his kite angle on the contras. It's hard to get it quite low.
Oh, unfortunately losing the board there, Timo Bösemer in the tic-tac.
Interesting heat. Definitely quite a close one at the minute.
Yeah.
We're when Leo gets his next trick, he'll be up there with the other boys. So, yeah, interesting how it's playing out there. I think if Stino had landed that trick, it would have been quite a big score. Just because, like I say, the kite angle he gets on the contra is quite low compared with some contra loops. It's quite easy to keep the kite high in the air and not have the same sort of power. And then Timo there, you could see he had a good technical trick, but the kite looped way too high in the window for a really good score there. So
yeah, he's just down here, right in front of a window, checking with the caddy what score he needs to go into first place.
Nice.
Now Josh legs up just to keep the sequence going. Unfortunately, due to an injury, a big crash, he's out. If you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the semifinals, heat number 2 of the Lords of Tram World Championship, and on your screens you see Leonardo Casati going to the left and not connecting with the takeoff there, Aaron.
No, I think he's waiting for the bit more of a gust. He had 2 in a row there where he really got a good takeoff, so he knows what he wants to feel in the kite as he comes into that zone for takeoff. So I think he'll just play it out. He has 2 or 3 runs to get it. See if he gets a bit more speed this time. No.
Okay, now he needs something, as the riders only have 40 seconds plus minus to go for the trick attempt.
Yeah.
Otherwise they will get flagged out.
I think he will have to go on this one, so he'll just take his time. And he'll gain some speed here. Let's see what he's going to go for.
Maybe there's a magic gust for him.
Some sort of S loop maybe, or even with a front rotation.
Oh, that is bad. He couldn't find that takeoff. So I'm pretty curious, is he gonna get flagged out or not?
I'm not sure where the race director is. I think Cedric might be up there by the flags in control of this situation. So there'll probably be a bit of dialogue as well. He'll be saying, this is your last attempt.
Yeah.
But if the wind has really lulled down, then I think it's they're having a discussion now, saying this is your last go, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if the wind is down, the wind is down, you know, and it is a little bit about kite choice, and it's a bit of a reversal of what we had before, where people were given time for the strong gust, whereas now they're trying to find it. So I think he will go for something this trick regardless.
He has to. And now he's going for
nice
double 8 back board off. Can he land it? Just showing the judges the controlled no scrap on the way down, and he did it.
Yeah, nice trick. I mean, definitely not the height as the other ones, because he was searching there for that stronger wind, which he couldn't get. But at a certain point, you just have to do your trick, and then that's all he had. But still a good one. I think it will be up there in the 5s or maybe a 6 or so. So, just for the technical ability.
Yeah, it's good to get another big score on the board. As Stino launches into the air with a boogie contra board off. That was the trick he crashed earlier. Oh, a bit of out of control there in the in the rotation, but he lands it.
Nice, another big scorer, I think, there, just for the height and the kite angle.
Yeah, as you said, his contra loop, you can see it here in the replay, was quite low. He will be happy with that one. Ooh.
Quite big, but not the most technical trick, but landed. So interested. The kite wasn't super low on that contra loop, so it'll be a big jump. I don't think it'll be the biggest of scores,
but it was super impressive.
But definitely a lot of rotations.
Yesterday, Timo's average height measured by Wu was over 20 meters, so every single jump of him was a 20.
Nice.
So that's quite funny to know.
So he needs a bit of an upgrade here, because Leonardo's taken control of the situation here. He's up into first place with only a 4.9, so that's definitely a room for improvement. I expect he'll go for that late back double board off with a double loop again to upgrade that, and that will put him into good position. But Stino scores coming through here. That was an upgrade, so it's very tight up at the top.
Oh,
Everyone not even within a point of each other. And Timo still has a score to come in probably. But here we go. He's got a bit more of a gust, bit more speed. There's the height he's looking for.
Ooh.
Just an S loop, so that's similar to his first trick, I think. So that won't be better than that first one.
No, it's not going to up his score here. But it was beautiful executed, textbook style. Kite wasn't super low, like we have seen it from Leonardo, but
yeah, he's trying to play the gust, so you know there's always these ups and downs throughout the heat, and he's probably going to start coming into that stronger wind again now. So it's been a bit lull. We saw he get the good scores at the beginning, then the other guys have got a couple of good scores when that wind came down more, better for the singles. Now the wind's picking up again.
Ooh.
That's a boogie off the fin. Classic Stino, never using the handle, always off the fin.
But he has a handle on his board. He should actually screw it away.
That's old school now somehow. But yeah, he will be taking control of this heat into first place with that score. I'm sure that's going to improve his 5.7. Straight in, the action is massive here.
What?
Can he get that back?
No, he can't. But there was a reply of Timo Bersema. There was just a doobie board off by the fin with a tic-tac.
Yeah, so an extra rotation.
Yeah,
and,
so
but flicking it into the handle, actually. So it's definitely a weird moment there when you come through. Different guys have different styles. I really like how Jeremy Belando does that one with a real invert, and then somehow the board's just perfectly there for that little flip into his hand. And on that one, he just couldn't quite get the height and the landing.
And right in front of our commentating booth there, Stino and Timo asking their caddies in what positions they are. I think they're pretty good mates, so yeah, it's always fun to compete with your friends, right?
Yeah, they're within a point of each other, and I think Stino's probably going to get a bigger score, unless it was in the same category. I'm not sure if that 7 was from before or not. So let's see what's going to come up next from Leo. He has definitely improvements on the 4.9. He can definitely get a better score out of that one. So yeah, let's see what happens here. He needs to time it with the gust.
Yeah.
Being on the smaller size, he needs that extra height.
He takes his time again, turning around. He wants a long runway, basically.
Yeah, he's got no one around. Definitely having 3 riders on the heat is a different dynamic out there. I used to like it being like quicker, coming around quicker, having less of a break because you just feel like you're in the rhythm. So maybe he's feeling that now. He's got a lot of speed, a lot of power. That's high. What's he going to go for? Yes, the S loop. Board off. Can he land it?
Oh,
nice controlled landing as well.
That's going to be a higher score than the normal S loop.
Yeah, I think that will definitely improve his lower score there. Even though the kite climbed a bit, not the most intense S loop angle, but when you're combining it with a board off, of course, this is super technical and going to be a biggie. So I would expect him to go into the lead here.
Yeah.
With that one, depending on which category he upgrades, or if he actually is a new category there, which I think it will be. So
probably the 4 score, the 4.9, will be deleted by this trick. And there's Stino going absolutely huge. Can he land it? That's the question of the day. He can.
Wow.
But that was on the handle, Aaron, so he still needs that handle.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's stoked.
That's one of his most classic moves, I feel like. He very well known for his consistency with that one. The double front contra board off. He's pumped with that.
Yeah, he's happy. Now he's riding to his caddy to ask him, was this enough?
So
do I need to do more?
Last trick was a huge upgrade for Leo, who goes quite far into the lead, but then he's also going to get an upgrade for Stino and also for Timo as well.
The
what a
two
heat.
mates cheering each other on. That's nice to see.
So
there's some adrenaline pumping for sure, but from these boys.
He got such an updraft there on the down loop. Stoked on that. Everyone's fist pumping. Everyone's loving it. And the positions are just constantly changing here. So let's see what comes in from Stino and Timo on these next two scores. I don't think they've dropped yet. We've got currently Leo taking the lead.
Well, the Chiefs are a bit downwind now. I don't know what their plan is. Oh, I think that was the last trick.
Yeah, so the tricks are up there. That's the end of the heat.
So
I believe if these tricks haven't come in yet.
That's okay. So we're gonna go to some highlights of this heat, and then the result of the heat will be announced shortly. Yeah, that was a mad high ass loop as well.
Yeah, so Leo on his last trick, securing the win there.
Oh, that was beautiful. I love how Stino does his laid back board offs by the fin. It's just his style.
Yeah, his style definitely gives extra points there with the judges. And yeah, intense heat really. Quite a lot of changes going on. Positions changing all the time. Very close and different styles all round really. We saw Stino and Timo both going for more of the big singles, which feel really good as well. And then Leo with the more technical double loops and S loops. So quite well matched, but yeah, good strategies by all. And yeah, going to hand over to Liam.
Yeah. Okay, Aaron. So thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth. And now we speak to a man that competed here many times and made a comeback. We'll be right there for you.
Thanks, Mike.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here with Liam Whaley. Liam, how are you feeling?
I'm good, man. Yesterday was a very intense day.
Yes, I could tell.
Yeah, the conditions out there were absolutely crazy, holding on to my smallest kite for dear life. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. Body is all in one place and feeling good. Neck is a bit sore from that one S-loop crash I had.
Oh yeah, that catapulted me out of my chair actually.
Yeah, but
it was scary.
Considering how crazy the conditions are out there, yeah, there hasn't been too many bad crashes, not too many injuries except for Josh and that previous one. So let's touch wood for a clean comp and for everybody to come out of it in one piece.
Yeah, so that heat we just watched was quite intense. I think maybe we're gonna move on with the women's, but we're gonna check that out and then we will be right back for you guys. So first of all, we are looking at the results. Leonardo Casati taking the win. So he's going to be in the final with Stino.
Yeah, that's some crazy riding from Leo. He's so young too. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's what, 14, 15?
Yeah, he's quite young.
Crazy. Competing at a world championship event and making it all the way to the final. Also going for a little bit of a different strategy compared to Stino and Timo, who are both going for single loops and trying to go higher. But the guys on the small sizes are almost going as big as the guys on the big ones. So,
yeah, but it was quite close in between Stino and Timo.
Yeah.
Only like, not even a point.
No.
But yeah, well ridden. Timo Bursema, Luis, you were probably a bit sad that he's out. It was Luis' favorite, but he made Luis proud. Quite good. The wind is still cranking here, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, we just watched the semifinals, heat number 2 of the semifinals of the men. We haven't really had the chance to see the woman, but as I'm not mistaken, I see
Leon.
No, it's Sarah from Egypt. I think we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue with the woman. Yeah, wait 1 second. We will be right back.
Well, on the screens we can see there who is in the next heat then, and we are finishing this heat which nearly got complete earlier between Alessa Sophia Mensch, Sarah Sadek and Alice Rougier. And as my memory serves me, there's barely anything in this one. We'll get the live scores back up. I think there's less than a point in this at the moment. Or did Sarah just push herself ahead at the moment? Oh, yeah. There's the wireless with the exclamation mark. See, it's my phone that it's hotspotting off, Liam. That's why every time I leave, you've got no live scores in it. Not my problem. As long as I got the live scores, I don't care. So let's take a look where this one is at. It's actually just refreshing in there. Here we go. How much is within this one? It's a bit more than a point, I guess, but it's still all to play for is the bottom line with this. Round one, can you believe we're still in for...
So they're on the 6th attempt, or the 7th now.
One of them's got 2 trick attempts left, Alice Rougier.
Yeah.
Because she is the 4th seed here. We've been rewarded with the highest seed out of all of these riders, that she gets to react to what's going on before. Liam, is that really useful to you when you're competing out there, to be the person that can actually have the last move of the heat and to react to the others?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely good, especially if you have a caddy up on the beach with the scores showing, to take your time for that last attempt. Usually they're a bit more lenient with the time, and yeah, just take it really slow and see exactly what you have to do. And you also have something to base yourself off, because you've seen all the other scores in the heat, so you know what's scoring good. And yeah, obviously the nerves are definitely higher when you only have one last attempt and you know you need a big score. But yeah, it depends on how good your mind is.
But better that you know no one else can go after you, and even though you do something big, they still might knock you out. That must be
absolutely
hard.
Yeah.
But that's interesting what you said about having a bit more time on the last move. They're not going to flag you out with the last move of the heat, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, that would be pretty harsh for just you out there.
Yeah. I mean, risk management is definitely really hard in this event in general, to know how much you want to risk, because if you go a little too hard, you might risk crashing the trick and getting no score at all. And if you don't go hard enough, you might risk your competitor getting a higher score than you. So I think you have to find somewhere in between.
I think that's about right, actually, from what we viewed. You've got to stay in it, just staying in it and well and fit sometimes quite hard. As we see Contraloop front roll. Contraloop then from Alice. Has she got one of those already? No, so she hasn't gone in that category. That's likely going to knock out her 3.70 and put her into first. She only needs a 4.7 or above to put her into first place. What a first move this was after a couple of hours break on the water side.
Yeah, that was a really nice one, especially there closer to the center of the competition box. The landings are a lot choppier as well, but the wind seems to have died down a bit now, so that's great for the ladies, because it was just outrageously strong yesterday and this morning. So
don't think she's going to get it, actually. 4.43. It was a little lower than I thought. Megaloop with a grab then for Alessa Sophia. Is that going to be her last move? And yeah, so Alice actually moved into second place there. And it could be all over already for Alessa Sophia Mensch. This was a tight heat, and within about 30 seconds, I don't think that's going to replace her lowest score of a 3.8. Yeah. And that might be the end of the road already for Alessa Sophia, which is devastating.
Yeah,
how quick that can go.
You see, so there she went for an easy trick, thinking she was going to land it. Oh my God, double kite loop.
From Sarah Sadek, who just looks back at the beach to be like, oh yeah, I just threw a double. Aaron Hadlow, Harlem rider, looking back at us in here, his fellow teammate, like, did you know she had that in the bag?
That kite just turns so quickly. And yeah, is that the first double loop for the ladies in this event?
Was there an attempt? I think there was a double contra loop actually in one of the first heats, but one done to that level, I'm not so sure. She wants to go straight into the semis, you know.
Very clean landing as well. That's going to get a great score.
She's looking to go 16.7. What is why is Alice on a D-lab?
Whoa, getting catapulted, slingshotted across the competition area.
We didn't talk about this yet. She's on a D-lab here. Is that Alice?
Yeah. It is.
That's unusual. Something's happened there with her equipment to be on a D-lab. Liam, did you know she was on the team?
No.
Maybe it's just temporary. But yeah, so she's currently okay in second, but She was highest seeded here, only just to Sarah. Alice was in 4th. I think Sarah was 5th. But Sarah going to go through in first place as that heat comes to an end. Cool, that was over pretty quickly.
What did she get scored for that last double kite loop?
6.03.
Okay.
I thought it might have been a bit more.
Yeah,
but
me too.
what that means is that she's going to jump straight through into the other semi-final, first of 3. So she's avoided Pippa and Francesca side of the draw. Likely she'll end up in Michaeli's side, but Sarah, now I brought her up earlier about just how well she's performing. Aaron, can you pass me my book of truth? I think I know what it says already.
Alessa going for a kite loop. Hopefully she lands this one clean.
But this is out of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is not in. It's done now. So all of these riders have had their 7 trick attempts. So the red flag is up. This one just for fun. Unfortunately for her, she will be in 3rd. But Sarah Sadek, she got to the semi-final last year of the Lords of Tram. She went on to get to the semi-finals of Gran Canaria. She got to the semi-finals of Brazil. She's just smashed her way into the semis here. There's a reason why she's ranked as a top 5 rider. And she's pushing it to go for a double.
Look at this, double kite loop.
Here it is as well. It was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I would have given it a bit of a higher score, to be honest.
Would you, Aaron, as well? Aaron said yes as well. I would have deducted. No, I'm joking. That she deserved more. That was good. So next heat, Ziglini Lilu, Michele Sol, who's back, very much back after caning it in Brazil and winning, and the current world champion Zara Hugenrad. Wow, this is going to be a good heat. Who's going to take it, Liam?
I think it's definitely between Mika and Zara. Zara can pull off some crazy loops and get that kite angle super low. Sometimes the loops are a little bit out of control and it gives that like wow factor that the judges really like, where you don't really know if she's going to land it or not. I'd say Michaeli Sol is a little bit more technical, and the wind has gone down now quite a bit, so that might benefit her style a little bit. But I think it's definitely going to be a tight one. And if Zara gets some good gusts, then I reckon she'll get some high scores.
I don't think Zara's won here before, though, right? Like, she hasn't won Lords of Tram before, whereas Michaeli has. Is this a place which Zara maybe doesn't feel as comfortable? We're about to see, but she does get to the final pretty much most of the time.
Yeah, I think Pippa won it last year.
Yeah, Pippa's done 3 here. She's got 3 titles here at Lords of Tram. And she's in, of course, in the other semi-final at the moment. So who goes where here? Yeah, so Michaeli Sol or Zara Hugenrad or Ziglini Lilu winning this will go in to semi-final number 2, who we know already sitting waiting for them is Sarah Sadek. After that great win, the whole of Egypt can be very proud of their rider there.
So Zara seems to be going out on a little bit of a bigger kite. Looks like a 7 meter. Could almost be an 8. Looks quite big.
There's the results from that last heat. 16.76 to 14.86. Zara and Alice, who...
So I don't think Zara's going to be going for the doubles in this heat. She's just going to be going for big single loops.
So Alessa Sophia Mensch will actually go through to round 2, by the way. We are only in round 1 of the women. It's hard to believe with such a long event over 2 days. So apologies if I gave the impression she was out. She is still in. Has to do it the hard way, as we see a mega loop, straight mega loop to start with then from Ziglini to get one on the board. The French rider seeded 12th. I've got a feeling that she is a local wild card.
Yeah, she was at the Youngblood, the Duotone Youngblood camp with me this year.
Oh, tell me more about that.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience to see all these young talents. We actually managed to get down here to this spot for one of the days and get to see all of the young talents show their skills, and it was truly impressive. I was really impressed by a couple of the young Australian boys, and yeah, Lilu was in there as well. And it was really cool. It's really cool that Duotone put that together and gained so much experience and how to handle your career as a professional athlete going into that. So it's really a great opportunity for the young kids.
It's really noticeable, actually, not just what worldwide the young bloods are all about, but in France, they're really into it, aren't they? And I didn't know you'd come here as well. It's a couple of hours from where a lot of the action was filmed in here at Jerez, I think, down the road. But
here we go. Ooh. All right, getting her kite quite low on that one already. Not the biggest travel, but you can definitely see that she gets that kite quite a bit lower than most of the girls.
So you would have actually spoken to Siglini perhaps about what it would be like to compete as she, since the wild card from the Lords of Tram side of things, wild card into the event. She had that interaction with you. What did you tell her?
If I had that interaction with her. I'd tell her to go out there and have fun, and honestly just try to land some tricks, because in these conditions, especially on the lady side, sometimes I think they struggle even to get 3 tricks on the board. Today the conditions have mellowed out quite a bit, but yeah, it's definitely a privilege to be able to compete without having any pressure. A lot of these girls have a lot at stake, so the pressure is high. So if you come in as a wild card and you have the opportunity to just go out there and have fun without having any pressure, you have a little bit of an advantage over the rest. Boogie loop.
Next up then, it's the white rash vest colour of Michaeli Sol, who is currently, where is she, ranked number 1. Wasn't seeded first into this event. Now, there's 2 different meanings there, a seeding and a ranking. Ranked 1 from, as this will be a combination of this event and the last event in Brazil, which gives us our world champion. But seeded involved last year's overall ranking combined with Brazil, I believe.
50-50. 50% of last year's overall ranking and 50% of this year's event. Well, the last event in Brazil.
So she was actually seeded 8th into here, which may well have been a video entry, I think, actually, that she would have had to have done to get in here, can you believe?
Yeah, it looks like the wind has gone down a lot. Even the girls seem a little bit underpowered. I think Mika's on the 6-meter Evo D-Lab, taking off.
Just a boogie for her. This is going to suit Zara, I think, because she, I believe, might have a bigger kite out of the 3. We'll see.
Although that Evo D-Lab 6 does pull quite hard.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a small kite in some ways. When you see you guys out on it, the riders out on it, it still makes pretty good in light wind as well, you know.
Yeah, I had a prototype 5-meter. I was going to draw a big 7 on it and try to trick the judges.
Nice. I think those would happen more often.
Look at that drone.
This is a 7 then from Zara. I can see this is a 7, and this might play into her favour. It's probably the lightest we've seen in 2 days now. There's actually areas of glass on the water. This is the sign of the wind maybe coming down as the afternoon goes on.
So Zara definitely going bigger on that boogie loop compared to Mika. She'll get a higher score for that one, I think. What did Mika get on that last one? I think she got a 4.23. Let's see what Zara gets. There we go. 4.97 for Zara. So, yeah, more than half a point higher.
Might have to get the coat off. The sun's out on the live stream booth now. It's gone.
Yeah, 4 degrees
nice
warmer
day.
than yesterday. Yesterday was 10 degrees when I woke up, and it just stayed 10 degrees
and with
throughout
the
whole
wind
day.
chill, you're talking like 5 degrees, the feeling out
It
there.
was
It blows straight through you, doesn't it?
Definitely freezing. I should have taken the 5-4, but I was out on the 4-3,
Ooh.
swinging my arms around, trying to get some blood, blood to the fingers.
Was there an element of that which you think about flexibility, having a 4-3 over a 5-4? Not really.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable. Here we go, Mika doing a kite loop board off and someone walking straight in front of the camera, but she stuck that one. And yeah, let's see how the judges reward technicality opposing to power, because it was a technical trick. It wasn't the biggest though, but let's see what she gets scored for that one. Here we go, 5.6 for Mika. So slightly higher, half a point higher than Zara's last trick, than her last boogie loop. Here we go, Zara.
First though, isn't it, Mika?
Okay, there we go. Zara going for the contra loop front roll. So ticking the boxes on all the different families.
Pretty impressive start this is to this heat. 9 landed tricks in a row. All these riders landing all 3 of their opening tricks. That's quite impressive. And it also reflects on the conditions as well, which have just calmed down a bit. The landing area looks a lot flatter now. The wind has died down. And this is unbelievable. 9 tricks in a row. So all to play for here. If you have just joined us here at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air World Championships, the finals here at the Lords of Tram 2025, where we already know that Lorenzo Casati is the new world champion. But in the women's division, we don't know just yet. And we are watching the last heat of round 1 before... I'm not sure if we will go into the men's final or what the plan is for that, but I wouldn't be going anywhere today because any time they could decide to run that. I think they should be running that sooner rather than later.
The men's final.
Because the wind could come down.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't go down, and I hope to see the men's final in some nuking conditions again, because it would be a bit disappointing to see the final in less wind than we've had in the previous heats. I mean, a good 35, 40 would be nice, but anything lower than that, you'd take a bit of the spectacle away from it. But I think Zara's come in now for a kite swap. I don't know if she's going to be going for a bigger kite.
8.
I suppose she will be. It would be weird if she would go down to a smaller size. Yeah, there I see her. I think she's changed to a... What does that look like to you?
It must be an 8. She was on a 7. Could it be a 9?
Could be a 9. It looks
pretty
big.
chunky.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we see Michaeli with a big boomer.
Doobie loop from Mika. So that is a super technical trick for the ladies. I think she was the first girl to ever land that trick about a year ago.
She's really in touch with where she is in that move as well.
So she's very comfortable with the conditions, very comfortable with her kite, sending it forward after completing the kite loop just to land with that extra speed. And I think she's definitely going to get a really good score for that one.
Aaron, you see that? 9 or an 8? What do you think for Zara? I think it's an 8, just by the way she's moving it now. If it was a... Okay, interesting. A different model as well. So very important for these two women to try and get through into first. And Ziglini, of course, as well, trying to get through into first. They all want to. But on your screens now, Zara rushing in. Will she go for this? Yeah,
boom,
much higher.
Getting that height. Wow. That was a huge... Oh, losing control.
She's
sticking
found the
it.
Control. Mega loop delayed back roll.
That was a lot bigger than the previous one. So she definitely going to get the score substituted.
I want to know.
It's an 8. It's an 8.
8.5.
Whoa, look how she sends it all the way to the other side, losing a bit of control. But I think the judges are going to like the wow factor on that one. Getting the kite low, getting the yank.
So they liked that 6.30 given for that doobie front loop from Michaeli. But so what is Zara going to get? It's higher. It looks like it's going to be higher. 6.9, I think, is going to come up on your scores. As meanwhile, on the water, it's another move from Ziglini Lelu, who is actually having a great heat here, landing all her first. Her first Lords of Tram?
I think so. And she's also just changed up her kite now. She's gone for a bigger size as well.
Smart. Now the wind's coming.
And the wind's picked up.
Classic.
Tends to happen. Look at that flag. It's definitely aged.
Tends to happen, but we have to say that one of the moments of all time I remember, Liam, was yours when you believed that you needed the 6. You believed the wind was going to come, and you changed down at a time when the wind wasn't there, but it came.
Oh, good one from Mika. Controlled.
Nice landing.
Not as big as Zara's though, and not getting that kite as low, but it was still a solid trick. Kite loop, late back roll, going right with a little. Look at that grab. Tweaking a little nuke grab coming from her freestyle background.
Will that put her in first? It's going to kick out her 4.27 then, the kite loop back roll for now, unless it was within the other families. Let's see. Yeah, puts her in first. So here comes Zara. How big can she go here?
Oh, repeating the same trick as before, but going a little bit higher.
Was it a contra loop?
It was a contra loop with a front roll.
Well, she's got kite loop back roll as her last move. But she has got a contra loop front roll on there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So she's hoping to upgrade that. And that's probably the right thinking. 'Cause that is her lowest score, 4.7. And I think it is going to get upgraded by how much? Maybe half a point or even a bit more. So there's a real battle going on for first place now between Zara and Michaeli Sol, trading places and needing to go into first for Zara is a 0.41. But I don't think it's quite added up her total. No, it has. So there's less than half a point in it from first and second. Zara Hugenrad and Michaeli Sol, who I believe can both be world champions. Definitely Michaeli Sol can, but Zara's got a harder challenge, I think. She didn't have the best result, perhaps, in Brazil.
Yeah, they've probably checked who they will be up against depending on whether they're first or second. I know that that really did Edgar in the men's category. Yeah. That did him over because he didn't manage to win his first heat in round 1. I think he came second, and then...
But neither did Lorenzo. It kind of messed the whole draw up, didn't it, as far as what you thought might happen?
Exactly. So Lorenzo and Edgar were probably meant to be on opposite sides of the ladder, and then they ended up all going up against each other in that semi-final, which, not great for Edgar, having to go up against Lorenzo and Andrea in a heat. And
how's he feeling right now, do you think, Liam? Have you been there where you've been close to a world championship and it just hasn't happened? Like,
yeah, absolutely. I think I've been there more than anyone else. Doesn't feel good.
You got a record? Have you got a record?
I got a record of coming second.
What's going through his mind now on the beach, do you think?
It depends on how he feels about his performance. I don't think he will feel that good about his performance on that last heat.
Yeah.
Maybe being a bit confused about what kite size to take. I think Lorenzo and Andrea were really just determined on going for those double loops and scoring. They were thinking they were going to score high on those ones. Edgar was thinking maybe he could get scored just as high on the single loops. So he's definitely going to be disappointed.
Can be happy with his performance to get to the semis, though. That last trick kept him in it in the earlier rounds. That was unbelievable, that riding.
But when you're so close and you don't manage to get it, you have a lot of negative thoughts going through your mind. But his family are here, all supporting him, so I'm sure he'll, reflect back and be proud of himself in a few days. But I'm sure he's a bit sad at the moment.
Okay, kite loop front roll, I think, is coming here. Oh, she's going right foot forwards, maybe. So there's less than half a point in it between Zara and Mikhaili right now. Her lowest score, I mean, realistically, when you look at your lowest scorers and there's 0.03 between them, do you kind of just think, well, I could replace any one of them? She won't want to touch a kite loop back roll category because it's her highest score of a 6.9, but the other two are around 5.
Yeah.
So does that matter? Are you like, well, probably just could replace any of them?
Yeah, both the contra loop front roll and... The boogie loop.
It's going to be a front roll then, we think, coming. But I think she's going right. I think this is she's got kite loop back roll, though.
I think she'll go for a big boogie loop, seeing as it's
she's going to come back left foot forwards here, but she's pushing the time limit, I think. I think she's going to have to turn around. It's going to have to be now, because that's at least a 4th tack across here now. They'll be pushing Cedric's patience here. She focuses. This is a focus loading up. Looking to load up here, and I think boogie. Oh no, she hasn't gone for it. This is going to test Cedric's patience, this one for sure. Are we going to see a flag out here, guys?
Ooh.
Oh, I can see the hand up from Cedric saying one more. I actually saw a hand come up down the flag there, up by the flag. I think that's fortunate from Cedric. This looks like the 6th time that she's come through the box, but it is close. He doesn't want to flag people out, really. He tells me he doesn't like to do that.
Caught him in a good mood today. There we go. Boogie loop.
I don't think it's going to upgrade her last one. And perhaps that's why she wanted to wait there so long, Liam. Maybe she wasn't feeling the wind was there. They get up to about a minute usually to remind you at home. I reckon that was a bit over a minute. Is that going to outscore her kite loop front roll of 4.97? I don't think so.
Yeah, even if it does, it has to outscore it by quite a bit to overtake Michele. So
yeah, she's needing a 5.5 really to try and overtake Michele. There's one go left each for the riders now. They get 7 trick attempts. Their 3 best trick scores counting out of 10. So it's a total out of 30. And there's no other scores added to that, as there can be in other competitions. This one's quite simple, straightforward. We watched the riders one by one, which has been brilliant to really help the judges focus on each move, not miss anything. It's quite a well-embraced format, this, as we see Ziglini with her last move. Is that a board off?
Just a board off, yeah.
No, she's rode very well here. She's pretty much landed every move but one. It's a good first debut entrance to the Lords of Tram. She will be happy with her performance. Nice riding.
Yeah, consistent, definitely.
Now we get to the big time part of this heat then, Liam. What is Michele Sol going to look to try and do? She's going to try and extend her lead, which is only by 0.40.
Let's see if she does something technical. Takes the board off. Big kite loop board off.
Oh, how did she land that? That was an amazing landing.
Yep. The kite just about got around and back over her head before the landing.
Are they going to score this more than a 5.37? What do you think?
I mean, she had a pretty similar one earlier on, so I'm not sure.
Kite, yeah, so we've got 5.60. I don't think it's going to. So it's handed it over to Zara Hugenrad to take the win of this heat, needing a 5.42 and above. Pretty much, give or take a couple of
Here we go.
0.01.
Good take off. Kite board off. Doesn't manage to get the board back on her feet.
Bombed it out. That is the end of that heat there. That brings us to an end of round number 1 of the women. It looks like Michaeli Sol will be going through into that semi-final with Sarah Sadek. She would have wanted to win that because Zara now heading over to compete with Pippa van Ursel and Francesca Miney. That is not where she wanted to be, perhaps, but Sarah's riding really good. I wouldn't really want to be in a heat with her as well. And we will bring you some highlights, I imagine, shortly of that heat. What's that happened in the box? Is that a jet ski? Look at that circle. There's a whirlpool in the box. That's actually a really good example of how conditions have changed here. That just wouldn't have been visible earlier. The wake of a jet ski as it is now. It would have just been blown straight flat. So
there's a shark in the area. That's what they do in the surf competitions. When there's a shark, the jet skis drive around in circles.
Just to get rid.
To scare it away. No sharks in this lake.
Here we go then. Here is the highlights. It's a mega loop delayed roll then from Zara that we saw in that heat. And this young lady done brilliantly for her first competition. It was great riding from Lelu. Landed at 6 out of 7 of her tricks here. This is on board with Zara once more, going for her signature boogie, I think that was, with the backhand.
Here we go, the boogie. Oh, the doobie.
Nice. She's got a nice style with that as well. She's quite late with the second front roll, but it's really controlled. It's got good core connection.
Kite loop late back with that grab.
Nice.
Reaching around the opposite side of her board. And this one, poof, getting yanked through the screen.
Liam, we're going to bring it back in Lasser, I think, now to give you a break. But thank you for coming up here.
No worries,
Liam,
mate.
It's always great to have your insights. We reel out these last highlights, but we'll see you again, I'm sure, throughout the course of the day.
See you, Lewis. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks. I think it's warm enough to take a coat off it. That's right. I said it. I'm taking my coat off in the live stream booth, and I haven't put myself on mute. That's how the wind has just calmed down. With that wind so strong, it just cools us down in here like a refrigerator. Refrigerated container. Welcome back, Lasse. You're just getting your headset on for a second. It's Lewis Crathen in the booth here at the moment, and we start with round 2. 2 heats of round 2. Hey, what's up? I wonder if we'll see riders out on 8s and 9s for the men's final, but here's a recap then of how close that was. Michaeli Sol taking the win from Brazil, 17.27. Zara Hugenrad, 16.87. Ziglini Lilu on her debut, I think, here at Lords of Tram. It was a great performance for her. Not quite enough to challenge the other two, but she will stay in this competition. And let's see where she goes then. She will be 3rd of 4. She'll go in the second heat of round 2 up against Alessa Sofia, Natalie Lambrecht and Aya Kasabova. The first heat here of round 2, as if they're running it, I think they are running the ladies, continuing the ladies, Svenja Zoe Peters, Imbar Lerner, Alice Rougiu, and it would be 2nd from 4 as well, which is Zara Hugenrad.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we just got the information that there will be a small break until we continue.
That's for Zara to get ready to go back in. So yeah, it's that's a tough one not to. That's so why you wanted to win that so much, was so that you didn't have to do this extra round. But let's go to a commercial break.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotion.
Yeah. No, but it's good that
for unparalleled lift and hang time. Nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
The drone is back. That's nice. Oh, I'm gonna sleep so much after this.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the practical opening, great results for them.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
J'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Welcome back here then to Port Barcarès here in the south of France. It's the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air where we're crowning Big Air world champions here. We're with the women and we are in the second round. Sitting next to me is Lasse Hofmeister. I'm Lewis Crathen. How are you doing, Lasse?
I'm doing quite well. We had a full day yesterday of action already and insane wins, and today hasn't been disappointing at all.
No, it hasn't, and it's just starting to be... the wind is actually coming up a bit stronger now. On our screens is Inbar Lerner. We've seen a 4.33 drop from Svenja Zoe Peters that I think you saw at home without us talking directly to you at that time. So we have joined this heat a trick and a half in, really, but that's a nice move from Inbar. All of these 4 riders will be having to finish in the top 2 to get through to the semi-finals.
So that's the current world champion Sarah Hogenrath with a laid
Yeah,
back.
it is, and it is true. It's the current world champion that's found herself in round 2, and that was because she was up against Michaeli Sol. The difficult part of that is that Michaeli Sol, as we see this replay of this classic move from Zara, who you bet your money on it that she's going to land this. Great mega loop, great feeling, just drops her shoulder into it, goes around the rotation. She doesn't force that. That's definitely her natural side. So Zara unfortunately got drew against Michaeli Sol. Michaeli Sol wasn't seeded very high in this event because she hasn't competed here last year, or she only done Brazil, and obviously the seeding was a combination of last year's overall result and Brazil. Lovely delayed back roll, mega loop from Alice. Can she stick it? Bit of a butt check there. It was a bit of a tough landing. But anyway, Zara Hugenrad, current world champion, got drew against, Michaeli Sol, one of the most successful women athletes of all time, who's come back to competition as we see this crash from Alice. So tough break for Zara to be in that heat. She's had to go through the hard way here if she's to keep her chances of being world champion alive. But she didn't have the best event in Brazil, which Michaeli won, of course. So Michaeli having the best shot of being world champion here, irrelevant of her seeding.
Oh, we just saw a contra board off by Svenja Zoe Peters, the German, and she sticks it. It's
Whoa.
going to be huge for her. To the right, there's a fist up in the air.
Fantastic!
Fantastic! Exactly, Louis. That's some German you learned over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But that was a beautiful execution.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. But that was clean.
It was clean.
And I think that's going to put her either into second or even into first position.
Fighting for a position in the semi-finals. It's a mega loop with a delayed roll. The standard has gone up, hasn't it?
No, it has.
This is round 2, by the way. Riders that didn't win their first heat. Here we go. Lords of Tram, by the way. Lots of people call it Lords of Trams.
For instance, Andrea Principi calls it Lords of Trap. Also a way to... Oh, bless you, Luis.
Dankeschön.
Also a way to call it, like Andrea, lots of trap.
Lords of Trap. Lords of Trams. I hear Francois from Pure Magic. You call it Lords of Trams, and I'm like, is it Trams? It's not the Tramontanas.
So Inbar Lerner scoring a 5.4 for that laid back roll.
Successful singer, isn't she? Hannah Tramontana.
Hannah Montana.
Hannah Tramontana.
So yeah. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, Zara Hogenrath with a boogie loop.
It's out the side, that Kite. Can she recover this? Still got work to do. Oh, no. Kite down then from Zara Hugenrad. Can she get this Kite back up? And this started to look like it went wrong for me when the Kite ended up out the side a bit. She deliberately parked it out the side, but it really got her accelerating forwards, and she couldn't hang on to it. I think she's going to relaunch that Kite, but the wind starting to pick up again. I'm over the chair now. The chair's getting kicked out the side. Lasse, I'm standing up. I want to be stood up in the live stream booth here because it looks like that Tramontana has come back strong again. Some of these riders might be on bigger kites as well than before, as we thought it might have dropped a bit, but it never drops here for long.
No, but Zara managed to recover the Kite and is on her way back upwind. In the meantime, Alice Rugi, you, is on the right-hand corner of your screen. Just probably speaking to a caddy, waiting.
Do you know that beer? We got a great beer at home called Meantime.
Really?
Yeah, Meantime.
No, I haven't.
Cool. Like Greenwich Meantime.
Also a laid back. This time landing it cleanly. Wasn't super high, but
it's a good move because she crashed her first move, and she was seeded. So Alice was seeded very well at this event, 4th after that performance. She did all right in Brazil, I think, but it also from her ranking last year where the seeding come from. So she's had a strong performance. She's put herself up there now as one of the top 5 riders. But here is Svenja.
A force not to be messed with, Svenja Zov-Petersen.
Definitely not.
Oh, there's a one-footer.
Svenja is really pushing the categories of moving the board. She has a contra loop board off, and now she'll have a kite loop board off category ticked out. This is smart riding.
Yeah, and
from
a leg
Svenja. I'm
back,
really
wasn't
impressed by it. Only a 1-footer, but doesn't matter. Like, she's got 3 tricks on the board now. She's the only rider that's going to get 3 big-ish tricks on the board. I mean, Imbar has a 3.77 here, so you could say that that is a reasonable score. So if she does get a 3rd trick in, you'd say these 2 are the ones that are currently taking it to the other 2, Zara and Alice, who are the top-seeded riders in this heat. So a lot to play for here.
Yeah, and also on the other hand, Svenja's contra board off was scored a 7.33. So that's a big score for her. So I'm not too sure how the other girls will reply to that.
Here comes Inbar then. No, this is high.
Oh, that's high, yeah. Just a straight loop with a small grab.
Good idea.
Yeah, just another score on the board for her as well.
Yeah, I think that was a really sensible idea, just to like make sure she's keeping up there with 3 moves. I'm not sure what this is going to score. Straight mega loop, maybe solid 4, 3.5, 4. Can it score more than a 4 as a straight mega loop?
It depends how high it is. We've seen in the men's round earlier that Stino just went for 1 rotation with a loop, and that was scored also pretty high, just depending on the extremity and on more factors as well. So
split the difference between 3.5 and 4, then looks like she's coming in around 3.67 is going to drop for her, that I can see here, as we see quite a low angle mega loop from Zara. Was that a contra loop?
No, I think it was a boogie.
Didn't see that.
It was a trick she tried earlier just to get that score replaced.
Yeah, wanting not to panic too much during the end.
Yeah.
It's a 3.67 then from Inbar, which is going to just come up very shortly now as we see that replay from Zara. It's taking a bit of time to end up on your screens. That 3.67 from Inbar. Come on, where is it? I want the big picture here. How close to Svenja is she?
Oh, it's
that
close.
7.33 is just so big, though. It's like there will be a gap of about 2.5, 3 still.
Yeah.
So Svenja really the only one pushing anything over a 5.5, actually. And she's got 7.33. She's the one with that big number in the back pocket right now.
Yeah, and Elise needs 2 good scores, actually. But as she's just edging out to the left, a gust hits, and she's super overpowered. It's quite funny because Luis and I can always feel when a big gusts are coming through here, through the port of Bucharest, because then our metal door starts
wobbling.
Yeah.
You can't seem to commentate out here without talking about the door every year. But
nice boogie. It was high, with a lot of power in the loop, and there's the hand up in the air that will score good for her. There's a replay, more like a front row kite loop, but really controlled as well. Nice landing. Now we are already at the 4th trick attempt.
Yeah, where are these scores? I think we're just having a bit of a delay in them refreshing. We're on the 4th trick attempt. Imbar's 3rd trick hasn't come up just yet. Oh no, there's a reason why.
Because it's in the same category as the 3.77.
Yeah.
And her kite loop earlier was scored at 3.67. So her first one was way higher, her first trick. So that's why it didn't show up on the stream.
So it's been very good, the scores, actually.
Okay, Svenja riding in to the left. Oh, that's a doobie contra. What? Where's she getting those tricks from? And she's landing it.
Nice.
Oh, she's a danger. Yeah, she's a danger now. There's a fist in the air. I believe she landed that trick in Brazil as well and got a high score for this. But that will be rewarded by the judges because it's not quite easy to go into 2 front rotations and then pull the left side of the bar to go on the contra loop, because then you're free falling towards the water. But that will up her score for sure. Let's just see what the judges are rewarding it.
Not loads, but it is going to be a point more by the looks of it than her kite loop 1-footer.
But it's going to be the same score, I believe, as the 4-3-3.
No, I think it's because there's a contra loop board off. Because she did that 1-footer, that was nice. So she kicks out the kite loop 1-footer and increases her hold on this event. And right now, it is Alice Rudiu, currently seeded in 4th, that is in trouble here. Is she in trouble? They're only in the 4th trick attempt, to be honest, so we can't really start saying in trouble. But the pressure is being put on her by Svenja Zoe Peters.
And now Zara replies to that with was it a boogie loop or a boogie contra? But she already has a boogie loop. She just wanted to up her score. There's a replay. Edging out.
Just trying to connect more with that boogie loop. She's trying to just get a better boogie. And actually, it is a 3rd trick score for her. She hasn't actually landed that yet here. So she's going to get, by looks of it, around a high 4 for that. Now, I'd love to say I'm guessing all the time for that. But no, I can actually see what the 5 judges are thinking and putting in there before that comes up. And we're pretty good at guessing roughly as well, because we know the judges, we know the sport, and they're very accurate. Here, as we see, a delayed front roll at the end of this loop. And she just can't... Oh, no, she did stick it. Great kite recovery work
that's
from Alice. What was that? Was it a back roll mega loop with a front roll at the end?
Was it a late...
Back roll mega loop.
Oh,
the late back at the end. So very explosive riding. Bit of a butt check maybe going to come off. And that's what I'm seeing here. The judges do feel they've deducted her heavily for that splash. So Alice starting to feel the pressure a little bit right now. And it's Svenja Zoe Peters here, who is really performing well.
Yeah, her training really paid off now, because she's
the
always
highest seed. She's the highest seed.
And she's
lowest, highest. Get confused.
Unfortunately, losing the board there on the takeoff and just spinning. But
the other 3 riders have a better seeding, is the best way to put it. Svenja was in by video contest.
Yeah.
Imbar was a wild card from the Lords of Tram. They chose her to be in... not Lords of Tram, the GKA, because there was one from the GKA, one from the Lords of Tram. So that's 12 women. That's 2 of them who were wildcard selections. 5 videos, 5 rankings. So one of these videos would have been Svenja Zoe Peters. Zara Hugenrad and Alice Rudiu, being inside the top 5, would have qualified through their current ranking. And Alice is one of those riders that's in a bit of trouble right now. Where was Zara actually seeded? I need to confirm. I've got a feeling it might have been 5th.
Yeah, Svenja recovering her board, and now
Seeded 1. What's the matter with me? How have I got that so wrong?
Unfortunately, that will be a crash for her on a missed trick attempt. But yeah.
So just to clear that up, seeding 1, different than ranking. Ranking would have been the position after Brazil. Seeding, last year's overall result and a combination of Brazil. So it's actually 1st place that Zara has been in. She's going through the hard way in this competition, as we see a nice contra loop landed again from in-bar Lerner, but she is now down in 4th position. So she's going to have to start pushing some higher scores soon, but she's landed 4 out of her 5 tricks.
Yeah.
It's a great position to be in with 2 tricks remaining for her.
Yeah, she just needs... I don't know why the graphic on your screen at home isn't updating her 3rd yet, but I think it will come soon.
For Imbar?
Oh, there's a boogie contra, wasn't it? Unfortunately, crashing it there on the landing. You're always... get a...
5th trick attempt then from Zara, and she's currently holding on to 2nd position.
Yeah, there was a boogie contra. Unfortunately, just landing there in the chop and flying over the edge of her board.
She's got a contra loop front roll already, scoring 4.97, but it is one of her lowest. You could argue it's similar to the kite loop front roll, the 4.93. So she's feeling like she can definitely upgrade that move. That's one move she's leaning on. She thinks I can probably get a 6 with that if I hit a big one.
Yeah.
And I think if she can land that and get a 6 on the board, it would start to edge her away, because Svenja and Zara are starting to slowly get away from the other two here now. But Alice Ruggiero, very powerful rider, at any moment can just land a big 7 or 8 or even anything more. I think she needs a big move, does Alice, here on her 5th trick attempt to sort of get her back into this, because she's currently... Oh, it's a mega loop, contra loop. This looks really controlled and looks very good to land. Wow. Decent. She punches the water in ecstatically, in relief maybe that she's just stuck a nice big move at a crucial time. Look at this move. It was in such control.
Yeah.
Look at the landing.
So it's the same move that Svenja landed, and she got a 7.3. Let's see.
And she loved it. She absolutely loved it, because this might send her from 4th to 1st.
Yeah.
This could really send her from 4th to 1st.
It could. Yeah, it could actually.
Did it have the same height and distance?
So it's going to get closer and closer in this heat here. And yeah, Svenja has to answer now. What is she going to do? A sushi back laid back with a inverted second back roll. So that's called a sushi roll. But she lands it.
Yeah, I think that's quite nice.
So
will it be more than a contra loop front roll?
Probably.
Ah, but she's got kite loop back roll already.
Yeah, but
so that's a problem, though.
But this is going to up her score for sure.
From a 4.33.
Yeah.
Maybe by half a point, maybe.
But
we'll
now
see.
it gets so close in between Zara, Alice, just flying to 2nd position there with that 6.3 score on the contra Borov, and that puts Zara, the current world champion, into 3rd position.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, this is big from Imbar. It's a straight mega loop. She's connected nicely. What are the other straight mega loops scoring, though, so far in this heat? She's already got a 3.67 kite loop that isn't part. A 3.77, maybe a 4 and a bit. I don't know, but it's not going to be enough to move her into 1st or 2nd, unfortunately, right now. She will have one more attempt to go, but now things are getting serious in this heat, because you are looking at the current big air world champion in trouble right now in 3rd position. She has 2 trick attempts left to save her potential defense of the world title here in Bucharest at the 2025 GKA Kite World Tour Big Air. It's the finals here, and Zara Hugenrad, one feels like she needs to land this.
Ooh.
It's a big boogie loop. She's been pulled out of position slightly. Can she stick it? Yes, she can.
Oh, that's good.
Big moment there from the current world champion. I think that's going to add a point on. She needed to go into 2nd more than a 0.52, Lasse.
Yeah, and I see a Giel Flute standing on the beach, raising the fist towards Zara, so that means he's happy.
Yeah, so she needs to kick out one of her lowest scorers, which is she needs a 5.5 or higher.
Yeah, she just needs to secure that 2nd position in order to move on to the semi-finals.
That was a big move right there, because I think she's going to get it. This is going to put her into 2nd, just maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's going to be very close. It might be 0.04 or 5 into 2nd.
Maybe
here.
it counts towards the last trick.
She is in 2nd. And Alice is 0.07 behind her in 3rd.
So
but we know what she's like. She can just go all out. And she's got a 3.97 to replace. I think we're going to see something in the kite loop back roll category here, Lasse. It would make sense for her to try and replace that. All of these riders have got lots of scores on the board here. I can barely see any zeros. So this is going down to the wire here. And it's getting very exciting. You would be saying to her now, kite loop back roll category. Just nail a kite loop back roll of maybe a 6, and then you're going to replace it by 2. So the battle here to get through might well be between all of them, especially Svenja's not out of this thing either yet.
Nah, she's
going to get dragged back into it.
Yeah, on the last trick attempt. It's getting pretty
it's getting scary.
Close. Yeah, it's getting a bit scary. The wind is turning back on, as you can see. Elise just holding on to that. Was it a 6 meter? Yeah, I think so.
Well, she better get going, though, because it's her flag up.
Yeah.
And she has spent quite some time here.
The green flag's up, though.
The green. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
She is within her rights to ride this out. So, what a moment. She will know that her lowest score is a back roll mega loop. It's a move that we know when it's really spiky and punchy. You've got to be careful with that back roll mega loop. Something about the back roll mega loop, I think you tend to pull a bit early. You kind of want to get the loop complete. I mean, unless you go to a double back roll, of course, but you you want to just do a single back roll, you kind of don't want to be over-rotating the first one, then pulling. So that changes the trick altogether. So it's one that you just got to be on it quickly, don't you?
Also, when you take off, I sometimes tend to, when I go for a back roll kite loop to the right, I tend to pull it way too early, and then you get
laid out.
Yeah,
you hit the power.
Yanked.
Yeah, you get nailed.
Because that's not in control. Then we call it yanked.
Yes.
So that's not nice. So
I'm still not sure about if that word should be used if you are in control or not, because I know it's or maybe I'm doubling down on it again. But
I think there's some opinions like that.
I haven't thought of the better word. That's the problem.
We have to ask Ruben actually.
What does he say?
Let's go to the point.
I don't know. He says we called one of his tricks a spring roll, didn't he?
A spring roll?
Not sure. Yeah, or at least the people voted it a spring roll.
Okay.
That was a mega loop delayed roll. I think that was what that was known as at some point. I don't know. Name didn't stick. But anyway, back to Alice Ruzio, who have been given advice on the beach there by her team. And wind has, is this up to 50 knots? It might well be. The green 50-knot flag is up again. How many times have we said that here?
A couple of times already, yeah.
Yeah, so she's just in third. She's just in third with 2 moves left. She's last to go in the sequence. So once she's gone, everyone will have 1 trick left. And it still could all change potentially. Imbar's going to have a lot of work to do to come up from 4th, it has to be said.
Yeah.
But the other 3 look like any of them could get through 1st and 2nd right now.
Yeah, it's pretty close. And Alice is taking her time, which is quite smart because she knows that she's probably not the heaviest rider. And when it's strong like that, you rather want to play it a bit more safe in order to land your trick when it gets close like this. Because she needs to probably improve, as you said, Luis, her 3.97 in order to move forward into the semifinals and to get another chance on the world title.
I think Zara will be looking towards her contra loop front roll potentially as a move that she could push up to a 6. It's on a 4.97 now. It's her lowest trick score. So I think that's what's in her mind. But she's got to wait. She's waiting just to the left-hand side of your shot in this sort of strange position where you're just sort of waiting as the other rider here, Alice, can take her time because you can see the green flag up with the yellow. And to remind you, if you haven't been aware all weekend and you maybe have joined us for the first time, the green flag raised by the colour of your rash vest suggests that you don't have to go in any rush because race director Cedric has decided that the wind is either extremely windy, which it usually is, or it's dropped, or he's just not pushing you to go in your minute. He's saying you can go if you want, but actually I'm going to let you have as long as you want until this wind calms down. At the point that he decides the wind's stable, he'll remove that green flag and they will have a minute or less to get on with it. So you can't relax too much, but it adds this sort of interesting unknown element to whether or not, sometimes the rider just thinks, had enough now, going for it. That gust, I don't mind. Okay, so do you want to give that update there?
So to the one, to the viewers that have been with us for a time, you probably saw Josh Gillett's crash and that he got pulled out with a jet ski, unconscious. So yeah, that was a pretty hard crash. And Jason van der Spy just gave me an update that Josh is conscious and doing better, and they're still at the hospital, but they're leaving, but they could be leaving in the next hour. So that is some good news from Josh Gillett there after that huge crash. But yeah, that was definitely a fright to us. Just to give you a small update.
Was a big one. Thank you for that. And our thoughts are with him at the moment, but. Back to this heat. Are we seeing Alice go for it? Yes, we are. It's a huge mega loop with a delayed back roll. Clean. Landed very nicely. She's going to be very happy about that. So she's replacing her kite loop back roll. I think she's going to add at least a point onto that, which then puts it back to Zara. And Zara's going to need an extra point as we see a lovely replay. And here's the moment where you're just thinking, please land. The judges liking it. It's going to add maybe even a 1.5. So I'm expecting Zara to be pushed down. That number 2 to go from Zara on your screens to a 3. Alice may well go up into... She might actually go into first here,
Yeah, it's close.
She couldn't go into first.
Maybe. My math is not super good, eh?
I think she will do. 0.86 was required on top. And, I'm sure... that she's going into first. So what a big moment that was here. So we're just waiting for that score to drop. Watch the 3.97 on Alice Rougiu's column there. It's the second one. It's gone. There it goes. Replaced by a 5.70. Puts her in first place. And now the pressure here potentially on Svenja Zoe Peters, who is in second but hasn't upgraded it. Leaves the door open for Zara Hugenrad, who's going to need to upgrade one of her tricks by 0.8. So right now Svenja's in, but it could be like the Okie Kokie. In, out, in, out.
Yeah,
Shake it all about. Do you know that song?
No.
Oh, the Okie Kokie. You don't know it?
No.
All right. I need to pull that one up for you. In, out, shake it all about. Do the Okie Kokie. That's the. So she's in the event right now, but may well be out soon. The analogy there is that you're in, out, in, out. You're in a circle. You go in. Everyone does it. It must be a very British thing, the hokey cokey. We'll talk about that later, maybe, because Inbar learner needs something big.
Yeah, she needs
seven. She needs a 7.
She needs something huge, and she's going for the jump. She's quite high. That's a kite loop.
Could be a 7. It could be.
No.
Oh, 9. 9.
That was an Arschbombe.
I wanted her to land that because that would have come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That could have been a 7 here. Look, what happened here?
So
didn't get it on. Didn't get the feet in that time back, but she really went for it there, which was great.
There was a great performance from her here at Lords of Charm, but I think unfortunately that's the end for her.
This is interesting. The white flag is up now. Well, do you know what might have happened here? Why is the small white flag up?
I don't know.
Is the big one broken? Board recovery. No, the white one is actually coming back. I think the big one's broken, so they've got the small one. All right, so let's remind you, 2 tricks left of this heat. Alice Rougiu is assured to be going through at this moment in time because she's in first. She can only be knocked down to second. It's Svenja Zoe Peters who will be nervous right now because Zara Hugenrad, the current Big Air world champion, going out the event as we speak, as we look. She is on 15.60, Svenja on 16.39, Alice on 17.27. So Alice is out of touch. She's through. Zara needs to upgrade her lowest trick score by 0.8. Her lowest trick score is a 4.97. So she needs roughly a 5.8 in order to get through. And that's a contra loop front roll that I think she might try, but it's quite a lot to ask to get a 6 in that. She's going to have to nail that move.
And it has to be high.
Or it's a mega loop board off.
So we're going to see that now. And I can't imagine how much pressure there is on Zara right now.
What do you think? Kite loop board off, or will she go for the front roll contra loop?
I've seen her train kite loop board offs in Cape Town. I'm not too sure how consistent she can land it. And for a trick like this, because she's in third position, she needs something she knows she's going to land. Otherwise, it's a gamble, you know. But now we see her launching up in the sky. And she, as you said, the contra loop board off just trying.
Is it enough, though? Is it going to be enough to score a 5.8? We are going to glue ourselves to this. I mean, it might be a 5.77.
It wasn't level and wasn't super high, so
what's coming in? I'm going to reel it out to you as I see the first.
Yeah.
No, I'm not supposed to talk about the individual judges' scores. It's not going to be enough. I can tell you right now.
I don't think it will
it's
be
not.
enough,
It's going to come up potentially on your screens. It's going to replace a lower score.
Yeah.
It's going to replace the 4.97. But what will it replace with? It's not going to be enough. Zara Hugenrad, current Big Air World Champion, out of the 2025 Lords of Tram finals here of the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air Championships. She will not be defending her Big Air World Championship. There will be a new world champion here to join the new world champion of the Big Air, which is Lorenzo Casardi. Congratulations. But that had everything as Alice Rougiu really
just
pulled it back there, didn't she?
Yeah, but she also just played it safe now in the last
playtime.
Yeah, we saw that. We have seen this for many last trick attempts where the contestant was in first position. So that was smart riding of her. But yeah, she was fourth or third in the beginning of the heat, and now she moved with one move to the first one, and Svenja just doing a nice kite loop there for the crowd, throwing it down, hyping the crowd out. She will be super happy. That's big for her to move on to the semifinals. Yeah, she can be really, really happy. So let's take a look at some highlights.
It had a lot that heat, didn't it? It really did, you
with
know.
some up and downs, eh?
Yeah, and Zara was really always sort of responding in the end. It was a mega loop delayed back roll here that scored quite well for her.
And Svenja going for that beautiful executed contra loop board off.
Svenja really took it to the other riders here, and she's deserved to get through here. She'd be so happy. Imbar also had a great heat, by the way. She could have gone through the lovely mega loop delayed back roll. Scored a 5.40. That was her second move of this heat. And here is Zara with a contra loop.
Oh, that was a boogie.
That was a boogie.
Did you see where the kite was? That was so scary.
She crashed it, though. That might have been when things started to go wrong for her.
Oh, that was Elise contra board off.
Yeah, this is when Elise started to step up here. It went from third and out of the competition. The elation was very clear to see because she was heading out of the event and then suddenly went into first place. And it kind of changed everything here. Double back roll, mega loop. I don't think that was one of her big scorers in the end from Sven. It might have been, actually. It's 4.73 in kite loop back roll. It changed a bit up and down that heat, but really it did look clear to me that Alice and Svenja were the ones that would get through. So here are the next competitors in the next round. Siglini Lelu, Alessa Sofia Mensch, Natalie Lambrecht and Aya Kasabova coming up here. I wonder if we're going to get some surprises in this one, Lasse.
Yeah, I know that some of those riders out there can probably surprise us, Luis, as well. So since it's 4 contestants against each other, we could be up for a surprise. So here's the heat result of the previous heat. Elise Ruggio finishing strong with a 17.27, and Svenja Zoe Peters with a 16.39, and then unfortunately Sara Hugengott not making it with a 15.9, and Inba Lerner also not making it with a 12.3. But great performance from those 2 contestants. Those girls were riding super.
What a great heat that was, you know. Like you can see all riders getting 3 nice tricks. That's what you want to know. Is that your desktop wallpaper? No? What? It wasn't mine, right?
It wasn't mine either.
I don't know. It must be the director's. Let me just check what mine is. Yeah, no, mine's reasonable. It's okay.
Mine
Wouldn't be bothered if my wallpaper was on there, you know. Like, nice reminder, though, just to make sure your wallpaper's all good, you know.
Yeah. You don't want the standard Windows one.
No. What's the standard Windows
one?
It's been a while since.
No, that was the standard.
That was
Windows,
standard.
Yeah. So I think it's where Hugo Wigglesworth comes from.
It did. Do you know what? If I had to guess somewhere,
that is
like
New Zealand, the South Island, a famous beach where.
Can we see that wallpaper again? That desktop wallpaper again?
I don't know if they're gonna show us.
Can we see what's going on that desktop? It looked pretty clean, you know. There wasn't files all over the place. That was a tidy desktop. That was someone that was organised.
A producer.
And I have to say, we have been faultless here, or at least think we have from up here. Well, my phone's certainly not going with people saying it's lagging, it's buffing. But on your screen says, Alice Rougiou, great shot. I love these emotional shots here. She's talking to maybe one of her caddies. She has made it through to the semi-final, the 4th seed. And
Diego's caddying her. I know this guy. I stayed with him in Cape Town together.
She will actually have a chance of being world champion here. And we will bring you a few more of the scenarios as we can. But we're in the second of the round 2 heats now. So we must pay attention to them. Natalie Lambrecht is in this one. She's been to the final here before, numerous times, I think.
So we are starting already. The blue flag is up. That means that who's the first lady?
First lady in sequence here.
Lilou. Siglini Lilou from north of France, as I heard. Was a bit cautious about the conditions and preserved. She told me she's a bit scared, but I think everyone in this contest can have respect about the wind.
Yeah, I think so, for sure.
Really strong, but let's see. She's going up. Oh, that is high.
Oh, the crowd loved it.
Yeah, the crowd
was there.
That was just a crowd's favorite jump, just to show the control great opener. That's a different way to approach the heat, for sure. And now Alessa Mensch from Germany.
Can you say it a bit more in German?
Should I comment this trick in German?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Once she's going for a trick.
Alessa Mensch.
Alessa Mensch. Also meine Damen und Herren, Alessa Mensch fährt nach links. Was wird sie machen? Ich sag ein Kite Loop oder Mega Loop, Late Back Roll.
Mega Loop Back Roll.
Ja. Sie geht nach oben. Oh, it's just a straight loop.
Nice start for her, though. The whole of Germany will be happy about that. Yeah, Alessa Mensch there. Really, the level has gone. We always talk about the level raising, but it is really good. So she's seeded 9. She would have come in through the video process here.
Yeah, but she's one of those riders that is going high and always in control. So great to see her getting a score on the board.
And this rider here, the North Kite coming in, is Natalie Lambrecht. She's been out there so many times in this competition. She knows these waters. She goes big. Back roll mega loop, and the kite climbing up nicely.
It was a good kite angle.
Yes, always a good kite angle with Natalie. She is all or nothing, and I love that about her big air. This move especially, she really gets that kite was almost level.
Yeah.
Nice start from her. She'd be well happy about that.
She started her first heat like this as well, so that's a good score. She's used to that trick, so pretty good score for her there. It's funny because we don't have 50 knots yet.
No.
And it's Natalie on the water. And that's Aya, the Bulgarian, if I'm not mistaken, 14-year-old.
Wow, 14.
Yeah. I think that's one of the youngest riders here at the competition.
Amazing, yeah, and that's a pretty good. We've seen a good start here from these riders. Natalie, to remind you, just seeded 11th after her year of injury last year. This was the last event I believe she actually did on the GKA tour. That was. She was, of course, the King of the Air in the women's division. But as far as the GKA Big Air World Tour is, this is the first time she's been back since last year here. That's why her seeding doesn't reflect perhaps her potential of what she can achieve here. She's been to the final here, of course. So. But she has found herself in round 2 and has to get through this tough heat to stay in the competition. She's vying for a place to get into the semi-final. Including this heat then, we have 4 heats left of the competition. The men's final is poised and ready to go. We, of course, will have 2 women's semi-finals after this heat and a final. It's actually 5 heats, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's wrong. I said including this heat, not including. This is nice. Nice straight mega loop.
Perfect. Landing it cleanly, just showing the control to the judges. It's probably a smart way to approach a heat like that, just to get some scores on the board and making sure that if you're going to go for those tricks that are not probably 100% in the pocket, that you already have some scores.
Yeah. They would have seen the heat just gone by and thought, we just got to get some on the board here.
Yeah. So Alessa is going for a second trick. That's going to be late back roll, probably. Just searching the perfect takeoff, going to the left, but yeah, turning around one more time. All good, Luis. Now turning around one more time. She's searching a connection with the takeoff, probably waiting for a gust. As I mentioned it before, she's a rider that knows strong wind. So just charging to the left. It's going to be a laid back. Yes, that's clean and high. Beautiful execution and controlled landing. The judges will love this. Yeah, so that's a second good score for Alessa Mensch right there. Oh, nice replay. So next up is Natalie from Sweden. She's with that back row kite loop still in first position, but let's just wait until Alessa scores comes in. So yeah, she's still waiting. Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden, charging to the left. She's pretty powered. She already got her first good trick, a 4.9. So what's she gonna do? She's going into the air, just a straight kite loop. Oh, but it was a high one. High mega loop there from her. Landing it, so getting a second score as well. So that's basically the same trick family like Alessa. Yeah, Alessa's score hasn't showed up yet on the live stream, but I think it's gonna be high. Let's see how the judges will like Natalie's loop. So Aya, the 14-year-old, is holding down that duotone kite. I don't know if it's a 5 or a 6 actually, but it's definitely very small. Back roll takeoff, unfortunately not getting the power there. Yeah, so that's not going to be a high score for her. Probably she can make it look like a transition, a back row transition, but since the blue flag is going up, that means that Lilou from France, from north of France, is going for his third trick attempt. Oh, she's powered in that gust. Just couldn't go faster. It's probably smart that she didn't take off there. Okay, she's charging to the right now. Maybe she's gonna trick to the right. I haven't seen her ride to the right and take off, but she is holding onto that kite for dear life there, since the gusts are howling through here at the competition zone.
It's still strong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Out there, when you look on the water, it's definitely peaking 40. I think. Oh, nice contra loop here then. And that is Ziglini. He's having a very good start to this. They all are, in fact. No riders have like proper crashed just yet. 0.83 from Aya, but there's a nice replay here. Good height, pulling on the front hand, making sure they're getting a landing. It's a high level already for the round 2 of the women.
And now it's Alessa's turn, if I'm not mistaken. Currently in first place with that late back row. That was a high score for her, a 5.5. And probably considering whether she should go for, I don't know. What do you think, Luis?
Alessa?
A boogie or kite loop,
kite loop back. Anything with a front roll, I would suggest.
You want to check that box of the another.
Just get something with a front roll, depending on what she's into. Contra loop front roll.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what a landing. 40.
Yes, very good Alessa.
Did her back touch the water? You can't deduct someone for that, can you?
Yeah, it was just a bit.
Look
of
at
a
that.
check, but it wasn't really.
She has such a lovely body position round the front roll, really backwards on. She sheets in the bar. There's a big difference between loops, between where you pull the bar in on the way up or you have it halfway out. She sheets in. She engages the lift. She wants the lift, and she uses it with her roll, which is really an understanding of that move. So that, I think, should score well. I liked that. Whoa! This is a biggie. That definitely was through the power zone from Natalie Lambrecht. That was signature from her. Another rider totally connected and committed with that boogie. Was that a boogie or a contra? Look, I mean, the power that she created, it had to be backhand. Yeah, boogie.
But that's
going to be the highest score of the heat so far, for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of power there. She tends to loop quite early. So to the viewers that probably haven't looped the kite yet, no problem. We accept you. And yeah, when you go up and you want to loop, it's safer to loop a bit later than earlier. But as you could see, Natalie Lambrecht looped quite early on the way up. That means the kite is going more in front of her through the power zone.
7.07 she's got for that move. But this was a nice big move as well from Aya Kasabova. I think this will be her highest scoring move here for Aya. Let's see what that comes in at, as the judge is just wondering, but it definitely has that sense that the riders have just upped it a little bit here. Have just felt like they need to start pushing a bit harder. So Aya's move is coming under as a crash. Now that can only be something to do with missing her time there, perhaps, or it might change. That's very odd. Mega loop 1-footer, but the 1-footer coming quite after the loop there, much safer from Ziglini. It will enter the kite loop board off category, I believe.
Yeah, but it's definitely less risk involved since she was on her way down. Nick Jacobson, probably some of you know him. Does
Big deal. He's a big deal. Hi, Nick, if you're watching.
Yeah, he is always doing the 1-footer before the loop and then without touching the board as well.
Yeah, have you ever tried that? It's really hard.
Yeah,
like
no, I can do that.
I don't like
love
it.
I love it.
I don't like not having my feet in there. Like, I like to be in there. That's just how I am. But I remember when he brought that in around 2017, something like that, 2016. It was brilliant how he, you know, when riders come and find something that no one else is doing, you've got to have respect for that. And that helped him clinch, actually, the 2017 Red Bull King of the Air. I remember it very well. Okay, front roll, contra loop there from Alessa Sofia Mensch, who's currently in second place. Nice, you've actually got the full picture to me there. That's a cool picture.
So yeah, it's a tight battle between Natalie and Alessa. Alessa just needs to get one better score.
It's quiet in here now.
Yeah.
Shh.
And Natalie, ooh, that was a decent loop.
Shaha.
Yeah, Shahar was also one of the wow factors in this competition, right?
Yeah, he was brilliant. Also, Sophia Mensch. That works as well.
Yeah, Mensch. Well, that was a nice loop from Natalie. I don't know if it's gonna up her score.
Natalie Lambrecht. No, we'll leave it there. But a bit of silence coming across our live. We've been left alone for a while here now.
Yeah.
There's no one in here. It's odd. It's been a very busy live stream booth over the course of the weekend. But it's very busy on the water during this heat right now as we see Aya Kasabova, who's landed another move. I would love to get to the bottom of why she didn't get scored for that last move before this. I think she must have been flagged out and missed her time, perhaps. But that was a nice big mega loop, and it's going to put her back into the mix here in heat number 2 of round 2. Semi-finals coming up, of course, after this. And to remind you, we are at the men's final stage. They are waiting. Andrea Principi, Stein, Mol, Lorenzo Casati, and Leo Casati, I believe, are ready for their final Big Air World Champion. The new one, Lorenzo Casati, has become the world champion already after Edgar's exit in the semis, and that is big news in the world because Lorenzo looks like he might complete everything now. He's done King of the Air. He might well win this event. He hasn't won Lords of Tram before.
But
hasn't run Mega Loop either, has
he? King of the Air won Andrea.
Yeah, but he's won it. I mean, he's won the King of the Air before. He's got a title, Lorenzo. He's got Cold Hawaii, of course. Hasn't got the Mega Loop, which Andrea's got. You know, these riders want to tick all these things off. You know, like
sure.
And he's ticked off the Big Air World Championships. He's world champion here. Huge back roll Mega Loop, so huge it's whipped the board off her, and that is gonna score a. What would you score that?
A 0 because it was a crash.
I'm just joking with you, lads. You were thinking about that. You're like, what's he talking about?
Yeah, I was like,
are you sure? Final answer? Nothing for that? Yeah, it's a 0.
For trying. But there was definitely a lot of commitment there on her 5th trick attempt. But the judges agree. And that's a 0, unfortunately, since it was a crash.
What's the matter with these judges? All 5 of them as well. There's not even one of them agreeing with me. It should be something 0. It's an O.
So it's up to Alessa Mensch to manifest her spot there. Maybe she's gonna try to remove that 3.6.
She's in second right now.
Yeah, so she's still safe, but she wants to be a bit safer, I reckon.
Do you know the term safe as houses?
Safe as houses?
Yeah. This is an English term.
No.
Well, I don't know. Like, they don't go anywhere, do they? Safe as houses. Actually, there's probably more to it, isn't there?
completely safe and secure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do know it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's it. Oh, I just missed this.
I think it's a boogie.
Yeah.
It's a nice, decent boogie, this.
It was proper inverted by her. Like, she was upside down in the loop, so that's what the judges love. So
the phrase implies that something or someone is safe as owning a house, which is considered a stable and reliable investment. I mean, that obviously depends country by country, but that is the idea behind the term safe as houses. But I don't think anyone's safe as houses in this competition, especially only on the 5th trick attempt. None of these riders are safe for sure. We've seen some big changes in this competition so far, and the level of riding, considering we've barely seen 3 crashes in this heat. But this lady here, Natalie Lambret, going massive. She couldn't get her hand to the board. She wanted a mega loop board off.
Just getting a small gust, but
she's still going to get a big score though with that mega loop. Now that was a big one.
Oh, there was an early loop, and there was right through the power zone.
She tried to reach the board, but she just couldn't grab it. But she done very well to keep the control. Yes, the wind just picked up. She hit that gust. The wind has picked up. I'm expecting to see a green flag, perhaps, up soon, as Francesca coming in just in front of us. You can't see that. Just looking to get a bit of communication from one of her caddies. They've got the phone in hand. They're looking at the scores. You can too. GKA kiteworldtour.com/live. Click on the scores and you get a bit more insight than you've got on the top right hand corner there to see trick families and things like that. So contra loop then from our next rider, which would be Aya, who I think she might have an outside chance of getting in this. She could do it.
Oh, now it's picking up, eh?
Was that a back roll contra loop there? Was that a back roll contra loop? It was a back roll contra loop. It's getting a big score here. It's going to be around a 5, a high 4 that we can see coming in from our judges' pre-scores. And I think it's going to give confidence to Aya to start to believe that if she gets one more big move on there, she's got 2 trick attempts left. She could still make it through here. So everyone is in with a chance here.
No one is safe as houses.
No one is safe as houses. So what are they safe as? Safe as... What isn't, safe, but you could say safe. Safe as this live stream booth in this wind. Safe as the live stream booth door.
Yeah, like our door. Yeah. That's quite good. And there is Lilu. Another straight loop. I don't know if that's enough. Like, she isn't safe as houses, as you said. Because if Aya replaces her 0.8 with a bigger score, then she's moving into 3rd position and potentially even into 2nd position. So she's
There's going to be a lot of change left here, isn't there? Here we go. Lots of speed here from Alessa Sophia Mensch, looking to boot out her 3.9. No, it's all over the place here. 4.47 contra loop front roll. What was it?
Just a straight loop, kite loop or mega loop. But
I'm glad you were watching, 'cause I was busy trying to do the numbers on here. What do you think she wanted?
Probably go for has she ticked the 1-footer or board off category yet?
I don't know. Maybe she thought she could get a big enough score from there. We've seen some great scores here from these ladies. It's most difficult for them to decide what can I upgrade, Well, here we go then. It's Natalie Lambrecht leading this heat, powering her way into the semi-final, I think. She's going to go right foot forwards here. The advice she would have been given was that your kite loop back roll could potentially be upgraded unless you want to change the family. She's got a kite loop front roll. Will she give it another go, a mega loop board off here? Or will she go for a massive mega loop back roll? What do you think? She's taking a long time to go to the right here.
But she needs speed to... I think she just wants a lot of space.
No green flag.
No,
and she is on a 7, I think, as well.
It's a bit of a safer approach, and now she's charging up to the left corner.
I think back roll mega loop.
Yeah. No.
Or is it just by back roll mega loop? You don't have to think so much, do you? Back roll mega loop, you just go into it. Maybe just that thinking might suggest it is a mega loop board off that she's thinking about.
But we will see this in a second, because she's going to turn around one more time, and then probably Cedric will wave to her and be like, okay, that's I see the hand up of Cedric, so that means She has to go.
Oh, she's got the green flag. I think she might have even requested
Ah,
it to
okay.
just say, look, it's
Strong.
It's pretty strong. I'm on a
She's
7
safe.
here. You know,
She's
so they
safe.
can't make me go in 1 minute. So it's strong, but we've seen windier come through here.
Yeah, we've
And
seen the water fly off the water. So.
Yeah, I have to say, it's been really wonderful to see how well the riders are working with the team here. So Cedric has been down there every step of it. He doesn't want to flag anyone out. And if the conditions, he would listen to the response then. She's gaining not really any advantage. In fact, she's probably getting more tired riding around before her move here. But she's just said, like, I need a bit more time here. The wind is clearly has picked up. And of course it has, because it always does with Natalie Lambrecht on the water. But she's riding in now. I think this is going to be a back roll. Well, she's slow into it.
Yeah, but she has time. She can turn around one more time.
Come on, put your money on the table. What's it going to be? A back roll mega loop or a mega loop board off?
I think I'm pretty sure you want to go for the back row.
I think I do, but I would understand. I'm split down the middle because I would understand if she went mega loop board off, because I think she'd love to know she's got that under her belt for the later parts of the competition. Because I think she's starting to.
Yeah, I think she's gonna. I'm gonna go with. It's gonna be a kite loop board off or mega loop board off.
All right. Perhaps that's why she wanted things to. Because I think she would have done a back roll. I'm going to stay back roll.
Okay. Oh, and she goes for it. It is a back roll kite loop.
Yes,
oh, and it's big.
But it shows you just how windy it is that she really had to pay some attention to the time. Wow, what a move. And the caddies down there in front of us cheering. That was the communication. That was tough for us because she really thought about it. It could have been one or the other. It's a big back roll kite loop, perfectly executed. Wonderful landing, almost in the no land zone. This is going to score big. Some big numbers coming in already from the judges, way above 6. So I think that's going to be enough that you could class her safe as houses.
Yeah, probably, because it's her second last trick attempt. So there's one more trick attempt in rounds. So yeah, that's going to be a high score. Oh, we just missed this trick, sorry. Oh, there was a crash. But we're going to have the replay. Because Luis and I were looking at the scores.
Yeah, one judge didn't like that move from Natalie. Maybe didn't see it right. Yeah, so we missed that crash there from Aya, who looks like she really committed to it. This is what we did miss. You wouldn't have missed this. You would have seen it on your screens, but we're allowed to miss some, aren't we?
Yeah.
So how many tricks did we watch so far?
I have no idea, but probably a lot. 7. Yeah, we can actually calculate it here.
What if all of them were landed?
Yeah, but
okay. How many trick attempts have we seen? Yeah, we could do. Maybe we don't want to calculate that. Don't even go there.
My head is spinning then.
Yeah, how good's your 7 times table as well? That's.
Okay, that's a 7th trick attempt from the north of French rider, Siglini Lilou. Sorry for pronouncing the first name there wrong. Yes, so she's maybe speaking to her caddy. The green flag's not up, that means she has to go. She's still in the corner, probably talking to her caddies, because she's still in 3rd position, and she needs something big now, actually. And to secure her 3rd position, not become 4th.
Oh, wind's come up now. Look at that.
The green flag is not up yet.
It's not. It's a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Please just put the green flag up.
But I think it's going to.
Can you imagine being flagged out now?
Oh, it wouldn't be fair, man. But she's going to the left. Oh, she's powered. She's really powered. Going up.
I didn't quite get the height. I think if you send a loop when you're not that high and you hit a power spike, it's all over. You know, you've got to be getting that superior up there. She's after a kite change, I think. Here, what do you go down to? That looks like a 5 Evo. What do you?
I can't see
what
it
do you
now.
change? It's a 5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
a 5.
how do you go down? Do you go? Can you do 4s in that? I don't know.
Have you ridden a 4?
Have I ridden a 4? I've barely ridden. I used to have a 5. A slingshot fuel 5. I got a lot of good use out of that. I'm telling you, that thing was any storm that hit a home. You could actually go out sometimes and be a little underpowered. I think if you live somewhere where you get storm wind, you got to have these small sizes. They open up. I mean, when the sea gets those conditions at home, it just changes everything. And you want to be in that sea, you know. And if you want to be in it, obviously, you know, safe. 5 is a good size to own. Maybe not a 5 slingshot fuel, but that thing was
no, probably not. But it's a legendary kite.
I'd love to use it again, though, to see what
would be
I could do
funny
with
to
that.
see guys or girls on sea kites actually go for those
5s.
tricks.
Maybe they do turn quick enough.
Joe,
What's wrong with that? Maybe
a
they
double
were
on a
quick
sea
enough.
kite. Oh,
Maybe.
would be interesting.
Biding her time then on your screen is Alessa Sophia Mensch. Currently going through. It is her last trick attempt here, Lasse.
Yeah. So she's second in order to move to the first spot. She is still safe.
I think she will be safe. I think this one's actually pretty wrapped up now. I think
there's a gap there.
Natalie's through quite high. And I tell you what, Aya could sneak this. She needs a 6.71 at the moment. She's last in the order. I know she's young, she's 14. She's got some good people around her now. Even if she has got someone there, that is, that she could say, what's the deal here? She has shown us a few glimpses of moves that could potentially score that high if she landed her best move. That's if Alessa isn't able to upgrade one of her moves now, because Alessa has the lowest score is a 4.47 here. It is a contra loop front roll.
Yeah.
So we are expecting her to get rid of that, her lowest score, because it is only 3 tricks that count here, of course, 7 trick attempts for these riders. And so it makes sense for her that is the easiest one for her to add points on.
Yeah.
Can't do just the same thing the whole time. That's the design of trick families, and they are relatively simple to understand with rotations one way or the other, pulling the front or backhand being similar. It does get a bit tricky when you bring board offs into it as well.
No,
but
then for
the
sure.
judges don't find it difficult, and the riders generally understand it very well. But this is crunch time here, because Alessa will want to try and do something more. I mean, she must be feeling like she's done enough, but you just never know when someone else is to go.
Yeah, the green flag is up. That means that she has a bit time to think about her next move. So let's see if she's gonna still go for it. I believe she was going for that front roll contra to the right, so maybe she's just using that gust and that power to get higher. Let's see. Patiently waiting, yeah. Probably a smart move. Sehr gut.
Sehr gut.
Fantastisch. Because we don't want to see our Arschbombe, right?
No,
We want
no.
to see something nice. Okay, she goes for it. That is...
It's huge. Can she land it?
She can.
Oh, wow. What a move. That was absolutely incredible, and not even absolutely
contra.
necessary.
No.
A massive front loop contra. The pre-pop was very clever riding to release some tension. I loved how the screen paused on that. And what a move. That is a big scorer for me. That's going to be one of the highest scorers. Maybe not the highest scorer, Natalie Lambrecht with a 7.07, of course, but I loved that. I think that should be scoring really well. That was to the right-hand side. And
yeah, maybe she's going to get it, but I'm not too sure. What was her first boogie contra scored?
5.37, so she does upgrade a bit, and it just asks a bit more of Aya here. It looks like Natalie is She's still on the water, or has she just done a jump for us?
No.
She's not. I think she may have jumped. I don't know. She's not too fussed about doing another move because she knows she's won. So I think Natalie now getting out of the water in front of us. You can see her red flag raised to the right-hand side of your shot with the beautiful snowy mountain in the background. There goes her red flag as the team realising she's got rid in first place. Needing a 7.61 here then is Aya Kasabova, who is this her first event? I think it might be.
No, I think
If
she
not,
come full power.
Okay, she's,
No.
all right. But has she competed at Lords of Tram before?
No.
I'm not sure. So I think she was a
No.
video entry.
Oh, nice height. Back row takeoff. She wanted something more of it. She wanted to go for a loop, back roll, kite loop or contra loop, late back row or something.
She has to be really proud of her performance here
Yeah.
because she landed very consistent.
But it was nice riding. Unfortunately,
Video entry. So she would have got in via the video entry. So we will see some highlights here. Someone absolutely sends it, who's potentially in this next heat. So let's get you some highlights. The red flag is up, indicating a break of proceedings. And we need to tell you whether or not we're going to men's final or semi-final of the women. Let's take a commercial break. We'll be back shortly.
okay, it's first the highlights.
Sorry, let me repeat. Let's take a highlight break. We won't go anywhere.
That's a
Here we
nice
go.
boogie contra there from Alessa. That was the first one. And then that was also nice and landed. And I believe there was Aya.
Ziglini had to settle for third in
no.
the end here,
Yeah.
but she had a good performance. She landed a
was
lot
her.
of her moves, just a
Yeah.
couple of crashes in the end, but really it was Natalie Lambrecht trying here for Megaloop Bordeaux.
That was big.
Still scored well that move. She really was in another level, I think. Massive Megaloop back roll. That was kind of the deal sealer. That was trick attempt number 6 out of 7 for Natalie. Alessa Sophia really impressed us with this front roll contra loop right at the end of the heat, which sealed her place through. That scored 5.37. Not enough for me with how well that was performed at this level of wind. And these are our results. 19.6, a clear winner, Natalie Lambrecht. And in second place, Alessa Sophia Mensch. Third, Ziglini Lilou. Aya Kasabova in fourth. We'll be back after this commercial break.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, a passionate kite surfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric. Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotion. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
And we're back, Arez. Next heat then, semi-final, heat number 1 is Alessa Sophia Mensch up against Alice Rougier, Pippa van Ursel and Francesca Miney. Going to be a tough heat, this one, Lasse.
Yeah, it is. We haven't seen Pippa ride today because she was in the first heat yesterday in the morning before it got too strong. And she won that heat, so she made all the way to the semifinals. Now we will see her ride against Alessa Sophia Mensch, Alice Ruggio and Francesca May. It's going to be a close one because there's a few girls in there that have a chance. Three girls, actually.
3 girls in here have a chance of being world champion. It will obviously all depend a lot on how Michele does in the opposite semi-final. But, yeah, like this is interesting that 3 still have a chance. Let's see. Right, here we go then.
Alessa
Mensch.
How Jason would say it, Mensch. Mensch. So yeah, probably Jason is back from the hospital and can watch his girlfriend perform live. Otherwise, Jason, I hope we get the best camera angles if you're watching the live stream right now. So yeah, she is going for another trick attempt to the left. What do you think? I think it's a
laid back roll.
Yeah, me too.
It's got to be your banker in these sort of conditions.
And
yes,
stick it, landed. She does.
Oh, what a start! What a brilliant start from Alessa.
There's a hand in the air, like I just claimed it. But it's good to get it's good for her that she got a laid back roll already on the scoreboard. Now Alice also a potential world champion, Luis, eh?
Yeah, she is, and that is because she has a second ranking here. She came second then in Brazil.
Yeah.
And so if she wins the event, actually, she will become world champion. With Michele Sol in second, it will go on countback to the last competition, which will be this one. Yeah. I lost the Big Air World Championship on that. All I had to do was come second at the last one. I got first and third, and the other guy got first and third. But he won the last event. Those are the things you never get over. That was a long time ago, though. So Alice Rougier there with a nice move for her.
Yeah, it's also a laid back roll.
Yeah.
Just answering to Alessa, just to the right. I felt like Alessa's was a bit more powered and control, like with the legs a bit more stylish, but it's also a good score for her. Let's see how the judges are going to like it. So Alessa got on her first move of 5.6. So let's just see what Alice is getting. And then there's Pippa van Ursel's move. We have only seen her ride yesterday, winning her first heat, automatically generating herself into the semifinals.
Wind speed out there, do you think? What do you think?
Oh, that is a big one.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa, baby! Come on! It was a butt check. You can't deduct too much for that.
It was a butt check. It wasn't an arse bomber. That was proper.
You can't deduct anything for it. Just look at the distance. That has woke us up here. Look at the distance she covered here. Did get a bit yanked, I have to say, through that move. But with the gusts
all
as
in
they
control,
were, she's landed it.
That's going to be a big score for her.
Yeah, there was I don't know. I think the judges, they've been very harsh on butt checks, I think, this competition. And again, 3.33 is looking like what it's going to be.
Really?
They didn't.
No, they don't like butt checks.
They really do criticise you for that, which I think is a bit.
And Francesca Maney from the UK. Laid back roll.
Very Aaron Hadlow style.
Yeah. And landing it.
Actually, Pippa style as well. The way she just ducks the head in that move. It really is a great initiator. It's really, I remember trying to think about learning that move. How smooth did that look? That was a real
really
understanding of the move. Great start from Francesca Miney, who does have a chance, of course,
to be world champion
I think she would need to win the event, and Mika perhaps became fourth as well. That would help her. But again, that would also depend on how Pippa and Alice got on. So lots of scenarios still. But those are the 4 key players. 3 of them in this heat. Michele in the other heat. It's quite a nice position for Michaeli to be in.
Yeah.
Front roll contra loop. This is looking nice if it can be landed. It has got lots of good landings coming in. So that is
So that's
lesser.
another good score for her. So there's a replay of that one. Perfect execution, all in control. And now it's back to back here, literally. And now it's Alice's turn. I think she's more going to the right. She's one of those riders who's stronger on the right foot forward. Just probably waiting.
Look at the crowd that's joined us now.
Yeah,
and that goes all the way down the beach, by the way. You can't see what's going on behind the bushes to your right-hand side. This is just the area where people are because they can't fit into the main area. So it's really well attended, this event. Of course, it's been on the weekend. Couldn't be any better. Are we going to see another rotation there? No, just a single.
Yeah.
Thought there was a chance maybe she would have got thrown into another one, but good core strength to just hold on there and
go for front roll.
Complete that one, yeah. Front roll, backhand gets pulled there for Alice. So great start for these riders so far.
Yeah, it's good to get some scores on the board and then just secure your spot on the leaderboard.
Attempt.
Okay.
Three potential world champions in this heat, Aaron. The other one, fourth, is in the other side. Aaron just joining us in the booth shortly. He's just popped up. How is it out there, Aaron?
Yeah, it's died down a little bit.
It's died down a bit, is the report, but it still looks
strong.
35? Yeah.
So died down in Bucharest.
means
not 50 or 70, 60 knots, means 30.
Look at that
35.
though for a view. Doesn't that look like paradise? Flat water. It could be Brazil, this shot, couldn't it? Apart from the 5 mil wetsuit and everything, but it's a nice shot that here, and it's a good. It's nice to just see. This is where you wait here. You wait in behind the bushes to try and get the wind off you before you go riding and think about what you're going to do. But Francesca Maini now, left foot forward here, the Red Bull King of the Air champion in the women's division, starts off with a 5.83 mega loop delayed back roll. Is she going to go for a boogie loop now?
No, I think boogie contra.
No, another. Front roll contra loop. Sorry, it was a mega loop delayed back roll was her first one. What a start from her. Two very powerful moves. I think this one might score a bit more than the 5.8 that she opened with, because it's a bit more technically difficult. She's really got that move down nicely. That was a great move from Francesca Maini.
So Alessa is still in the first place, but let's see if okay, now that just changed. Francesca is in first place with that contra boogie contra. And Alessa, Sophia Mensch is in the second position. In the third position, Elise and Pippa just had a crash, so she just needs another trick. But Alessa's going to the right again. What do you think, Luis? She has the boogie contra already. Oh, that's a boogie loop.
Yeah.
It's not a boogie contra, so it's
clean.
different.
Very clean. I had no answer for you there, Lasse. I was a bit late into that.
But that was beautiful executed, all in control.
Yeah, nice. We're seeing so many riders landing now that we've got through to the semi-finals. Actually, throughout the day, the women have landed so many tricks. I mean, look at this. One crash in 8 moves there. That was Pippa van Ursel. But she'll be back for sure. It's not really got to that time where you need to worry. But what a start from Alessa Sophia Mensch. And you said Jason on his way back from the visit to the checkup on Josh Gillett, South Africa. And he's, by the sounds of it, coming out. And it's all good from his big hit earlier on. But Jason will be listening into this because his partner's out there.
Oh.
Contra loop board off. And then, well, it wasn't really an ash bomb. It was,
it was a slam.
A slam down.
A slam dunk.
Slam dunk.
Boom.
That was, well, is that worse than an ash bomb? It is.
Yeah, I think
it
so.
is. It is actually work. So a big crash then from Alice Ruggiu. God, that's a nasty one when the board's on like that.
Yeah, it hurts.
Really rocks your feet in there.
She writes it off.
Writes it out. Always better to have taken a slam dunk than never to have had one. As long as you're not injured, of course.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling of strength that you can take anything when you have those huge bomb outs.
So Pippa wants to up her score. It's a boogie loop.
Very well controlled.
Yeah, it's very good.
Ash bomb.
Yeah, that was an ash bomb, but that hurt.
The translation there is arse bomb, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, just bombing down. Most of the time you try and take it to the rear, not actually through the feet onto the board. That's if the board is still on your feet. If the board gets removed off the feet, which a lot of the riders tend to do, they can go in two-footed and try and, go underneath the water, a bit more of a submersion.
Yeah, then it doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt so much unless you're at the bottom. Then you don't. I'm always worried when I see people go through the water like that. Gran Canaria, especially.
Is it shallow there?
Oh, there's just boulders and rocks at the front. We saw Hill bail a few S loops and go through like a pencil, and you're like, am I going to see them again? Jasmine as well, but whoa! Love this. Can we see this landed? Yes, we can. What a move from Francesca Maini. Who is, what a start. Kite loop back roll, contra loop front roll, and a boogie loop. This is a textbook start from one of the best riders in the world right now, who's flying high after that Red Bull King of the Air victory in the women's division, first time ever at the end of 2024. She's taking it to the other riders here. And another rider in this heat, though, is performing really well. Alyssa Sophia Mensch.
You know why you can tell that she's performing? Her hair is still dry.
My hair's always dry.
No, but check, she hasn't crashed a single trick yet, and she was riding earlier, and it's not summer in Bucharest. So
yeah, this is true. She doesn't have a drop.
She hasn't really
on
crashed.
There.
And she's in first position at the moment. Let's just see.
That was a great detail you picked up on there. No crash, completely dry. Can she leave this heat completely dry? You don't think?
Let's see. Maybe, but I think she needs, if Pippa gets 2 more or 3 good scores in, which is possible, then and there's also Elisa and Francesca, so it's a hard heat to beat. Oh, what?
Of course, she's up in it here.
Now she's...
I think she can. She's had 3 great moves.
Yeah, she's wet now.
Yeah.
So she just tried. Was it a boogie contra board off?
It was.
Yeah. Oh,
it was. If she can stick that, I think
she's
she's going to get through to the final here. But well, I don't know actually, because Pippa, it's not fair. Pippa still got there's a lot of attempts from all the riders yet, but she'll have a much better chance if she can start working on that. Maybe she said to herself, "Come on, give yourself 2 or 3 attempts at landing that." She's already got 3 good moves. I'm talking good moves here. 2 high-ish 5s or above 5s. She's given herself the opportunity to try her harder moves at an early stage. She's in a great position.
Yeah.
This is Alice Ruggiu, who's now going for her 4th trick attempt. She has started 5.23, 4.67 crash. So ideally wouldn't crash here. 2 crashes in a row. It's going to start. Well, maybe get a safe. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see a straight loop here. Just to get that 3rd trick score on. I don't know, at least something safe has got to come here.
Yeah, maybe she's going to go for that contra board off, actually, because she wants a... no, it's not. It's a boogie contra. And
but it was safe. It was performed pretty safe. It's going to...
So that's her 3rd score on the board, which is quite smart.
To be honest, though, it doesn't put her in 2nd. She needs a 5.65.
Yeah,
so
she needs that contra
had I seen those scores... and maybe been speaking to her on the side, might have just said, look, you already need a 5.65. She will go back to repair a kite loop front roll, but this wasn't worth it. It needed to be bigger than that, actually, because it hasn't made a difference to her position, although it is a 3rd score, but it's 1.92. She's going to probably upgrade that same move, so it doesn't put her in any position of safety, really. She is still in 3rd position. Pippa van Ursel.
Yeah, she's the last year's event winner. isn't she?
Who's that?
Pippa.
Yes, sorry, I thought we were talking about Alice. Yeah, Pippa is, but she was heavily deducted for that first move. A 3.33 for an absolutely massive contra loop front roll, which I suspect she might go for again. She usually does a mega loop delayed back roll as well. She does that right foot forwards too. So it's going to be between one of those two moves. Mega loop back roll, and usually does a second back roll as well. So Pippa... Not super comfortable out there at the moment after 4 trick attempts, so she'll be starting to feel the nerves a little bit now. That wasn't as super high. She didn't really have the wind in that heat, as we now see a big line of glassy water on the inside here, which we haven't seen much.
We haven't seen it.
No.
There's no land zone anymore.
There is no land zone. It's the land zone. Land. It's land.
So Francesca is still in first position. And it's time for her 4th trick attempt.
She's in control of this, though.
I think she's gonna go for a board off kite loop or by the fin.
It's only 1 point ahead of Alessa,
not by
actually.
the fin. I think by the handler.
Are we going to see a kite change here? I'm going to throw that out here, guys. Like, is the wind looking that one of these riders might be thinking, maybe I'll risk it here, because this is the lightest I think that we've seen it on this weekend. I'm going to throw it out there and say that there's multiple areas of glass out there, which I'm wondering if the wind has dropped just below 30 in some of the lulls, but it seems to have come back reasonably here. Yeah,
no,
they didn't get the height. She didn't get the height.
And
so
she's on a 5.9, so
exactly,
maybe she's going to go for a kite swap. But on the other hand, I think the wind has shifted a bit to northwesterly direction.
Okay, thanks for joining us here at the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Lords of Tram 2025. It's the Big Air World Championships, where we know already that Lorenzo Casati is the new 2025 Big Air World Champion. And there will be a new Big Air World Champion in the women's division. But who will it be? 3 potential world champions in this heat. Francesca Maini, Pippa van Ursel and Alice Rougiu. And there's one other looking very strong for the World Championship. In the other semi-final to follow this one, that's Brazilian Michele Sol. Okay, Brazilian Michele Sol. She'll be looking to claim her World Championships here.
Nice.
You like this one, Lasse?
Yes.
And the landing?
Was powerful, and the judges love it. Hopefully. Let's see the replay. I think it was a boogie loop. Yeah, she could have thrown the added rotation in there, but it was pretty powerful as well. So maybe it's gonna up her score. She's still in 2nd position, but I don't know. Is it enough for the 4? Was a 4.5?
Let's see. It's coming in.
I don't think it will be enough to top the score to move into 1st position. But remember, guys, the first 2 are advancing to the finals, so she's still safe. Alessa's still safe.
Safe as houses?
No, not really, because Alice is attacking. Let's see what her 5th trick will be.
5th trick attempt then here for Alice. None of the ones I thought. Okay. So Francesca actually broke the French all-time record yesterday, warming up with a 24.1 meter jump. That's beating the record by 3 meters before the women's were called off. So she can go high. Here is Alice, though. This could be big. Can she get the board back on her feet? Oh, ended
almost
up in
with the
backside block side for a little bit there. Contraloop board off. That would be big scorer.
Yeah, she's gonna go for it again. I'm pretty sure, because she needs that score as well in order to advance to the final. But here's the replay, pretty nice. And then just unfortunately going into the spin in the moment when she wants to put the board back on. That's pretty unfortunate. But now we go back to Pippa van Eersel. She hasn't gotten a third score on the board yet, and her first score wasn't super high. So let's just see if she can put a nice trick on the board. What do you think, Luis? What's she going to go for?
Pippa?
You have seen her ride.
I think she's got a kite loop back. Well, she's got to be smart here. She'll be feeling like she can actually get way more for all the two tricks that she's got on the board. Contra loop front roll, kite loop back roll. Boogie loop. Does she do doobie? I think she likes a doobie as well, maybe. Loop.
I don't know. But it would score good. Because she needs a third score, and she needs a higher score. So
yeah, that would be a third category if she did do a boogie loop.
Yeah, I think she probably just... Oh, the wind just cranked back on.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a boogie loop, really, for her. Where is she down there? She needs second. She's got to set herself up with a few upgrades at the end here, not needing everything upgraded, you know. So I think she needs a good, solid boogie. But she might go back to one of the moves that are scoring and think, I can definitely... She doesn't mind it picking up a bit as well. Are we going to see the green flag appear here? What do you think?
It's possible because...
There you go.
Yeah,
it comes straight up. Wind come up. I like that flag. What a sense that Cedric has. It clearly just came in the wind, didn't it?
Yeah, and you jinxed it a bit because earlier was literally a bit glassy, a bit underpowered on
I did say the wind had dropped,
move
didn't
there. And now it's 50 knot. The 50 knot flag is back up. So that means that Pippa is, I believe, on a 7. Pretty powered.
Pretty powered, yeah. Is she on a 7?
I think so. It looks like a 7.
I don't know.
Or maybe it's a 6.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it just looks a little bit smaller than...
Yeah. I'm not used to seeing 7s and 8s anymore after today and yesterday.
Aaron thinks 6.
Oh,
she loves her 6. They all love that
okay.
6.
Aaron just confirmed that it must be a 6 because she loves the 6.
I think she's going to be tempted to go, though, because she likes to go big on that kite. And so...
Yeah, and she needs actually a wow factor.
But she's got to land it, though. She does not want to be going into her 2 last tricks knowing that she's got to land them both. You know, if she doesn't land this, then one of these 2 scores is going to stay there. And, that's a 4.2 and a 3.3. So
she only has this trick attempt and then 2 more to follow. So she needs...
Do you think she'd settle with a 5 now if I said, look, I'll give you a 5, you don't have to do anything? Would she take that?
No.
No? You don't think so?
Nah.
Would you take that, Aaron, in this position? 5. I'll give you a 5.
Nah,
don't do anything.
You're asking Aaron.
I know
of course you
know.
would. He's just shaking his head. His eyebrows through the roof. It's
don't
like,
do
no,
5s.
Luis, don't do 5s.
Maybe give me a crash. That's what it feels like. I'd take a 5 right now if I was in this position. Where would that put you? That would put you with 2 chances to upgrade your 3.3. You know.
We don't do 5s around
here. Don't do 5s around here.
But Pippa is just playing it a bit more safely, and waiting until she feels more comfortable in the wind. Smart choice, probably.
$18 trick attempts so far, and I'm offering her the 6th best trick score of the heat, and none of you would take it. 18 trick attempts. I'm saying, here you go, I'll give you the 6th best trick score here, which would be a straight 5. There's 6 scores more than a 5 here, or 5, and the guys wouldn't want it.
Nah.
You know, at a time like this, with the wind like this, with the green flag up, what a tense moment this is here at the 2025 Lords of Tram on the 2nd day of the wind window. Incredibly, starting yesterday on the 1st day of the month-long wind window. That was a superb forecast which blew up. We couldn't have asked for more here. The riders came in early on in the week and it always looked like it was going to happen. So much so that I booked up the trip, the flights, the car, everything. I booked up about 2 days before the green light, which is always a bit risky, but you just got to do that sometimes. I felt it was going to happen, and it's just there's nothing better than that. We get to see the riders train. But Pippa van Ursel looks like she's going to go for something here.
Oh, massive.
Boogie.
Yeah, she will land this.
Wonderful. She'll be really happy. Look how carefully she made sure she landed that. Wouldn't that be funny if she got a 5? What do you think she's going to get for that?
Probably a 5. Huh?
Bit more than
Aaron
a 5.
Just,
oh, really? Okay. Actually, I
5.
think it's going to be a bit less than a 5. Should have taken my offer. Pippa, let's see.
Let's see. Oh.
Oh, it is a bit more than a 5. Yeah, so I offered a... Well, it depends what the other 2 judges think. We're not allowed to tell you what these 5 judges come in at, but we can see their scores are 5.33. Okay, shoot me. I didn't offer you a 5.33, but how interesting that could be if that really made all the difference. But
So
flying in now.
Yeah, it's getting closer now, eh?
Ooh.
Oh, Francesca going for the board of kite loop, and she lands and she gets
what a
away with
landing.
it.
Not even a butt check.
And there's a fist in the air. That's big for her.
That is 1 foot into the final for me.
And she's doing it on a... She didn't go for a kite change. She's still on the 5.9. That kite is fast.
Look at this landing. Gosh, she managed to get really good tension back into the kite just as she was sitting down, about to make contact with the water for that butt check. But
And
there was
wasn't
no
that-
butt
yeah,
check.
yeah.
No, there wasn't
It's going to
a butt
secure her
check.
spot.
Fake butt check.
And now Alessa going for her 6th trick attempt.
Kite loop front roll, perhaps. No, mega loop.
Just with a
Grab.
grab.
Do you think she was trying to do a 1-footer maybe after that?
I don't know. But
She is in
it's
second.
possible,
She
yeah.
is in second here, Alessa.
But she's not.
It's a bit of a
safe.
wasted move, maybe, that one.
Yeah.
It's a nice mega loop, but it's not going to score more than a 4.57, her lowest score right now. So perhaps that wasn't the most used move, but she is still in second place. I've got a feeling that Alice will have an opportunity to change things. Now, Pippa van Ursel, scoring that 5.33, sets herself up shortly for 2 attempts that she can replace the contra loop front row. I think she's definitely going to go for that, but we need to talk first about Alice Rougiu on the RRD. Here she is, position 3 at the moment, currently not going into the final, but that could change. She needs 1.92 to go.
Whoa, that's
Oh, she
high.
sends a huge contra. Right, can she land it? It's another kite loop. It's going to be 3 kite loops. She's in the gust. Come on, land this, please.
4 down loops. She lands it.
Oh, wow.
That was big.
Unbelievable
She's
moment
happy.
here.
Yeah, she looked a bit out of control in between, but that was good. That was high.
She needed almost a 6 here to go into second place. I think she's going to get it, isn't
That
she?
was high, and then she decided to pull it. And you see she's just
then she
coming
became
out. 1, 2.
Part of the ride. And the ride
3.
began. And the ride began.
And she lands it.
How are the
Perfect.
judges? That must be so difficult for a judge when you get a move like that. You can't compare that to any of the other moves. It wasn't the most aggressive contra loop. It was at the top of her jump, but she was high. Then she went absolutely miles across the zone. How do you reward that? Clearly, some of the judges have struggled with that, but actually they've got to a good 5.53. I think actually that's a very good score for something that could easily have been overjudged, and a move that actually someone could have thought, well, it's contra loop, was it super angle? They've rewarded the the spontaneous, unique move that we've seen there, because we like to see that in kiteboarding big air. We do like to see someone enter the elevator.
100%, Luce, I agree. But now we have to look at Pippa, because she needs a big score now, because Alicia just landed a big move, a big good trick. It's her best scoring trick in the board. So that puts Pippa still in 4th position, and she needs to replace at 3.33 in order to become 3rd or 2nd, actually. And she has 2 more trick attempts, and she needs those 2
and
right
she
now.
should be able to do that, but it'd be nice to do it now. So she could go into first here. But 3.32 on a 3.33, 6.6.
That's a
5. 6.65. I think she needs here to go into second, because it's quite easy for us to tell you. We can see it says needs for second place 3.32, but she's going to deduct one of her scores for that. So you have to basically add that up. And we don't have our mathematician on.
She's
with
also
us
just
this year.
jumping to the right. So
Yeah, she's going to go for that contra loop front roll, I think. Although now sets up to go left again. Hasn't got the aid of the green flag, but I think she's there now saying, give it to me. I think she's arguing for that green flag there, maybe. She hasn't got much. She's going left foot forwards or not. Clearly with a bit of power. This is interesting because it's tailing up her red flag. The green flag is not up.
Not yet.
So this is one of those interesting moments where Cedric feeling that the wind isn't to the point where she should be given some flexibility. We are in our 6th trick attempt here at a very crucial stage. But here we go then. Front roll contra loop maybe, but she's I think this is the right decision to do because I think the wind is actually come up there. Yeah. And I think the next discussion when she comes back across those flags will be with Cedric to say, look, can't you see here? I'm absolutely maxed here. The wind's just gone crazy.
She's just holding on.
Yeah, because she's now definitely up to about a minute now. This could be very controversial.
Yeah. Yeah, now the green flag is up.
That was getting a bit scary there.
And me. Because she needs those 2 jumps right now to count.
That came at the right time, that green flag, because she nearly was forced into doing something there.
So she's still waiting it out, I reckon.
Also, right. It's getting very exciting. I hope you are joining us wherever you're watching this around the world. It's the Big Air Female Semi-Finals at the Lords of Tram 2025. We're at a very tense time in this semi-final where last year's winner, Pippa van Ursel, is in a difficult, tight spot here. Down in 4th place at the moment, but she doesn't have really a big 3rd trick score. She's got 3.33 counting. She needs a 6.65.
And the green flag is down. That means she's going. Oh, back, laid back. Massive. She's going to land it. Oh,
late back. Was it the right one to go for? That's the kite loop back roll, which is scoring 4.2 at the moment. The contra loop front roll scoring 3.3.
And butt checking.
Was that contra? I didn't see that move fully. I have to be honest. I might have got that wrong.
Double back. Kite loop.
So she went to try and get the high score, and that might well have set her up for the contra loop at the end. So she will have a 4.20 remain in her final 3 trick scores. She'll get another chance of that, but this depends on can Alice Ruzu upgrade. But on our screens now is Francesca Miney. The yellow flag is up, and she has been in absolute control of this heat so far. We have to mention Alessa Sophia Mensch as well, who's really kept herself in the game here too. She's not far away from 1st and 2nd either. 15.54 for Alessa in 3rd, 16.17 for Alice in 2nd, and Francesca 17.63 in 1st. He was just wandered in here as well, which would be great to get him on soon as well, but we're not far from the end of this heat. Here we go then. Left foot forwards now. Can Alice, Francesca Miney, can she get even further ahead here? No green flag.
I have a feeling what she's going to try.
What do you think? Come on. Don't keep those feelings personal.
I think she's going to go for kite loop board off by the fin with a tic-tac.
What do you think, Gil?
Gil is smiling and looking at me. It's like, yeah.
Okay, then I should guess something else.
He was also at Dolphin Beach a lot, and we have seen her train.
Should I join you guys and agree, or should I try something else and win 2-1?
Try something else, otherwise it's boring.
All right. Kite loop back roll, contra loop front roll, kite loop board off. I get the sense that she's going to want that feeling of having one of her big moves in the bag for the final.
And there she goes. Just couldn't connect it. But there was just a straight loop, not the move.
Is she on a 7 as well now?
Oh no, she changed. Correct.
Yeah, so maybe that changed. So all of us are wrong. How about that? Although I didn't guess technically, so you 2 are wrong and I win. Okay, all right.
It's not that easy, Luis.
No, you can't. You've got to be in it to win it, and I wasn't in it then, really, was I? I didn't say anything. You gave me the opportunity to play, and I didn't want to. Okay.
So it's a last trick attempt, the last round of trick attempts. For Alessa, that's her chance right now to get a better score in order to stay in this competition and move forward to the finals.
Kite lip front roll is the one that is the most obvious to replace. 4.57 is currently what you can see her 3 best scores. If you look up on the screen, what's the lowest score? That's the one she probably wants to replace. She needs to replace it. She needs to add on to that 0.64. So what does she need?
She's going to go to the right. Whoa, big boogie.
5.21.
Nice
I
landing.
think she needs a 5.21 for this, guys, if she's going to get into second place. Let's see how bad my maths are.
Here you see the replay. It was nice inversion and coming down a bit faster than on the other ones. But
is this the moment where a straight 5 is given after all of our jokes here?
I don't think so.
5.21 needed. First judge under. And the others under too. It's not what she needed to get through, unfortunately, for Alessa Sophia Mensch. So her journey will finish here at the 2025 Lords of Tram. The GKA Kite World Tour wasn't super high scored for Hill. You look surprised? No? Thought it could be a bit more, maybe? Yeah? Oh, well.
Unfortunately.
Good effort, though. That was for her riding, and she'll feel like she could have got maybe further in this. So that shows the level that she is at now. Alessa Sophia Mensch from Germany. Great work at this competition, but it's the end of the road here. But
we say wunderbar.
Wunderbar.
Wunderbar riding.
Wonderful.
Yes. Oh, your German is quite good, actually.
That
so
sounds the same.
Going for what looked like she wanted more out of this. Yeah,
all
but
right.
it was also, I think that's going to be a
She's
crash.
not safe as houses here.
No, she's not
Lasse.
safe
She
as
has left the
houses.
door open wide
Pippa.
for Pippa, but Pippa's still got to do something quite big. I think if my memory serves me, it was a 6.65 that Pippa needs here, as we see this crash from Alice. Elise Ruggiero currently going through in position 2, but Pippa van Ursel, last year's winner here, can keep this alive of defending the Lords of Tram result that she got. She is the champion round here, but it's quite an effort here. I mean, that would be the highest score of this heat so far. She needs a 6.65. 6.7. 6.67. She's got 3.32 to go on a 3.33.
She needs something big, that's for sure. And she's waiting.
For second.
Oh, and I see the yellow flag already in the hand of the flag guy.
For second, she needs 3.32 on top of her lowest score. Her lowest score is a 3.33.
Yeah. So.
No, 6.65. 6.65 is enough.
Oh, but Pippa is charging to the left.
Don't
this
overdo
time going
it.
to the left. Taking off. She needs something big right now.
You guys always want more.
Oh, Kite Lubordov with a late front rotation. Can she land it? That would.
Oh, nice. An ash bomb at a time like that.
That would have been it for sure. Here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen. She went so high. Perfect timing, putting it off. Probably an unwanted late front roll.
Do you know what? If she was going for a 6.65, she probably wouldn't have pushed it that hard. She was going for a 7.
Yeah.
As you guys said, she needed a 7. But it was what she needed. She needed a big move, and she went for it, which means it's all over now in this heat. Francesca Maini can do something for the crowds. Unfortunately for Pippa van Ursel, that low trick score of a controlute front roll, staying in there, the 3.33. But it was a good effort. She could have done with that earlier on in this heat. But unfortunately, that will also be the end of the run for her. She's going to take a 7th home here at Lords of Tram 2025. But looking strong, it has to be said. Coming left foot forwards in here for her final move. Will it just be a big jump for the crowd?
Nah.
Or why not? I'll tell you what, guys. I think she needs a 10. So. You know, why not? You need a 10 out there, yeah?
I think... Luis, I personally
a 0 will be fine, but why not get a 10?
Either
Who actually agrees.
But how I know Francesca, she's not going to just jump. I think she's just going to try her best trick. for the finals, to get ready, to get the mindset. Because if you try it, or even if you land it, you're gonna feel really, really confident. And she's just gonna go for a boogie contra, but also pretty good front row contra loop there, landing it. That's it for this heat, I believe. Luis, there was also a hard racing heat, eh? First off is Francesca.
That was a good heat. That was exciting, actually. And it went all the way down. At least Alessa
place.
really had a shot there. They
Yeah.
all had a good go at it, to be honest. But Alice would be really happy to get to the final. And actually, that means that we now have just 3 that can potentially take the World Championship. Francesca Mani and Alice Ruggio already through. But this also depends on how Michele does, who will be in the next heat. We're going to have some highlights come shortly, I'm sure. But then I think we're going to actually pass over to both Aaron and Hill if they want to commentate one of these heats together.
Yeah.
We'll let you know. But let's
let's
bring you some highlights from that last heat.
Yeah, that was
in a moment.
Pretty exciting, actually. So there is.
This was the move that we felt wasn't scored so
Yeah.
highly for this crash. It was a bit of a heavy butt check, but it was a big contra loop, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
From
was.
Pippa. Francesca Mani opened up her account with a mega loop delayed roll, very comfortable, and she looked comfortable throughout the whole time. She got a 5.83 for that move. Then she went straight into the contra loop front roll, 5.53. Then she went straight into the kite loop front roll. She's getting loads of coverage here. Oh no, that was the mega loop board off. Sorry, that was the kite loop board off, 6.27. She had 1 crash out of 7 moves.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
Yeah. Here's Alice Ruggio from Italy. Excellent. So we'll give you that update on Josh in a moment as we just deliver. That was the magic gust that we saw from Alice, and that actually became a big critical point for her. She got 6.27 for that contra loop where she found the elevation in the skies, and that was enough for her to get through. So great heat that one. Quick update. Do you want to give the update on your friend?
Josh's on the way back from the hospital. I'm pretty surprised actually because that was a hard crash. Obviously happy for him, but he's all fine. And I think no one else can walk away from a crash like that except Josh Gillett.
Nice. All right.
Okay, we're going to hand the mics over to Giel Vloet and Aaron Hedlow.
All right, we are back, and that was the results there from the last heat. There we see Francesca from the UK absolutely smashing it, and close second with Alice with a magic gust and flew, I don't know, half a kilometer down the...
Yeah, that was crazy. I was sitting there on the side for the lunch, and I just heard people screaming, and then I looked, and she was still in the air, still having to do 2 down loops. So that was entertaining, to say the least.
Yeah, and then Alessia put up a really good fight. I thought she was actually going to sneak through in second there before that big magic gust from Alice getting a really good score. I saw her go for a contra loop, front roll board off, which I've never seen before. And if she had landed that one, that would have been a big deal. But and then, unfortunately for Pippa, just coming unstuck there, unfortunately.
That last trick would have definitely gotten her into the final. That was huge. But we move on to the second semi-final with Svenja, who's had an incredible heat before. Natalie Lambrecht from Sweden, who's absolutely feeling it today. Sarah Sadek with an incredible double we've seen before, and the first in the World Tour, Michaeli Sol, as it kicks off already.
Nice. So here we go, the blue flag. Straight in here, straight into a big late back. That was a solid trick to start things off.
Good stuff from Svenja. That is, like you said, the perfect way to start your heat, right? You want a big score, and basically you want to have something landed so you know you have some scores on the board. But that was immediately quite a a proper score. So we'll wait for the score to come in there, but that was definitely high, and yeah, very good way to start the heat. So up next is going to be Natalie Lambrecht in the white lycra, already picking up loads of speed. She's going to go for that back roll kite loop as a first trick. Not her highest, but definitely beautiful execution and a smooth landing.
Yeah, solid. Yeah, super good. It's going to be a pretty interesting heat also to see how Mika performs in these conditions. We know in Brazil she was absolutely killing it, and that's why she has the lead in the championship so far. Obviously landing move after move that no other women have done so far in both free riding and in comps. So let's see. But next we have up Sarah, and she had an amazing double loop in the last. That was a big, powerful low kite doobie, I think.
Yeah, one thing about Sarah, for everyone watching and in Egypt and supporting, she does not know that she can loop a little later. She goes up and starts to go for that loop straight away and just gets incredible yank and pull and kite angle, and it's exciting to watch, and that's definitely ticked the extremity box. And pretty decent height, so she's going to be happy with that first score as well, as we see all three ladies who already started put some pressure on Mika. So let's see if she can respond with her next attempt, going for a big laid back, parking the kite on the side, smooth landing, I would say. There we go.
All day. What a start from all four of these girls. That was a really nice solid start. And Sarah pulling in a 5.6 with that powerful boogie, and then that was a big laid back from Mika. I think that will probably top them all. She might have a slight edge there, but let's wait to see. It was a bit higher. I would say Sarah had a bit more power on the initial loop. So
I think it will be close to Sarah's score. But here's Svenja already for the next trick, going for that, wanting to go for that contra board. If you could see her reach for the board, unfortunately not grabbing it and crashing. So that's not going to put a score on the board. That would have been a big one.
Well, wow. I mean, if she's going for that board off straight away on her second.
There you go. You see her touch the handle.
Second trick. At least she's just going all out, knowing who she's up against in this heat. She needs some big scores from the off. So, yeah, I think once she feels that gust and gets that good takeoff on the next one, she will be more confident to get that board off.
Mika with a 6.1 as Natalie is charging, and she's powered. She looks like she has a lot of power in there, maybe too much. So she's going to turn around and go for a second go at it.
Yeah, it looks like a 7 meter, so on one of the bigger kites in this heat.
And actually we're having Natalie and Sarah in this heat who both ride and spend a lot of time in El Gouna in Egypt. So that's going to be fun for them to be from, riding in warm water and flat water to going to this cold, super powerful, super punchy wind. And that's going to be amazing for everyone watching at home as well, because you probably know both of them, both of these riders. So yeah, that's very exciting. I'm very excited to see the action unfold.
Yeah, totally opposite wind, I would say. You get that nice, warm, easy wind in Egypt, and then you come here to this cold, punchy
always
Tram
40 knots.
Montana.
40 knots, mate.
Super strong.
That's a huge boogie. That was massive. So much power and a ridiculous landing.
Yeah, good kite angle. Man, she also loops the kite pretty early, hey? Like, that's quite well known for her style.
Maybe
she
it's
just
an Egypt thing. I don't know.
Straight in and then boom, like she gets that power. So, yeah, that was similar to Sarah, but I think a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I agree.
Same sort of power there with that early loop and a smooth landing. So she'll be, climbing towards those 6s at least, I would say.
And she is going downwind rapidly in the back as she gets a huge gust, because that's the big difference, I think, right now between Natalie's and Sarah's boogies, is that Sarah is on a kite that's a little smaller and has a little bit less pull. And you definitely saw that in the trick. But that will allow Sarah to go a bit more technical as well if she wants, as she is charging to go for another trick, gets a big takeoff, laid back, almost looked like she wanted to go for a laid back double loop there, but sticks the landing. That would have been a first for the women. That was, that got me a little bit.
Yeah, she stuck the kite right out the side of the window for a bit there, but you do get a moment to recorrect that then she gets a nice wide down loop. I think that helps with the landing, especially on such a small kite. I mean, she hasn't been riding these kites at all, basically. Basically got the set on the first day, and so she still has to do some bit of adjusting. But wow, she's got going quickly on these ones and doing super well.
Yeah, very steady riding from Sarah. As we see Natalie get a 5.77 for that boogie. So yeah, a little bit higher than Sarah's score, but nothing crazy. But Sarah's definitely got another big score coming in, so she's going to be happy with that.
What do you reckon here? Big doobie or boogie?
Yeah, I think boogie. Well, it is a doobie. That was a good call. And it was big. And it was landed, of course.
Smooth.
Look at that freestyle landing. You could just see so much control in that landing. There's just no way she's going to crash that.
Yeah, that sort of landing's nothing compared with coming down from a big 7.
Look at that landing, ladies and gentlemen. That's just power.
Yeah, super smooth.
Very, very
amazing
nice.
Kite control.
Yeah.
She's been kiting from such a young age. She just has that built into her senses. Just so easy to understand where the kite needs to be, even in these extreme conditions. So, yeah, she's going to definitely be taking quite some control of this heat early on with 2 tricks already. I imagine
that's
going to
be another 6 or
easy mid-6.
Maybe even 7.
The technically and...
Yeah, 6.5. Yeah.
And the height, yeah.
That's definitely, and that's a fair score. I think that's definitely worth it. As Zoe Svenja is thinking about it. Let's see if they're gonna take an attempt for that. I hope not, because she didn't really commit to that trick. So
they've been quite lenient, haven't they? There's been a few, transitions.
There we go. Now she's going up. That's a good takeoff. Go for it. Go for it. And there's the contra. It's a bit too late, but it's gonna be another score on the board for her, as I think she's still looking for that contra board off.
Wow, you visually saw that second gust, no?
Yeah.
She like went up and then boom again, up again, and then went for the contra. So
yeah.
From our angle, you could really see that she got into that double lift. But yeah, a bit late on the contra loop, but it is another score. And she's still feeling it out to try and get that board off, I feel like. So
Natalie is going to be going for another score. Let's see what she's going for, because she's got that back roll kite loop, the boogie loop. So now she's going for a big kite loop to get that 3rd score. Let's make sure we stick that one. Very good, because that's, it's important to have 3 scores down, because you never know what happens throughout the heat. So she's going to be ticking all of the boxes.
Yeah, I think with 2 good scores already, you might as well just get a 3rd banker and work from there, It also depends a little bit on what the other people are doing around you. You always got to be aware of that. But where it is so close right now, just having that score could give you the confidence to build on another one. So, yeah.
Well, let's see. Sarah's going up for it looked like another boogie loop, didn't it?
It was with the contra loop, that one, I think, when I had a little glance out the window. So, yeah. Not the most critical angle, and not
definitely power as she pulled that contra loop instantly once again.
Exactly, yeah. It looks really dynamic, which I think is definitely something that the judges look into to the overall look of the move. So maybe, still another solid score there, and it's shaping up nicely this heat.
So up next we have Michaeli Sol. I've been waiting for that boogie contra board off, or a boogie board off. We all know she has it, and we're just waiting to see that. That boogie board off is exactly what secured her 1st place finish in Brazil. On the very last trick attempt, needing something massive, and she managed to pull it out of the bag. So it's definitely a trick that she can perform under pressure. So I'm hoping we get to see that at some point. But right now she's going for a kite loop board off, getting a bit of a gust in that kite, not managing to stick the landing.
Yeah, she got thrown off balance after the board off there, right? She could have tried to keep that momentum and go into the spin, but she tries to fight it and stay straight. And at that point, she's just lost the board, disorientated. So a rare crash from Mika, but yeah, I don't doubt she'll be bringing that one back again in the next trick attempt, landing that one solid. And yeah, we've seen some amazing stuff from her, especially in Brazil. Some contra board off, front rolls, and like you say, some big boogie board off. And she's got a pretty serious stack of tricks as well ready, big bag. And yeah, really, she's still, I think, waiting to find a couple more gears here when she really needs it.
Yeah, and I mean, it just shows how difficult this spot is as Svenja Zoe Peters is taking off, going for a kite loop board off by the fin. Oh, does not get the landing, but we haven't seen any girls really go for a kite loop board off by the fin today, have we?
No, first one that I've seen, definitely. And just missing a bit of height. She came really far into that corner, and I don't know whether that's always the best spot there. Sometimes you see when people are like searching for that extra gust, it's just not there anywhere. You better to abort and come back and feel it early on in that tack. But yeah, still good attempt. It will build her with confidence. She's still feeling it out. A couple of crashes so far, but looks like she has the moves. So once she lands them, she can be sure with a good score with those ones.
So Natalie has got 3 solid scores, but she's gonna need something proper to make sure that she can get into the final. So is she going to take risk already? Oh, that's a big kite loop 1 foot. Dangling the arm around. Can she get the landing? It's a bit of a butt check, but that was huge.
She really got a big takeoff there. Wow. Into orbit.
Natalie is one of the most powerful riders that the women have, but especially on this spot, something just clicks. And there's something about this spot that she absolutely loves. And I think a lot of women don't know what it is because it is so gusty.
Yeah, right.
That I don't think a lot of women agree with her, but somehow she manages to make these conditions work for her.
Yeah, I mean, I thought she was going for that board off the fin as well for a minute there. Wow, it's a big double loop.
She gets the landing.
Smooth. Wow.
She gets the landing.
And that's just crazy because I was speaking to a couple of people on the beach. She hasn't even landed that before, and then she did one straight away in that first heat, and now one twice as big.
Definitely committed. No breaks in between, just straight fire, straight power, and that's definitely going to bring in a big score.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine
Pretty
that
sure she's going to be happy with that.
Pretty far up. Kite angle was good. Landing was smooth. She had the height there. Yeah, wow, what a position she's going to find herself in. She goes into first place.
There we go with a 5.6, I think, then for the... Was it for that trick, or was that a first trick? Let me double check. Now, the 5.6 was a kite loop front roll, so that's the boogie.
Oh, so she's going to maybe even extend her.
She was already in first place before this score came in then.
Taking control.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for one trick from Mika. She's crashed the last one, so...
Oh, 7.3 for that double.
Wow. What a score. Really taking control of this heat. Let's see what Mika has now. Another 6 from Mika would put her back into first place, but Sarah really, securing those first 2 spots.
Big gust coming in. Big gust. And she's going for it.
Wow.
Wanting to go for that kite loop board off, but just getting yanked out of position and not getting the landing there. And this is putting some pressure on Mika right now because she doesn't have a third score yet, where the other girls have been making sure that they have 3 solid scores before starting to push. And Mika is already, I mean, in these conditions, like Kite loop board off is pushing it.
Yeah, definitely. And she could have been a bit more patient there maybe, but I know the feeling. I've also one to kind of really just want to get in the zone and take what's available and get that trick done. She felt confidence, but then it seemed like just there was a bit of a gust coming through. Bad timing, unfortunately. But I don't doubt she's been in this position many a times before in different disciplines and different events where she's on the back foot. I see here, if we look and calculate the scores a little bit, another 6, which she has been averaging so far, would still put her into the lead. So with so many trick attempts available, I don't think she will be too stressed at the moment. But yeah, interesting to see how this one is panning out.
So Mika's flag is down, and we got the blue flag back up. So the area is clear, and Svenja Zoe Peters is picking up some speed, seeing if she can get something. Might be too windy at the moment.
Yeah, I think she's looking for that green flag to give her a little bit more time. For those who are just joining, maybe who haven't heard this so far, but yeah, there's a green flag that comes up, and then the green flag is up. That gives you a bit more time to really find your spot in the area, because if it's too windy and you're forced into
There
your
she
trick,
goes.
but she's gone for it anyway. That green flag never came up, so maybe she felt the pressure that she had to do her trick before she got flagged out. But
and it is quite some pressure if
Yeah.
you're riding and you feel like your flag can drop any second. You don't just want to waste. You don't want to waste a trick. So you rather go for something that doesn't feel good than not go at all. And that's a bit annoying in these conditions where you have to perform. But now Natalie is carrying loads of speed. Is she going to go for a takeoff? Yes, she is. Is she going back roll? Kite loop again, trying to improve on that score. And that's looking pretty good. I think she's going to need something pretty big here because the girls are giving her a very hard time, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some big scores up there. And it only takes another big one from any of these girls to really get into a position. And, of course, Mika's missing a trick still. Only got 2 on the board. But here we go, Sarah. Can she improve on her 4.8, which would put her into
Oh, that's a big back roll kite loop board off. Does she get that landing?
Oh, she's taken it. What a move. That was massive. It was technical. The angle was good.
Oh, for her sake, I really don't hope the judges are not going to be too harsh on her.
Yeah. I don't think...
Oh, it is a landing. I mean, that's clean. I hope the judges can see that that's clean.
Definitely in the moment you can see, like, oh, that's that spray too much, but from our angle, I
powered
thought that
landing.
was fine, yeah.
Oh, that's going to be another big score for her. She is, and I think one of the most impressive things is that she is doubling and doing single loop tricks on the same kite. That must mean that you have incredible control as a 8.2 is coming in and Mika going for the boogie board off.
Wow.
It is going down, ladies and gentlemen. The competition is here. It started super strong, but right now we can't even keep up with them.
That was mental as well. That was that classic move you were looking for from Mika. We all knew she could do. Big boogie board off. That's going to be up there as well. So these two girls really taking control of this this heat.
Definitely put the pressure on Natalie Lambrecht to perform because she's on total on a 15.17 as the other girls are going to be. I mean, Sarah is already on a 21 and I think Mika is going to be close to a 20. So definitely some pressure for Natalie Lambrecht. But we know she can go big. If she would have landed that kite loop 1 foot, it might have been a different story. So definitely some epic action unfolding over here. And it is...
We seen that score come through, and
unreal.
Even with 3 scores and a 7 from Mika, Sarah is still in the lead. An unbelievable heat here from Sarah, bringing it to Mika as well. And these other girls, Natalie and Svenja, they're really going to have to pull out something here to get up into those first 2 positions and advance.
And Sarah definitely representing Egypt, going absolutely crazy. As Svenja goes, is she going for that contra board? If she wants it, but now that's just going to be another contra and unfortunately not landed. So, you know, sometimes in competition you really want to show that one trick you have, but you can get stuck in it, and before you know it, the heat's over and you've done 5 of the same tricks.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a reset, start, build the confidence again with something else. She did kind of try that where she came left foot forward for a bit, and now she's gone back to that one. And it does seem quite tricky to the right. We've definitely seen a lot more crashes to the right side than the left in this heat. Maybe it's something to do with the wind funneling through that section there, or it's just a bit more choppy down further out to sea. So that's been a bit of a difficult one for the ladies in this heat. But yeah, as things start to come through now, 6 trick attempt for each of these girls now.
And Natalie carrying so much power. Look at how she's riding. She can barely hold on. I don't know if she can take off here. She's got so much power. She's going to decide against it, which is probably a good decision because I don't know how she would have edged if the kite went towards 12 on that one.
Yeah, she's on one of the bigger kites in this heat. So
yeah,
definitely when these gusts really come through, it's something really hard to manage. And even though the water is so flat, it's just so hard to hold this power. Get that critical takeoff.
I believe Sarah's on a 5 and Natalie is on a 7.3. So that's quite a difference. And then Mika is going to be on a 6 and Svenja, I think, is on a 6. So here we go. with Natalie. Does she get a takeoff now? She does. That's big. Kite loop 1 foot almost goes into a rotation. Can she stick the landing? Yes, she can.
Nice.
Another freestyle landing, I would say. Just so much power and landing. Just very, very, very powerful stuff by Natalie Lambrecht. Getting that extension, sticking the landing.
Yeah, she came in pretty hot there just before you were thinking, oh, is she going to make this one? And then, yeah, like you say, just super balanced, really well executed landing there. So, yeah, some. I don't think it's going to be enough, though, to start edging into those top two. Sarah and Mika have really, stepped on the accelerator here and moved up into the low 20s. And it's a tall order now for the other girls to get up into these positions.
If Sarah can get another big score, there's nobody that's going to be able to edge her out of this heat. If she does an S loop,
I mean, I don't know if she's even tried it. I don't know her background too well.
That doesn't seem to be an issue today. So
exactly, first double, now an absolutely huge double. So. If someone's in her ear telling her to do it, you never know.
That's what I would have said.
But she's in such a dominant position.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at the dangle. Oh no, that's a big crash.
I think it's okay. Without the board, she's all right.
Yeah, she takes a beating every now and then.
I was literally about to say, like, you're in such a dominant position.
Don't go too crazy.
Like, get to the next heat. Like, honestly, like, would be nice to pull off a big S loop, but maybe save that one. But looks like she's okay.
She might have been looking at a double contra. She thought the double kite loop worked. Why not try the double contra? But we're happy that she got rid of the board, and she's okay. Because if you crash on your back like that, you can lose some air. You can be coughing for a bit. It's not too fun. Those crashes are quite hard, but yeah, like we said, Sarah still has firm grip on this heat as she is absolutely killing it with a 21.1. So Mika, if she wants to get first place, which she doesn't necessarily need, but she's probably going to want to, she's going to have to go for a big trick, and we know she's got some big ones.
Yeah, I think it's all about seeding now. It's more about putting down a statement saying, look, I'm here to win this event. I want to win every single heat. And, she's probably quite surprised to be in this position, to be honest. I can imagine she's been very confident after that start in this heat, thinking, I'm going to be able to, get through here, take the first position, have a nice seeding. But
I think we're going to see that boogie contra board off. Or a doobie board off, but I think
it's big.
It's just a huge late back roll. Does she control that? Oh, she does. That was big. That's going to be another nice score.
Well, yeah, she's got this category already. It was her first trick of the heat, which was a 6.17, and I think that was quite a bit bigger.
That was quite a bit bigger.
That was massive,
for sure,
and super powerful. So that'll be upgraded as well.
She did, I think, have a steezy grab on that first one, which she didn't have here. But then, what do we really want to see, right? We want to see some more height. So this might get her first place back.
Yeah, she's going to sneak into first there, looking at the score starting to drop. Looks like she'll have something around the 7 mark, which is enough of an improvement.
Oh, yeah, there it is. And that's a 21.44, taking the lead back.
Wow, what a heat.
As Svenja Zoe Peters taking off, not getting the height. No, that's not what she's going to be looking for. Such a pity. She's been riding so incredibly well today, and she can be proud of everything that she's shown, because this heat definitely didn't go the way she wanted, but she went with the most risk to try and sneak into the final, but she can be very proud.
Yeah, she started off really well, and just come up against two amazing competitors here today.
Natalie then going for the kite loop board off. That's going to be big if she lands it. And she lands it. That was a big one. But she's got a lot of work. Can she make it? Is there any way she makes it? She needs something massive. She needs...
I think she's been already been tricked out there, because she would need to have... no, she can't make it, basically, I don't think. So 5, just doing some quick maths, it would be tight, she would need a 10, and looking at the scores coming through here, mid-6s ain't going to be enough, unfortunately. But
so that's unfortunately not going to be enough for Natalie Lambrecht to make it to the final. An absolute, incredibly well-written heat, but just pure domination by Sarah and Mikaeli, putting on some insane tricks, and Sarah being the upset here, going completely nuts and taking it to the next level. She's got one more trick attempt left.
she's been speaking to someone down there in the corner, so have they said, look, you're through, don't hurt yourself, get through to the next heat, or have they said, you're in second place, if you want that first, you need something mental?
Yeah, it really depends. Is that going to be the attempt? No, that was the transition.
Looks
All
like
right.
she probably wants to send something.
It would probably make sense not to do anything crazy.
I thought she was going to have sent it.
Oh my god.
That kite is so fast. That.
I mean, if you're going to go for a boogie double, you save it for that crucial moment. This is not it, because she was like almost halfway there. So, well, still absolutely incredible riding by Sarah. Everyone in Egypt, I know she's got huge support there, and everybody watching, you guys can be proud as she is moving on to the final with a chance to win this event. Unfortunately, not the world title, but this event is definitely in the cards.
Yeah, if she can improve or have a heat like this again in the final, she will be definitely way up there. And yeah, that was the semi-final.
Yeah, Mika's not gonna trick.
She's smart enough to know it's not worth
probably
that.
a good call. But what an incredible heat, and so much action, so much drama. Unfortunately for Svenja and Natalie, this is the end of the road of this competition. Still putting in for Natalie, still putting in an 18-point score, which is a very, very decent score, but unfortunately not enough for this heat.
Yeah, amazing heat. Very really fun to watch that one. And I'm gonna pass over to Lewis Crathen.
So So thank you very much, guys. We will have a bigger break than we thought shortly as we just see these highlights. Wow, there's some big jumps here. I went down to the beach to watch some of that. Yeah. That was a Tara Sadek really showing what she's capable of. I was down there when that double came in, and that was really special. So we saw some real top moves from the ladies here. And Sarah getting to the final. She's done 3 semi-finals in a row. We talked about her. That was
almost that boogie double.
She's gonna go for it in the final, I think. She's done 3 semi-finals in a row. Okay, last year at Lords of Tram, then Gran Canaria, then Brazil. Now she's gone one step further. She's going to be in the final. So Mikaeli Sol on for to be the world champion, 21.44. She's in the final, 21.13. Beside Natalie Lambrecht, unfortunately not getting to another final here at the Lords of Tram, but she rode brilliantly today. And Svenja Zoe Peters a 9.4, so she'll have to settle for a 7th place finish. Hill, when you see someone potentially going for a boogie double like that, I mean, we all in here were like, she's committed to that, but she pulled out of that. Do you think that she's done that before?
No, because she just did a couple, like she tried 2 doubles, and then the 3rd double she tried was here in the previous heat. So
straight double.
Just a straight double. So the boogie double has definitely never been done.
Do you think she's going to try this in the final?
If I know anything about Sarah Sadek, is that she does not hold back. And if she says, I might take a massive crash, so do I do it or not? She will take the massive crash. So she's definitely going to go all out. And if she has a chance to win it and go for a massive boogie double, I think she will go for it.
I'm so happy for her. It's coming together for her now, making a final like this. And she's developed massively as a rider as well. But before we bring you the finals, We are going to go to a 10-minute break, so please don't go anywhere. It is 3:54 local time here. There's Michaeli Sol, looking like she's got a great chance to be world champion. We'll confirm with you if she's made that already yet. We need to get the numbers in. I'm not sure if that's the case so far. But a lot to deliver in the next half an hour or an hour of action here at the 2025 Lords of Tram. It's the GKA Kite Surf World Cup. Kite World Cup. Kite World Tour. I'm getting tired now. I've done a lot of tricks here, but the action is only going to get better with 2 heats left to wrap this event up. We'll be back shortly.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the classical ultimately a great result for them.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot, comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric. Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarès. Barcarès is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the spot and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
The ocean roars and is alive with white caps. The sand blows fiercely. The calming sensation of total control takes over as you launch your kite. As you hit the water, the adrenaline builds. You pull the trigger and release off the water. Everything becomes silent. Time stands still. You glide effortlessly before finally touching down smoothly and feel the surge of emotions. For unparalleled lift and hang time, nothing else comes close. Go beyond imagination with the new Rebel D-Lab from Duotone.
Welcome back then to the Lords of Tram 2025. Right in front of you on your screens are the finalists. Sarah Sadek from Egypt. They've gone now. Alice Ruju from Italy. Michele Sol from Brazil.
And Francesca
Miney from, where's she from again?
I think from the UK.
Yeah, from the UK. Excellent. So we are going to go ahead with the ladies' final. He knew I needed to take a quick break there. The director's been superb. Didn't like us with our funny jokes during the break, but we are now focusing ourselves for this final. And this does not tell the story for how many people are actually here. That is just, I'd say, a tenth of the people here. Yeah,
no, the
guys?
beach is quite packed. It's
yeah, the other side of the beach is even busier.
France.
It's Lewis Crathon here. We've got Lasse Hofmeister and we've got Aaron Hadlow and Giel Vloog who are going to give us their thoughts on how this final is developing. And, of course, we've got you watching us from wherever you've chosen to tune in from around the world. How have you gone around this on a Sunday afternoon? And we have our two French commentators as well. They don't look as cold now, do they? They have been freezing out. God, do you want to try and do this in French?
Yeah, Philippe Anceline and Paul Le Delis.
Wow, that was very good. I'm glad you did that. They spelt commentators wrong. I'm joking. It's probably how they spell it. But they've been really on it. Just them two, I think, the whole time. We've had
they can't cut breaks, eh?
They can't cut breaks?
Only when the competition is on hold, actually. But we are lucky. We have a Giel Vloog and Aaron Hadlow.
I hope they get some good francs for this. All right, so... I mean, the real talk is here. Even though Michele Sol did win, the talk is here that Sarah Sadek really got our attention with that. There's less than a minute to start to go here now, so we actually must remind you of the actual World Championship status because Michele Sol looking to become World Champion, but so, of course, are two other riders potentially in this heat. Francesca Maini can be, and so can Alice Ruggio. She needs to win the event, the Italian, because she did come second in Brazil. It's a combination of those two events, by the way, which will decide our world champion here. That was the last event, Brazil, and this one. So Michele Sol won that event, but she can't afford to come second here if Alice wins, because it will go back on tie, count back to who done well at the last event. Francesca Maini can also win this event, but it's a little bit more difficult for her. She will win if Mika is fourth and Alice is third. So that does make it quite interesting, doesn't it?
It's going to get really, really close because the level of those girls out there, the level is super high. So let's just see. The yellow flag is still up. That means it's less than a minute to start the final.
Aaron, do you think Michele's got to treat this as a final?
He's just laughing.
A trick question. He knew that. He didn't fall for that one. Is there ever a case for treating a final like a semi-final or not? Really? Not after that last heat. Right, who is first in order here then? It would be Sarah in blue, which is almost a surprise. That how has she gone in here fourth? She must have had the highest score of her semi-final in second, no? Is this not odd? Well, what do you mean? Surely it's been the highest
No, I think
score.
it's just how they overlay like from the one semi to the other one.
Yeah, but so was someone else was second in their heat, and they're getting to start. Yeah. No, I don't. I think that should be done on who got the highest second should get the reward of going later in the order for me.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm in the commentary booth, just saying what I think, and what I think is official to some degree, I guess. Quite blinding looking at it. Blinding.
I forgot my glasses actually.
What do we need them to look at the screen? Opening up her account then. Sarah said
no!
It was
She's losing
too
the
big.
board. Oh, but it was massive.
Got a bit excited there going for that. What was that?
Imagine, there was a boogie.
I mean, she's about 100 metres downwind from where
Yo,
she started.
there
Talk me
was
through
some
this,
power.
Lasse. What went wrong?
I don't really see. Wait. She pulled the bar. She could have landed it actually. She came around, but I think she just kicked the board off. She was a bit scared, probably.
I mean,
and what do you think? She sent the kite out as well. Way
out the
too
back
far.
door, out the side door.
Yeah.
Okay,
oh, that's radical.
Out
But
the side
I
door.
believe she's on a 5 meter. So No.
That is just how much power there is out there. So that was an interesting one. Got rid. Maybe didn't fancy the speed of the landing, which could have maybe hurt a bit more. So we now move on to, I think will it be
Elite.
Actually,
Alicia.
someone's messaged me how to Alicia.
Alicia Ruggio.
You know you're saying it wrong when someone WhatsApps you how to do it right. Gotta make sure I get it right.
But that was just the opener. I think the crowd opener for Zara, just to show, hey, I'm here to leave a mark. I'm here for a bang. And now the young Italian, Alicia.
Yeah, they actually wrote it. They broke it down in 3 parts. Alicia. That's sorry, I do apologise.
Alicia.
I was getting it.
Alicia.
Alicia. I was getting
She's
it
probably
wrong.
just waiting until jet ski clears out of the zone.
Yep.
Her white flag is up. I think she's going to go to the right. We have seen her all day jumping to the right.
It's not a white flag of surrender, is it?
No, it's a white flag of full power.
Surrender your body and go for it.
So let's see. I think she's going to turn one more time around.
No green flag assisting this white. So race director Cedric deciding that the wind hasn't changed so much during this trick attempt, but I'm sure the riders are going to get a little bit more flexibility. 4:18 p.m. is local time now. Couldn't be better for a crowd to build on a Sunday afternoon in the south of France in Baccarat at the 2025 Lords of Tram. Here she goes then, Alicia, and it's a straight mega loop. Is she going to stick it? Entering no land's land, and it's another no land.
No.
Unfortunately,
but
so 2-0.
Also, yeah, 2-0. So if Francesca and Mika also crash, it's just 6 tricks starting. But we're going to see if Francesca manages to get a score, but I'm pretty sure because she has been on the water for countless hours in strong winds. And I saw her earlier on the beach and she was quite chilled actually. So maybe she's going to go for something big here.
So at this moment in time, guys in the booth, just give me a quick name. Who do you think's got this right now? Right now.
Yeah, just looking at the scores.
Actually, if it finished now, what would happen now? Just join first, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, and here we see Francesca Maini from the UK.
Mega loop delayed roll coming here.
Yeah, I think so. A laid back for start. Yes.
Sensible.
Landing it cleanly. It's gonna be a nice opening score for her.
She's really in touch with that north kite, so you can see she's able to slow herself down, and that is what you're hoping. When you come in to land some of these, you really want to use your kite in a way that applies the brakes. Look at this, applies the brakes. That's a relatively soft landing. If you can find that in your setup, you've got a great chance of landing a lot of tricks here. That's real the difference between a lot of the riders at this event is landings. We've seen so many crashes. Tricks they know, taken off in flat water. They know what they're doing, a lot of these riders, but landing, especially here, has been difficult.
And there we see Mika launching in the air, also going for a laid back roll.
Great technique.
Yeah, looks super stylish.
I don't think it's going to score as high as Francesca's, because Francesca had a bit more extremity for me. Hill, do you think it's going to Hill?
Hill, what do you think?
Well, Mika had a lot of power and a lot of speed on the landing, so they'll definitely like that. But I would say Francesca's was a bit higher.
You reckon? Well, one judge has got 7. Oh no, sorry, that's not true. That changed there. So she actually got scored more for that.
Oh, we just missed this. It was a hard crash.
She's gone straight for her bar. She's really going into this quite quickly, Sarah.
The jet ski just coming in to check on her.
She reached straight for the bar with her right hand as soon as she come off the water there, which is an indication to me that she was with it and wanted to.
Oh, she can take some hard crashes here.
Yeah. So Michaeli Sol did get scored more for that one, so that surprised me.
It was a second crash. It's not the best way to start a final, probably. So let's see what Alice is going to do now.
Was that my British bias coming in? Surely not. I mean, no, you thought it was a bit higher, right, Francesca? They're about similar, I thought, but maybe in Francesca's favour. Yeah, maybe because it was right foot forwards, it looked a bit different as well. Maybe that had something to do with it.
And another laid back. Oh, unfortunately, just butt checking quite heavily there. So I think her score's going to go down.
Right, now it's going to be my time here after we see this highlight of that last move. Mega loop delayed roll here. Who was that? Alicia. Yeah, Aaron, I want your thoughts here because Zara is actually a team rider for Harlem. What would you be saying to her now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a tough start, especially after such an amazing semi-final. Here we have Francesca just going big contra boogie. It's massive.
Landed.
This. Solid start from her. But yeah, going back to Sarah, 2 big crashes. I think, yeah, I mean, she knows what she's capable of. She had what she's done in the semis. I think the wind's picked up a slightly more. So like this early style of like really sending your kite early, it starts to get pretty sketchy. You need to like give it a bit of time, but I think she can regroup and still start putting some big scores on the board.
And that move there, Lasse, was huge, right?
Yeah, it was massive actually. So Francesca got scored a 6.1, which is the highest scoring trick of the heat yet. So let's see how Mika answers to that move. Oh, she's really powered, yeah.
It's getting cool. The glare is tough now, even for our screen inside here.
Yeah.
So would you wear sunglasses inside to look at a screen? That's a bit odd. I don't know. But Michaela Soul then just biding her time here. Michaela Soul, she's got her yellow flag is up.
No green flag inside.
No, so she's being encouraged to get on with this with a minute of grace. Looks to me like she's lining up potentially for a right foot forwards here. She's hanging right in the pocket. Maybe just having a word with someone about scores. I don't know. It's still quite early for that. Do you bother with that on the second trick?
I don't know. Let's ask Giel real quick.
I'm guessing she's just waiting for that gust to drop a little bit. The judges do want to see you try in order to put that green flag up and give her a bit more time because she looks absolutely lit, but she's going to go for it anyways for a massive doobie loop. That is the biggest one we've seen. Oh, that was too much to handle, but that would have been an incredible score. Unreal stuff by Mika. I mean, she must have felt the pressure from Francesca after Francesca's boogie loop because that was a really powerful move and it was a strong move and that definitely applies the pressure, but Mika getting yanked on this one.
Thanks, Hill. And it's nice to bring in 2 very experienced top riders here. Aaron Hadlow and Hill glued with us here. We're all going to give it a go for this final. We've all been part of the journey. We had Liam Whaley in here at some points as well. And you've just got to have that insight from the riders that are out there and have been out there competing, especially at this spot. This is such a unique spot to ride.
100%. It can turn on. We have seen it in the past like 2 days now, that it can turn on in every second, basically.
Sarah Sadek is next to go. We believe she's had the biggest score of this competition so far in the women's, and over an 8-point scorer in the last heat, where she basically just went into another level. She was unlucky not to get first place in that. She's got to recompose herself here, and she could do with something simple.
Whoa, back row kite with a proper kite angle. Can she land it? She can.
Oh, what a slam dunk landing. Yeah. That's a slam dunk landing. So
it's like a bam.
What a recovery for her. That was really lovely. Great technique as we see that lovely edge taking off into the back roll. Connected, and at this point it's all about the landing, and she really did drop down. She got that little slam dunk there, but she's ridden through it. She's going to be over the moon about that, and I'm sure the Harlem team are as well. But next up, the RRD team will be looking at their rider Alice, and how's she doing so far? Hasn't really got anything on the board, so she could do with a little bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm pretty curious how Zara is going to get scored on that one.
5.37, Lasse.
Okay, that's quite good. So that puts her into play as well. So she's on 3rd place, I believe, or 2nd place, 3rd place. But yeah, Mika needs a 2nd score as well, so it's not safe as a house yet, eh?
Yeah, no, they'll put her in 2nd, I think, if it's. Oh, no.
Yeah, and
Yeah, okay.
And there's the Italian rider, RD rider, launching into. Unfortunately, not taking off.
They're going to score that?
Giel
says yes. Aaron, what do you say? Didn't see it? Or no?
Aaron said no.
So they said no. Okay. Aaron said no. So Aaron, no, he didn't see it.
She's discussing with the flag
I
man.
just wouldn't discuss. I'd just be like straight in there on a big move. Like, no, don't worry. She might have got away with that. You don't think so? Oh no, she was just going back in the box and the red flag come up. So unfortunately for Elite, that's not going to count. That was just deemed a bit too high. Did she leave the water? She just left the water. I mean, Katie's had a brilliant one of them in the previous heat. She almost left the water, but she kept the tip of the board, the fin, just in to say, I haven't left the water. Left foot forwards then coming, Francesca Maini, the Red Bull King of the Air champion in the women's division for the first time. Sets up.
Whoa! She could have landed that probably, hey?
That was a tough landing. I don't know. She really tomahawked in there. And you don't often see someone get pulled out forwards after a feet first in there.
It was a hard crash, but the kite angle was proper.
Aaron, talk to me about landing like that. You know, when you have to go in 2 foot like that, often when you chuck a board away or something like that. How is it she came forward over that as we...
Yeah, well, it's almost like just being tripped up, basically. You've got so much forward momentum that you can't actually, like, pencil dive into the water at the right angle. You just... If you have any sort of angle at all, it just there's so much pressure that you end up going into a front flip. Definitely had a few of them myself, and back in the day when we had boots, I mean, that was even another level where you would actually, we'd call it the cartwheel, where you'd do multiple spins on the water. So, yeah, these days you can kick the board off quite nicely, but yeah, her kite was so low there, she knew instantly she had no chance to recover. So, yeah. When you're just traveling that fast, it can be quite some impact. But here goes Mika. She's going to go up with that doobie. Not as big as that last one, but I think that will still be a fairly solid score.
Yeah, it was super technical, not the best height, but I think the judges were rewarded. There's a replay of it and just sticking it. Yeah, Giel, what did you say? You wanna?
You said something about an open door.
Yeah. Oh, that's a massive crash as well.
Thankfully for us, we were blocked out by a cameraman, but actually on the screen, Zara can take the crashes, can't she? Do you think that was the time we were? Do you think that was the moment when she was going for the double, or just overflew it?
Yeah.
She overflew perhaps a boogie. So Zara has got a big score on here so far, but has to just compose herself and get back into this because she's taken some crashes. But
what do you do when you're upside down in the air and you oversteer the kite?
Well, I mean, when you want to go for a boogie double, you got to make sure that the takeoff feels right, and then you just go for it. There is no in between. As Alicia gets a really good takeoff for a late back roll that she crashed before. She gets that landed just to add to her score. But when you oversend the kite, you try to recover the kite and put it in a spot where it is able to catch you. But just the height on that jump was not enough for Sarah. As right now Alicia pulls down another very solid late back roll, and Andrea is flying into the water here in front of the booth. And Francesca is going up with a massive boogie loop again with a very low kite angle, and she sticks that. The kites, she's going. She got it. That is absolutely epic stuff by Francesca. And I mean, what I wanted to say before is that Mika is leaving the door open a little because it looks like she's playing it safe. And one thing about Francesca is she doesn't know how to play it safe. She always goes all out, and that's why we love to watch her ride.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to be a big score. So there we see Michaeli So from Brazil, probably just talking to the caddy. Yeah, you can see it on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. She's just turning around, probably waiting for a gust. It's her time to shine right now, because she got a 5.4 and a 4.57, and she needs a third score in order to manifest her spot there on top.
Let's remind you as well the current status with the Big Air title as well, because 3 of these riders can still become world champion. Mika's really got to win this to make sure. If Mika is in front of Alice, then she will be okay. But Francesca can be world champion if she wins and Mika is 4th and Alice is 3rd. Alice is 3rd. Alice needs to win to be world champion. So it is possible that all 3 of them can be world champion. Bit confusing, I know, but be handy if one of them just won it. Which one of them will?
Yeah, and as you're explaining, Mika is charging to the right. That's a boogie board off. Can she stick it? That's going to score high, and she can. That was super clean.
Great strength at the end there to try and get her body round that extra 180 degrees. I think she really manipulated her body position. Up she goes here. Gets the board off cleanly. It's back on, and there she really had to force that to get the body round. And Gil, I think you appreciate that. And what did you like about that, Gil?
In the meantime, we see Zara doing that boogie loop, overseeing the kite, but managing to let it climb back. Sure.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at Sarah's trick before going into Mika's right there. Oh yeah. That's great job by the cameraman.
Not the best replay, but it's fine.
But Mika's trick looked really good because of the extension. If you take the board off really early, it's very hard to end up in that rotation facing forward. So she took the board off early, had good extension, but was kind of flying on the side, and then had to whip her body around last minute to have that proper landing. As we get Alicia taking off in a front roll, that's a boogie loop. But that's not going to be a big score. Oh, and she crashes it as well. It's unreal. She had such an incredible heat before, and now she is struggling to.
Do you think there's also like a bit of tiredness and
Yeah, there's definitely some nerves. I think that's what you see with Sarah as well, because she's got a really nice first score. But what you really want is just 3 solid tricks to start with. So you're putting pressure on the other ladies. Like, you want to push, but you have to land because I'm making you. And unfortunately, she's not able to do that. She's getting a 4.7 for her last trick and a 5.3, so she's not in a bad spot. And with another really good trick, we know she has a double. She can really put some pressure on Francesca if Francesca doesn't go absolutely crazy on the next attempt. But I have a feeling.
Yeah, I also know your feeling.
I have a feeling Francesca
when we just
is
looked at each other,
special.
She has been training, hey?
Yeah. No, so we're waiting for her to get a takeoff, because we're all curious to see what she's got for us. But we know she has plenty of tricks.
And it's only 0.01 difference between the first and the second, between Michaeli Sol and Francesca Maini from the UK. So she wants a special trick.
Yeah, and
she needs a special trick.
She doesn't need anything super technical. She just needs to Francesca it, because she can go absolutely extreme on those kite loops.
And there's
she's
a gust.
Charging. She's getting a good gust. Putting the kite quite low, but not doing anything with it. But maybe good to get another score. I don't know if that doesn't look like it will replace anything.
No.
I'm sure she wanted something else. Maybe a kite loop board off.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what she was going for. She'll have another couple of attempts, but definitely looking to put some more pressure on Mika with another big score.
Yeah, she's checking there with her caddy, just checking the scores, and it's like, okay, you're still in first position.
9 trick attempts left then here in the women's division at the GKA Kite World Tour 2025 Lords of Tram event. We're getting down to the wire here, and we still don't know who is going to be the big air world champion. It'll be one of Alice Rudiu from Italy, Francesca Maini from the UK, and Michele Sol from Brazil. She's in first place right now, Michele Sol. And if things stayed like this, it would be Michele Sol picking up another world title.
Yeah.
What she got for us here then? She goes into another doobie loop, parking that kite out the side. That was really well done. She's still got work to do.
But she got it.
But she got it, and she wanted to improve that score.
Really hard. She got so much speed coming out of the second rotation there, and just traveling towards her landing, but making it look so easy on the landing as well.
4.57 is currently what she scored for a kite.
Yeah, that's going to be
roll.
better.
I think it's going to be another point more, perhaps.
Yeah, she's gonna. The gap between Mika and Francesca is not big, but I think it's going to get bigger by any second now.
And remember, for Francesca to be world champion, here comes a double though.
Oh, is she going to land it? She is.
Yes, she is. Now
that's
she's
big
found
for
her
her.
rhythm, and this is going to be interesting how that's going to score. Gilvru very much looks like he liked that, and the timing of that move was superb from, sorry, here she is, up in the sky. Nice landing.
Perfect.
What do we think she's going to score for that? It's going to throw her into the mix a little bit now.
Yeah, it does. Eh?
First was an 8.49, second a 7.12. I don't think she's going to get enough to get into first or second, but she's going to be right up there.
Yeah, and since she has another trick attempt afterwards.
6.60.
6.60. It's close. The first 3 are pretty close, and Alicia just going to go for a straight loop there. Oh, a bit under. She's going to land. Oh, yeah, Kai, this.
Now that is just harsh. The wind has just deserted her there.
Unfortunately, here's the replay of it. Oh, it wasn't just a straight kite loop, it was a boogie.
Very much sheeted out at the end there. And if that's in combination with a bit of a low and your kite overflies, it's gonna
game over.
It's not going to find that tension and be sat in the power zone. It's overflown and then had no wind. So a bit unfortunate that for Alice. The wind looks like it just dropped temporarily there for her. So she hasn't really got a big score on the board so far.
No.
That is going to be a bit scary for her.
So she just has a 0.68 and a 4.73.
Aaron, I want your thoughts here. Michele Sol very close to picking up another world title. Thank you, Les. I'm going to pass me over to you. You've been here, Aaron, before. What's she got to do to get this home now, to take this home? She's in first. Things could still change, but what's she thinking?
I think she's got a really solid base score there. She's, pretty much over a point in the lead, so she's got a bit of a margin, but I think she'll still just keep putting on the pressure. Like, you never know what someone can bring in these sort of conditions, so I think she'll be mindful that she still wants to pull a couple of big tricks. I think, we saw in her last heat she easily averaged 6.5s and got a 7, so the points are that her tricks are out there to get bigger tricks, but knowing Francesca, she can also pull some big ones, maybe a big kite loop board off now.
She had to hit the power zone a bit hard with that mega loop board off. But my attention is turning here to Alice, who looks like she's changing kite, because we have to remember here that she is the biggest threat to Michele Sol's Big Air World Championship attempt here, because she is the one that closer in the ranking. So do you think Michele, Aaron, will be aware of where Alice is here, knowing that actually Alice, I don't think, can do much better than fourth now? Would she be aware of that? Would she be thinking, well, actually, all I got to do is make sure I'm close enough to Francesca, or would she just be thinking, got to win?
She's just thinking for the event win. I think that's all you can do in this situation. Like, she probably, I wouldn't say expects it, but she will be confident that she has enough of a margin there, and she thinks she has the ability to make that work. So I can imagine she's just checking the scores now. She's probably getting the confirmation there, we can see on the screen, which will give her a good little boost. But yeah, I mean, if it was me, I'm also thinking about the event win as much as the overall World Championship. So yeah, I think she's in an amazing place. She's leading the heat. She's still got more gears to go through, and I think we're going to see that now. She's still got a couple more trick attempts. So
it's like second last trick attempt. There is a gap, but is it big enough, Aaron? Is it big enough? Would you push it?
Yeah, I mean, I think she'll definitely go for something pretty big now because it just makes total sense, especially with another trick attempt in the bag compared with the other girls. She's in a really strong position, and if she can actually improve that 5.4 and add another point, that means Francesca needs a big 7.5 trick to get somewhere close. So a big trick now, you might as well go all in because even if you crash it, you still have another attempt.
Yeah.
So I would say a big kite loop board off again, something along those lines.
And it's just a laid back.
Interesting strategy, but then maybe she's been looking at her previous ones. Yeah, that is one of her lower scoring tricks, and if she thinks she can improve that with quite a bit of safety, and again, she'll probably maybe improve it by 0.2, 0.3, maybe half a point, and that will again give her a big enough margin to make Francesca go for something quite a bit bigger.
Okay, and on your screens is Zara from Egypt going for a back row kite loop board off. Unfortunately crashing it, but her feet were in the board already.
Yeah, shame that, but she's still going to get a chance to have a decent score here. But it's Alice. Did she get back out on the water? Alice, she did come in for a kite swap here.
Yeah, I think her lines were inverted after that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure she's got
there.
this done quick enough, or perhaps can just see the writing on the wall that actually, I don't think there's any real point. She can't get it first, second. She could get into third, but she'd almost need a 10. She'd almost need a 10 for that. So she is back out now on a borrowed kite. We think she is on a D-Lab now. Is this her in the box?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, just hung up in the box. And she's going to need something outrageous to actually advance into a higher position. It's not going to be. It's just a contra loop for her. So unfortunately, it wasn't. Oh, that's nice. And another little Paul Daniels loop. Little magician loop at the end there.
And now coming in, but great performance from Alice Ruggio from Italy. Unfortunately, finishing fourth here in Lords of Tram.
So that is her World Championships dreams over. And actually, I'm going to need this confirmed, but Michaeli Sol, I think, will be world champion now.
Francesca is charging up. It's going for a kite loop board off. Can she get it?
Just didn't get the height.
No, just kidding. Yeah.
Just didn't get the height. So Michaeli Sol could have, the only way that Francesca could have been world champion is if Michaeli Sol finished fourth, which she will not now do, with Alice Ruggio taking fourth. So I'm semi-confirming it, but we pretty much know here that Michaeli Sol is going to get the world championship here. What a comeback after a bit of a break.
She's celebrating.
Out. She's already celebrating.
She knows it already.
What a moment
She's
here
done the math.
to come back this strong, to win 2 events in a row after a break from competitive kiteboarding. Aaron, let's get your thoughts now on just how that must feel.
Yeah, what a feeling. 2 event wins out of 2, securing the World Championship. I mean, it's what you train for, what you work for.
Yeah.
She has done so many. She's such an amazing athlete, and since such a young age, riding so incredibly well. And across different disciplines, it means like basically whatever she picks up, she just does amazingly well at. She's moved her focus and stayed motivated in the sport by changing disciplines and dominating so many as well. And now just another world championship to add to her.
And there she comes in, throws the board.
Collection.
Oh, she's celebrating.
So
what's she showing?
I
Yes.
think that's maybe 8. Lost count now from the amount. So amazing.
And they're just celebrating with fellow competitors. That's nice to see.
Yeah, and it's nice to have the full double win to really stamp it home.
Yeah.
So winning the event, winning both events, winning the World Championship, and in the end, quite comfortable. She had a couple of tricks still in the bag in case something came up before that from one of the other girls. But yeah, she just so good at strategy, and so good at the confidence that she has in her tricks. She knows what she's going to pull.
But also Francesca Maini from the UK finishing second here at Lords of Tram with a total score of 16.43, which is also pretty strong.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, just following up from her King of the Air win, which was amazing. She was, she pushed the other girls really close, and gave a good fight to Mika.
Yeah.
And still seconds, an amazing result. Really good tricks out there. She rode really well throughout the whole event. So, yeah, it was an amazing event for the winning. Yeah. And also, Sarah, she showed she had a huge score, a 21 in the previous. So she had the potential, but I mean, that's a little bit of experience. It comes into play, and not quite this time, but she can also be proud with a third place.
Thank you, Aaron.
Lovely scenes here as the finalists just all talking to each other. I wonder what they're talking about here.
They're like, who won?
How was the win?
Was it you or me?
They get on so good now.
Yeah, that's good to see.
It is good. There's something about the big air discipline as well. There's a lot of respect with the riders, just the risks that they're taking, and you actually need each other, as we do as kiteboarders. Actually, it's something that we do together. And if we see someone crash, we should be there, and we should launch and land each other. It's a sport I'm so proud of, that we think and act in this way. It's the first thing you get taught in our sport, that this is about you and other people. It's not on your own. And you can see that in the camaraderie between the riders, especially what we just saw there. Lovely scenes here down in Bucharest at 2025 Lords of Tram. Congratulations to Michele Sol taking the win here and the world title, with Francesca Maini in second place, who looks pretty happy about that. Yeah. Sometimes when Michele Sol's around and on form, it's just nothing you can do about that. So she's done brilliant.
But she was attacking quite good as well.
She was.
And there's
it's our first buffering.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hey, 9.
Hey, 9.
Das ist verboten.
Das ist verboten.
Come on, final of the men's.
Oh,
there we go.
Perfect,
Yeah, it's just a loose cable.
Yeah,
it was just
someone tripped over the cable there.
Turn it off.
So that's the result for the female, for the women's final in big air. Michele Sol claiming the win. Then Francesca Maini on second place, Sara Sadek on third, and Alice Ruggio from Italy on fourth place. That was decent. Really exciting final. And I think we are shortly. There's some interviews. But I think we are going shortly to the men's final. So get yourself some popcorn and sit down somewhere, probably, because you want to sit down for that. And I think it's starting already, because I see Andrea Principi charging to the right with the Dubi board off.
Yeah.
With the edit rotation.
He can't ride through that.
He can't ride through that.
He has ridden through it somehow. I think he's not going to score anything for it.
Is that a trick itself, like a butt slide?
He might claim that, but
not a dark slide, but a butt
very
slide.
big distance. Starting right foot forwards then.
Yeah.
Perhaps the wind's a bit better over there at the moment or something.
Shouldn't be. It's actually northwest. So
I mean, you do get that is a crash, right?
No, that's a crash.
It's the sort of move you see at a cable park.
Yeah. So there's no time to waste. So Stino Mol from the Netherlands charging up high, massive Dubi loop, coming down. Whoa, and he sticks it somehow.
Oh, what a landing.
That is going to score high.
Could this be Stino now fed up with making some finals, thinking, I'm going to take this? Is he on his 8-meter kite? We think he's taking his 8 here.
Yeah, I think so.
And this could be perfect conditions for him. Absolutely connecting there. We use that word in big air extreme. He's connected.
Whoa.
Height and jump, that is massive. So we expect a big score to come in right now.
Yeah, that's going to be a high score for sure.
Lorenzo next.
Lorenzo Casati going for a laid back board off with an edit rotation. And he lands it as well. Flawless.
Smooth move.
Yeah.
There wasn't a lot of power through that loop. It was almost like it was a bit of a lull as that kite went round. But that was still a big move.
But it's good to get a score on the board just to feel comfortable in the final. And it's a big final for him as well.
7 meter, Aaron. Yeah, it just looks like slightly bigger than the kite that we see. Or an 8 maybe.
But we are in a final that is quite exciting, because now we see his brother, his young brother, Leonardo Casati, charging up and going for just a big kite loop board off.
So we have nice landing. Yeah, it looked good to land at. Now, the landing area, the no lands land is definitely landable now. It just isn't. The troughs of the chop isn't as much before, which one indication is that the wind isn't super strong as it was. I mean, it's still strong out there, don't get me wrong, as we see a lovely replay of the extension on that mega loop.
Yeah, just waiting to put on that board
off.
again. Yeah.
But we're seeing a lot more board control at the end here, and this slightly lighter wind, I would say 35 to 40, is allowing a slightly bigger kite size. We're not seeing so much focus on doubles there. For sure, we would have seen that doubled yesterday.
Yeah.
And here are the scores coming in. 7.4 for Stino.
So Leonardo Casati getting a higher score with a kite loop board off than the Lorenzo Casati's laid back board off. That's pretty interesting. So that catapults Leonardo Casati in the lead. But yeah, we're just on the first check and going to the second one.
That wasn't a double though.
No, it was just a single. So it's Andrea Principi's turn right now for his second trick attempt. Unfortunately, he crashed his first trick, but now he's going to the left. And as we all know, Andrea, he's going to do something big.
Stein then no board off with his move.
No.
Which suggests that they really like the technicality of taking the board off during a loop. There's no denying that Steinmann's loop was much bigger
than Lorenzo's.
Than Lorenzo and Leonardo's.
Yeah, for sure.
But the board off factor, the technical skill to take the board off as well, rewarded more so with Leonardo Casati's manoeuvre. So we're likely going to see the riders, they'll note that. They'll come in and see, oh, there's big scores for taking the board off as well. But what a scene this is for the men's final at the 2025 Lords of Tram. It's Lewis Crathen here with you to my side. I've got Lasse Hofmeister. Aaron Hadlow is still here in the booth, and we'll jump in at times during this final. We've lost Giel Vlug because he's actually caddying for Steinmann. He's hoping for the Dutch rider to take it back to the Netherlands.
Yeah, and Andrea Principi just taking his time to go for his second trick attempt, because we know Andrea likes strong wind, so he's probably just waiting for that gust, probably until the green flag comes back up, and then it's time to shine for Andrea Principi. But he has to go for a move right now, otherwise I'm pretty sure he will get flagged out. What do you think, Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, being in the final, I think it's still a little bit more leeway. But, I mean, if I was a fellow competitor, I would be putting on the pressure and being like, you got to go now. But looks like he's finding a massive gust now, so he just wants to be full power, no holding back. And this is huge. Super good kite angle. What? I think there's like at least 6 rotations in there. And he lands it.
Oh, my days.
That was far travel, good kite angle,
he loved
multiple rotations. That's a massive score for sure. It was worth the wait.
What an emotional release at the end there. He looked up, both arms out to the skies, like, thank you for the best move ever feeling. Like, look at this. Is he on the 8?
Yeah, I think you'll probably be on an 8 meter there, but here we come straight in with Stino.
Who's the 8 meter master. Didn't get super height there on the way up for Stino, but he's tidied that up and completed a mega loop board off. So I think that's going to be at least a point down off Leo's one. A 9.03 coming in from Andrea Principi. It's massive, as you see the replay there of Steinmann's, likely to be high 5s, something like that. But Andrea Principi with the highest trick score of the event so far, a 9.03 for a contra loop front roll board off, which was huge.
Nice. That was an unbelievable move. But yeah, interesting to see the strategy now of how the other guys, especially Lorenzo, newly crowd world champion, but he'll still want to be taking away the event win. We know he's got a huge bag of tricks, so when he does see what fellow competitors are doing, he has it in his bag to be able to mirror what they do. I've seen him do that trick before, but it won't be left foot forward.
Will that annoy him if Andrea wins this? If he wins King of the Air now this, all right, he's going to be his world champion, but will it annoy him?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been competing against each other for a long time. Both have had really huge wins against each other. Things ebb and flow with styles and how the competitions are going, how you're being judged, but he wants to win everything. Just knowing Lorenzo, he just wants to do his best and take those event wins one at a time. And yeah, this is big, technical. He's got the gust as well.
Multiple front rolls there.
Super smooth landing. So I don't think that will be quite the 9, but it'll be a decent size. And decent score will be coming through for that. And again, he's got quite a lot of time to go. So
yeah, but he's you can see Aaron. He's super happy with that. But let's see what his small brother, his little brother, does now to answer, because we haven't gotten the score in from Lorenzo's second attempt. Still in the judges' booth.
I mean, they're bros, so they're riding together all the time. They know each other's style. They work on the same tricks. I know Leonardo also has a huge bag of tricks and some crazy style too. He's fearless. He's young. So I could definitely see him matching his brother on a few of the tricks. It's more about the consistency. If he can put that down time and time again. But yeah, look at his speed coming in here. I think he's got a good gust. Good takeoff.
Oh, that's high. Nice
leg back with a board spin and soft landing.
Oh,
no!
You jinxed it now.
He was perfect. What the hell happened there?
I mean, we can see it here in the replay. I think it was a beautiful execution, super technical, looked super controlled as well. But then, unfortunately, in the landing, just the chop. Just flying over it.
So, yeah, there are those choppy sections downwind, and sometimes it does come a bit difficult when, especially now, you see the wind has picked up a little bit, and then it's, super unfortunate.
Okay, and now we go back to Andrea Principi going for his trick. And he's charging up, going for a back row.
This is massive again. Well, if the other one was a 9 and he lands this,
he does.
What? they're gonna have to put it up as more. The angle of the kite was the same. The multiple rotations, huge.
Here's
amount
the
of
replay
spins.
of this. What? That's a back row. What is that even?
Multiple rotation back roll board off with a really good angled contra loop. Again, you see it even from the wide.
And then flying up in the gust there once
magic
again.
Gust. Super smooth landing, That was
that is
special.
high.
That is after that.
So
first
I just
crash,
look at the score here. Still waiting on the score, but then unfortunately, Stino just falling from the skies there.
Yeah, his go-to move, I would say, from Stino. I mean, I've seen him do that a million times. He just couldn't get the board off into his hands for the board off. He was going for that contra loop front roll board off. But yeah, didn't really get the boost he needed. It seems like Andrea's just going so fast and so high into these tricks.
Andrea's score just came in, and it's a 9.47, ladies and gentlemen. That is madly high.
I mean, how do you compete with this? I think the boys have got a really tall order to get up.
A
when
9.
You have two. It's not the perfect heat, but it's close to, and
it's close to.
He will be.
That is probably the heat of his life.
He's going to be in the lead with just 2 tricks on the board.
Okay, back to Luis.
I want in. Everyone wants in on this final. Wow, look at what's going on out there. This is outrageous. One of the biggest crowds we've seen definitely ever here at the Lords of Tram, and maybe at one of these big air events. It is unbelievable how many people have come out on this Sunday for the 2025 Lords of Tram, taking place, to remind you, in the first and second day of a 1-month-long win window. We're here yesterday on the first day with over 50 knots, 70 knots recorded just over the bay. And we're here today with a bit less, but it's still been peaking up to 50 today. I'd say we've got about 35 knots out there. 40 in the gusts, perhaps, would be about accurate. If you're wondering what size kites the riders are on, we've got Stein Mol, who is definitely on an 8. What are the 2 Harlem kites, Aaron? 7 and an 8 possibly for them. And the other duotone, Andrea Principi, you think he's on a 7 or 8? An 8.
Yeah.
Doesn't
most likely. So, sorry for my mistake, but his second score just came in. It's a 9.33. I thought it was higher.
Just a 9.33.
Just a 9.33. That's the highest scoring trick of the competition. That is mad.
9 and 33.
Huh?
No.
No. Yeah, 33.
Yeah, 9 and.
That's correct.
9 and 33.
So, we see Lorenzo Casati. The red flag is risen to the sky of Bucharest. So he has to perform his trick, and he is obviously already world champion, but he wants to get the event win as well.
Andrea Principi, incredibly looking for another title here. He's got 2, by the way. He's looking for a 3rd title here. Nobody has 3 titles at the Lords of Tram. So this will be like, I asked Aaron earlier, I said, will it be annoying if he wins this to Lorenzo? And he said, yeah, it will be a little bit. It will, of course, be crowned the Big Air World Champion today. But I think what's important to remind everyone is that it could also be Lorenzo that enters this place that these top riders seem to go, especially these two, where you just can't compete against them, right? At the moment, it looks like Andrea Principi is in that mindset. Let's not forget, though, there is another 5 trick attempts for Lorenzo here, so he might come out with something absolutely ridiculous as well. But definitely for me, Andrea Principi looks like he's in that mindset of just, you can't. And what did he say? If I'm on the 8, what did he say?
Yeah, he said earlier, if I'm on the 8, goodbye.
That's what he said.
Yeah. So he's on the 8, and the first 2 tricks that got scored, it is goodbye.
Wow.
So if he keeps on riding like this, can
he continue to ride like this?
To be honest, it's Andrea Principi.
Is it allowed? Are you allowed to ride like this forever?
We see Lorenzo Casati going for also a biggie. Back row with multiple rotations, looking super controlled and coming down and landing it.
Still got work to do.
Still got work to do.
Superb riding.
Yeah.
You can't get a better relaxed control. That was not over until almost out the side of our container. Look at this lovely replay. I hope you do get the full view of this. Incredible back rolls with a board off and a mega loop. Then, you can't see in this shot now, his kite's falling out the sky.
But his lines are slacking, you can see it.
But he fought it and continued on.
Yeah,
So I think
that's also going to be a good score for Lorenzo Casati.
High 8s.
Yeah, probably manifesting his score, his position also as a 2nd.
Maybe high 7s.
Yeah. But now we see his brother taking off for a laid back board off with an added rotation. So he's coming down now, and he lands it perfectly. That's going to be also a good score for Leonardo Casati.
And now we go back to this man that seems to only have 9s on the board at the moment, and a 0, of course. Setting up to go right foot now, perhaps, in the pocket here, as he heads out, looking like he's going for something here to me. Or don't know now. It's not really accelerating just yet. Here you go, puts the power down. No, okay, so left foot. What have we got so far then? He's gone contra loop and contra loop in front roll and back roll. So he won't be visiting contra loop again, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Aaron, I want to pass to you here. What do you think he's going to go for?
I think he's probably going to go for a kite loop with front rotations of some sort. He had that on his first trick but didn't quite make it.
There you go.
It's a back roll with a board flip round the leg. He's got a gust. Nice landing as well. So I think what he would have done is seen Lorenzo's kind of tornado, back roll tornado kite loop, and that's something I see him doing quite a bit of recently. It wasn't always his style, but he started to really put that into his bag of tricks because obviously there's been some really big scores in previous events from Lorenzo and some of the guys doing the tornado. So he looked like he was kind of setting up for that. He didn't get the multiple rotations, but did a couple of flips instead. Maybe just changed halfway through, knowing how he adapts himself so well. So, another big score, I think. They're definitely up easily in the mid-7s or more. And he's going to be going... I think he will also go for like this kind of tornado, as many spins as possible with these big kite loops as well. So,
Aaron, how do you know it that it was in the mid-7s? He got scored, but now we just saw from Stino.
Yeah, classic late back off the fin. He's known so well for this. I think, again, we're probably looking at a similar score. But, back to just... I think it's just that competitive nature of just, I'm so still in it, even if I'm not competing, just like checking out what scores are doing what. And that's something that you kind of always take into an event. You're looking at scores throughout the day to get a read on what the judges are looking for, what they're doing, how you can place it, what sort of tricks you should be doing at what time. and yeah, you can just kind of read it from the height and everything. I mean, it's difficult being a judge, and sometimes, yeah, it's hard to understand in which way you should go. But obviously, everybody's on the same page here, doing big single loops, going as high as possible, and when the heat is more like that, I think you get a bit more of an understanding of what's going to work and
what's not working as well.
Yeah, for Andrea now, he's seen what's happening. Like, I would expect Lorenzo to kind of get his next trick under the bag, see what he gets, and then start to look at that contra loop family, because obviously you can get a bit more height with the contra loop as long as you get the kite down low, like you see from Stino and from Andrea in those last two. You get the extra height also with the distance, and of course if the kite angle's right, you're able to just get that extra score from those parts of the judging criteria. And for me, I feel like I can definitely have more multiple spins with a contra. You have more kind of control into the jump until the apex of your jump, which means you just have able to control your body movement and allow you to add multiple rotations. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see the guys visit that in the coming heat.
Thank you, Aaron. And now we are still on Lorenzo Casati, and Lorenzo Casati has to perform a trick right now because it has been some time and the green flag is not in the air. That indicates that he probably is searching for the gust loose. What do you think?
Yeah, it's been a while actually since the start of this. If you didn't know, the green flag allows the rider more time, but it's now down, so he has to go and get on with his move within a minute, really. So he's rushing around in the box right now. He's currently in third, but he hasn't got a... Oh no, he has got 3 scores on the board. That's how tight this heat is. He's actually had a very good start, but he still finds himself in third. Such are the high scores from Andrea and also Stein Miles. So let's see what he goes for now. He's got a kite loop back roll board off, kite loop front roll, tic-tac, kite loop. He hasn't got anything in the contra loop category.
Yeah, so maybe he's going to look into that one. But
yeah, I
he's
mean,
turning around.
I think the wind's coming in here, you know. Look at that red flag of his start to really tail up. That thing's getting punchy. Can he
I think that's the last one. He needs to go on this one. It has been some time.
Here he goes then.
Yeah, he's charging now. Yo, there's a gust. There's a mad gust. Oh, that's a big boogie doobie boarder with a board flip.
With a board flip?
Yeah, can he let it? No, he crashes it.
9!
Oh, that's devastating, Aaron and Lewis.
For and everyone worldwide.
Your thoughts on that, Aaron?
And on the space station. That's devastating to all of us in the universe. That would have scored massive, Aaron. Could that have been the highest score of the event so far, Aaron? What's technically involved with flipping the board like that, as well as all of that going on?
I mean, in these conditions, it was ridiculous. And it's so unfortunate because I think, that would have set this final up to be something incredible. That would have been a mid-9 as well, no doubt about it. And that would have given him the chance to really bring it to Andrea, whereas... he just came in with a bit too much speed right in that zone where the wind's picking up and it's getting a bit choppy. He just couldn't take it. And it's so unusual because I know that kite so well, been developing it, and it's almost always get some unbelievably soft landings, but it wasn't to be that time. But
over to his brother now, Aaron. What's he got for us?
He's also got a big late back with the board spin, keeping it out. He's got a nice... landing again, so I think he's revisited a similar category though. I feel like he's done similar tricks quite sometimes, but that was probably one of the better ones. But yeah, back to Lorenzo. He's found that gust. He knows what he's capable of, so I can imagine he will revisit that and try and replicate it and get that one landed. If he could just get 1-9 on the board, I think that will give him the confidence to say, okay, I can really bring this to Andrea. But Andrea having 2 9s, and if he gets something now, he can really secure something special.
He is connecting, isn't he? He's finding that setup is working really well for him, just making sure he lands here. Funny enough, that wasn't probably what he wanted, but now we're at the last 4 men riders here. What we're starting to see is more confidence with the manoeuvres with the board, the flips, the board spins. These are the moves that in maybe a bit less wind in other places. We see them doing all the time, chucking the boards around their body. But in this severeness of wind, this high amount of wind, we haven't seen so many risks taken like that. But now with this high level of riding, they're starting to feel like they can push it and put these moves in. We didn't see so much that earlier on in the heat.
But there's Stino from the Netherlands charging up. That is also a biggie. Unfortunately, like before, just on the contra loop, losing the board mid-air, and that's unfortunately a crash for him.
Yeah, it's going to buy some time now for the next riders as the jet ski. So quick, this is all happening.
But still, coming back to the scoreboard, ladies and gentlemen. So since Lorenzo Casati landed 3 tricks in total, but 2 of them were in the same family, you just seeing him in 4th position and only 2 scores on the board. So he needs a 3rd score.
Oh, my eyes can barely see that.
No, that's
green.
why it's.
You have to really look.
It's like green, and.
Yeah,
gray.
but I can't see the difference between green and grey at the moment because we're looking outside.
Yeah, true.
This absolute
so
beautiful
that's
view.
why he's in 4th position. So he needs a good score now, but I'm pretty sure he will get one.
Thanks for clearing that up for me, because I'm looking at that and I couldn't see the green over it, thinking, oh, okay, right.
So it is his turn.
Yeah, okay.
It is his turn right now.
Here we go then, with the red Lycra on, flying under the Spain flag. Interestingly, his brother under the Italian flag. They do spend time in both countries, I know. But what can he do now then, Lorenzo Casati, after what was an unbelievable move that he's just unfortunately crashed? It only feels like we just saw that. Such is the speed that these riders get back in sequence and go for their moves. It's his flag up. There's no green flag assisting it.
No, so he has to go for the move. We saw him earlier waited out a bit as well.
Yeah. Andrea passing through right foot forward. You can see Andrea there just getting rid and out the way.
Yeah.
Opening up the space in the box. We haven't had any conflicts at this event, have we? It's so understood the way this format works.
And there's
the
respect
space.
in between the riders as well.
No one gets in the way when you have one rider each. I think it's a format that in a place like this the riders really enjoy. As taking his time now with his red flag up again is Lorenzo. I can't see a green flag from here.
No, me
and
neither.
you can't either, which confirms it then.
So it is his turn. He has to shine now, and he has to land something pretty big in order to be in the reach of Andrea Principi and also to fill up his 3rd score.
Here we go then. Left foot forwards, got the hammer down. Spray coming up from his board. Looks like rides towards the huge crowd that are here on the shoreline. Takes off. It's a good takeoff into front rolls.
A doobie board off. Was there a flip in between? Yeah, there was a flip. And
it's a
crashing it again. No. That is also a 2nd crash. So he has 2 more trick attempts. Aaron, what do you think?
Yeah, he's going to be annoyed about that one for sure, like having 2 of the same trick and just not taking the landing. And that one wasn't as big either, but it would have still been a good score. Let's see his brother with a big doobie. Yeah, that should secure his 3rd position, or he's in 2nd now, but I still have the feeling Lorenzo will definitely get one more trick before the end, which will propel him into 2nd.
Definitely. This final is not over yet.
Exactly. But yeah, now it's really slipping away from him. It's a horrible feeling because you just had that one huge score that was just taken away from you in the last minute. He's tried to replicate it. I'm not sure if he'll go for it again or if he will stick to his plan and go for it, or if he's going to switch things up. I think having seen what Andrea had done with the contras, I would have definitely thought about going that way, but maybe he was just trying to get that trick out the way and then move forward. So let's see if Andrea... No, he's going to...
Yeah, he's going to go for one more run there.
I mean, you really got to feel it, and you got to be really smart with the takeoffs and picking that gust. And you see that Andrea really had that. Lorenzo got the one. So let's see if...
But do you think Andrea feels safe now? Or does he want to push one more trick, one step further?
He will just be laying down the hammer just to totally close it off with another 9 for sure. So I don't think that is going to do it.
No, that was just a laid back with the air rotation and the board off. Oh! So you can see how he got yanked out there, out of the water.
But yeah, he's in a commanding enough position to not have to worry about that. But I think if he had 3 9s, I mean, he would be the sort of person who would love to have just put it beyond reach from anybody.
Yeah.
And yeah, seems like that direction is a little bit more of a struggle. It seems like you get a bit more of that chance of getting that magic gust or that magic updraft on the left foot forward tricks.
Yeah. So Stino is in second. So he can secure his place on the podium. But there you can see him going for the trick he was wanting to go for on the fin. That is super stylish. Unfortunately, just crashing out there on the landing.
Had to get rid of that. It's unlike Stino. He nearly always gets the board back on his feet there. But still got a good shout at moving up a position or two. Now, some of you at home might be thinking, if Andrea Principi, he's won the Red Bull King of the Air. He looks very good. Looks like he's got a very good chance of winning this now. How has he not become world champion? And I wanted to draw your attention to how that's working. That is a combination of events. It's Brazil, the previous big air event, and this event. So I am just bringing up the big air for that event because I think Andrea Principi got done over out there by Lorenzo, and that is why he didn't get as high a ranking.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm I'm just looking out the window and I'm thinking, in the women's final, it wasn't as strong as
It's been perfect.
Yeah, now it's just nuking again. There's no green flag in the final. We haven't seen it, and just Stino in front of a window trying to get the board, but now he got it. It's a long way back upwind. It's pretty exhausting, but it's Lorenzo Casati's turn, ladies and gentlemen. The red flag is in the air, and we can see him just charging to the left for takeoff. And just, whoa, that is big doobie loop. Yeah, it's just going to be a doobie, but he got it. He landed it. That's going to be a big score for him as well.
Yeah, so I want to draw your attention to the semi-final in Brazil, where it was actually Zach Adams and Edgar Ulrich and Sahar Zabri got a better score than Andrea. That gave him a semi-final finish of 7th. In Brazil, so he's going to have a 7th and potentially a 1st, and that is why he hasn't been on for the world title here. He has been world champion, of course, before, and he's done pretty much everything there is in kiteboarding, but it will be Lorenzo Casati crowned the new big air world champion, irrelevant of this result. But here on the water right now, we're seeing another big move from one of the Harlem brothers. Which one was it?
Leonardo, and that was Leonardo Casati. What even was it? I looked against the sun.
It was like a doobie board off with the flip end between his legs.
Yeah, a doobie board off with a spin and a rodeo in between for a second.
It wasn't a back roll.
No,
That was
a front rotation.
7.37, the score
for Lorenzo Casati.
For him then. So he's still pushing hard. Goes to second now. Steinmo is in 4th. Leonardo, his brother. How must that feel? It's a question I can't ask any of you in here. How does it feel? Actually, I don't think you can ask many people how it feels to be in a final with your brother in big air, can you? Just maybe Leo.
But there's Andrea Principi launching into the skies. What is that even? That is
rodeo.
Rodeo with the rewind, I believe.
What, are they going to score this? He is having fun.
Bueno.
Yeah, he is absolutely having fun. He was so confident going into this as well. He's the character Andre Principi, and that's his last move.
Front rotation.
That is his last
big
move.
Loop.
But he's not coming in. He's going back up for a few big ones for the crowd, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What a final he's had.
So I'm going to give it to Aaron.
Don't go too far, because I'm going to be out of here soon. I'm going to go down and do the podium. It'll be you two that I leave in here for that as we come into our last 3 tricks here at the 2025 Lords of Tram, the GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air, and it is the finals here in beautiful Les Baccares for another edition of the Lords of Tram. Tramontan wind, the crazy wind, the mountain in the background just lit up so beautifully by the sun right now. The snow-capped mountain of the Pyrenees in the background, which really influences this strong cold wind, which they say sends people crazy. Certainly sends these kiteboarders crazy. That's for sure. Been seeing some unbelievable stuff here. For me, I think the strongest wind event I've seen in 2 decades, over 2 decades of kiteboarding nearly. Like, this is pretty insane to see what the riders can do. I mean, what are they going to be doing in the next years? I can't even get my head round it. So who is that? Andrea Principi. Is his score not come through or something? Have we missed something here?
No, but I think it's all over pretty much. I don't even think Lorenzo with a 10 can actually get through and beat those scores so far. Looking at what he has there on the board, it's quite a gap.
But what's weird here is that it's still the flag of Andrea Principi. Did he go before the flag was raised, perhaps? Because he's gone back up to the flag man and just said, "What's going on?" Maybe he's happy about that. He gets another go, I think, here. He can't believe his luck. So I would have liked to have seen the score that would have come in for that Megaloop Rodeo. Is he going to do the same, but even bigger here? Look how fast he's riding. Lovely shot on board. He has gone for a rodeo. Has he switched hands there? You can't ride away from that. He's tried to, though. Unbelievable. Riding. He still tried to repair that move when he was backside facing the clouds. What a character. Look at this. He got thrown into a bit of a rewind, nearly a bit of a toe dip as well. But he's not going to ride that one out, but he's not going to be too bothered.
Yeah, strange situation, because if he's jumped and then taken that much time to get back, I would generally say that you would missed your chance to go. So they're being very lenient there, definitely. In the end, I don't think it's going to cause any issues or anything's going to change there with the scores. And like I was saying before, yeah, I mean, even with a 10 now, is it enough for Lorenzo to put in a challenge with his last trick attempt? I don't think so. He's he knows he's won the event by the looks of it. Going massive. And here we have Stino on his final trick attempt. He's just too much pull. He just couldn't get in a position to...
Needed a big 8 if he was going to get into second, but... Cool, he's landed it.
It was massive, but I don't think it's enough. It should improve his 5.83.
What did he need for third?
I don't think by 2 points.
Yeah. Needed a 7.8 really then, didn't he, to maybe get in to third position. You don't think it's enough, Aaron? It is. Look how far he's gone down there. He's had a great event, we have to say. Stino from the Netherlands, who's a regular now at finals. It has to be said, but he won't be getting any closer to first this time, but he's back up there in the final again. So it's a great result from him. 2 moves left now, and 100% of these moves will be done by one family, the Casati brothers, who didn't get to compete against each other until now, I believe. So we didn't have that interesting potential of one of them knocking each other out. As looks like a board spin. Megaloop board off. It's not going to count. It's going to be a crash as well. And on this note, there is 1 move left.
He has the chance to... Leo has the chance to beat his brother if he can get one huge trick here. So it's 21.87 for Leonardo and 22.97. So an extra 1.1 on his lowest score. So an 8.17 could be enough for him to take it to his brother, believe it or not, which would be unbelievable. So I don't know. Let's see. He's got some crazy moves. He might go all out.
Andrea's gone back out, by the way.
Last trick of the final, and it's been absolutely incredible.
And they'll want these riders to come in for the podium, but I can tell you something. They're going to come in when they're ready. Andrea Principi just going right into the distance. And that is a moment and a feeling when you know you've done won an event and you have that moment to yourself away from the crowd in the distance. That's a lovely feeling, that separation to go as far as you can into the distance and enjoy such a huge moment, because very shortly you're going to be mobbed by people and crowds. To take care to have that moment looks like what Andrea is doing quite far out to sea there. I think you can almost see him in the distance. You are looking at Leo Casati, though, coming in left foot forwards now for the last move of the 2025 Lords of Tram. It's been an unbelievable event. Can he get in front of his brother? Let's see. It's a Megaloop delayed back row. He's taken the board off twice here. This could score quite well. Oh, and he loves it. He pumps his hand. What did he need to go into second place? 1.11 on top of his lowest trick score. He needed about an 8.2. Is he going to get it for that? Aaron, a grimace from Aaron Hadlow. He's not sure. And look at the fun they're having now. And I will pass you back over to Lasse. That's me out. I'm going to do the podium. I'll leave with you two. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thank you, Luis. Yeah, I don't know, Aaron. Was it enough?
Yeah, I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I think it was a bit improvement, but probably not quite enough just to get there to his brother. But so close. It was some unbelievable riding from all four of these guys, and I think Andrea just put it down from the start with those two massive nines. It was just so out of reach from the start there, because it was just such an incredible couple of tricks that really did injustice.
He's happy.
Yeah, he's got to be happy. It's all he
Yeah.
could do is win the event. He wasn't in a chance to win the World Championship realistically with what the other guys' results had in Brazil. So he's done what he could. Here's an amazing shot of the event area there to see the crowds, how many people. He's absolutely pumped. He loves putting on a show. He loves to show what he can do. He really, after the King of the Air, wants to continue his run again. He was so dominant for so long. And then last year, I feel like there was a bit of a lull in his results. And now he's just fully fired up again, back in full strength. He loves this event. I think that's his third win here out of maybe 4 events.
Yeah,
So
he is buzzing.
Loving this spot. So yeah, unbelievable. You see all the...
But also a big congrats to Lorenzo Casati finishing in 2nd position, and Leonardo Casati in 3rd position, and obviously to Stinomo ending in 4th position.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a world championship in the end of the day. You know, you have to prove you can win in all conditions. Lorenzo put down an amazing performance in Brazil in, let's say, almost complete opposite conditions, where it was more right foot predominant, kickers, way lighter winds. So you have to show that you can do it all in all conditions. And even though it was only over 2 events rather than more, it still shows, yeah, we get the winner. He's had 2 second places, which adds up to, yeah, winning the World Championship. And for sure he'll be gutted not to take this win. But, I mean, when somebody is on fire like this and you're on the back foot, it is such a challenge to, yeah, get back.
How do you even try to get on the 1st position? And
I mean, he did all he could. He was just really unlucky on that landing.
Yeah.
You know, he had a 9-pointer for sure if he had landed that. And if it was just, you know, it's such fine margins. If he had made that one, he would have been in a totally different position. He would have gone all out for another 9 and been a little bit closer and in reach to actually challenge him for the win here. But I think he's still going to be super happy. The World Championship never leaves you. He'll have that for his life now. His one massive goal of his was to get that. Andreas had one in the past. Now he matches him with that. And yeah, this is just a huge battle, and it's rivalries like this that really give you this crazy spectacle that we get to see. So it's thanks to this rivalry that we get to see such a high level, and I think now we get to see a few of the highlights of that insane
I'm
heat.
looking forward to that.
And I think this will probably be some of Andrea's nails in the coffin.
Yeah. Okay, there's the first trick. Oh, that was just big.
I mean, that was just setting the standard with a big doobie loop. Which
That was the first one of him. Oh no, that was Stino.
Stino,
Oh,
yeah, it's already setting the standard.
Yeah. And there's Leonardo. That was a big kite Luborov. Oh, that's a mega Luborov.
And it just shows you, yeah, like how it all goes, because, I mean, he was in a great position leading after the first round there, Leonardo, but then it just takes one thing like this, which was just unbelievable. And you see the speed and the commitment and the takeoff just fully really
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful.
No hesitation. He knew what he wanted to do from the start. He got the height, the takeoff, and yeah, it was unbelievable. So it was followed up. Really nice move there, but just still not the same execution, unfortunately. No. And yeah, there we see Andrea with a few other tricks here, which were still his third. I think this was his third scoring trick in the high 7s. Just flipping that board around and between
just
his
having
legs.
fun, basically.
Yeah, I mean, he just loves it. So.
And there's also Stino. There was a beautiful executed laid back board off by the Finn.
And that's his classic.
Yeah,
trademark
that's
move.
Stino classics.
And then that was
Leonardo.
Leonardo who upgraded that trick. So Yeah, Leonardo had a chance to do really well. He got on the podium. I think that's his first podium on a World Tour event that he's had, so he can be super proud of his performance. I mean, to negotiate the crazy wins of yesterday and put himself in a position to get to a final today was ridiculous.
Wow.
So, yeah, this was one of Andreas'
what
moves that didn't even make his top 3, believe it or not.
But he's
so
like,
just loving it. And always looking back, claiming to the crowd.
Seeing those highlights just now, what we just witnessed was crazy.
Oh, it's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are pushing the level so hard.
Yeah, and even yesterday and today was so windy, Aaron. Have you ever experienced Bucharest so windy and then running a competition, a bigger competition?
I mean, last year there was definitely hints of it. I had a couple of heats where I was absolutely to the max on small kites as well, so there was. But, I mean, over a consistent amount of time, not really. Never really seen. I know the potential of Le Cat and this Bucharest area. I've competed here since I was very young in freestyle, so understand how aggressive and strong this wind can be. I have seen it like this, but this was probably yesterday was definitely one of the most extreme days I've seen of a kiteboarding competition.
Yeah.
And today was still, we would say, a more mellow day somehow, even though we look out there and see gusts of up to 50 at points, I would say.
Yeah.
But just, yeah, like I said a little bit earlier and touched on, it's been a very sunny, clear day. You can see the beautiful mountains in the background with the snow on it. You can see, yeah, it's just very clear, see far in the distance, which generally means brings a bit more warmth to the air, which actually gives a bit more consistency in the takeoff area here.
Yeah.
And I think we saw that. We didn't have so many hesitations between the tricks today.
Yeah, even though we had like crazy crashes as well. Josh Gillett going down like a submarine, unfortunately on the way then to the hospital, but yeah, he is all right. We heard back that he is gonna get released or already released from the hospital. So yeah, there was a shocking moment in the competition, but that's part of the competition. And when the guys and girls are out there pushing their kiteboarding, the best tricks in 7 tricks, and they really want to just be on the podium and be up there, it's just a high risk and reward gamble, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just part of the risk, and it's just a solid reminder that these things can happen. And it just also shows how skilled all these riders are and how much control you have, because it's one thing doing your jumps in, even 30 knots. I mean, compared with 40, 50, gust to 60, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
Everybody at home watching will understand what it's like to fly a 7 in strong winds and on a stormy day, or even a 6, how much quicker that kite is, how much more control and how much more precision you have to have these soft landings. And when you're flying through the air and going 100 miles an hour through the air with the kite below you, you have to have that same precision still to land, plus the choppy conditions. So
yeah,
definitely can't underestimate how difficult and how skilled everyone is to negotiate what's out there. But they're professionals. It is what they do. They're pushing each other to the max. And we had one unfortunate incident, but other than that, quite nice to see everyone else in one piece, and just put down a show that we can will be remembered for a while, I can imagine.
And it was like even both finals and semis, and throughout the whole competition, there were moments where my breath was just gone for a second. I remember Shahar going for I think it was a boogie double, and the kite was underneath him. That was a crazy moment as well. But now with Andrea finishing as in first position here at the 2025 Lords of Tram in Bucharest was just topping.
Yeah, definitely. Been an amazing show, and I think it's time to maybe cut to some ads for now, and I guess we will come back and revisit the podium shortly.
This is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. What's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. He's still going. 200 meters. 200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word. Replay. Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Yeah, in the practical, also getting great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Je suis content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mom spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarez, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Send it!
My name is Thibaut Mounier.
Hi, I'm Pierre-Antoine, I'm passionate kitesurfer.
I'm Max. I'm Tristan.
My name is Cedric.
Etienne here, Lord of Tram media manager.
Lords of Tram is more than a kite competition. For the last 6 years, Lords of Tram has been a big family, striving to develop the kitesurf big air discipline. 2 years ago, we teamed up with the city of Barcarez. Barcarez is a dynamic, responsive and innovative city filled with sport and cultural initiatives. Together with Lords of Tram, the municipality has established a new kiteboarding mecca, promoting the sport and the love for our sport. Thanks to everyone involved in the project. Stay with us on this amazing journey. We are only at the beginning.
Hi, this is Mike again, the keeper of the spot. I've seen it all. The whispers, the rumors, they always start the same way. A distant force building, waiting in the shadows. Then it comes like a beast unleashed, wild, relentless, unforgiving. This wind, the Tramontane, it ain't just a breeze, it's a storm, a test, a battlefield, and only the bravest step up to face it. From March 29th to April 27th, I'll be right here watching. The world's best men, women, legends, and young guns will take their shot. Not just to compete, to fight. Some will rise, some will fall, but only one will own the storm. This is Lords of Tram. Are you ready?
My name is Mike. I have lived here on the spot for 20 years. When I came here, the spot was a marine park. There was dolphins, crocodiles, and seals, the wind blowing super strong. There was thousands of people coming to watch Flipper. Yes, Flipper, the original dolphin. In 1992, the marine park closed. It was time for a new era. One day I saw something flying over my house. Kite surfers. This was my first contact with this crazy sport. For 15 years, Parc de Dos stayed private, reserved to a small French community. Then the Lords of Tram came and everything changed. Barcarès quickly grew into an international spot like Cape Town and Tarifa. Now I see a lot of professional athletes and kite surf lovers traveling from all around the world to enjoy holiday in Barcarès. The Tramontane wind blows with immense power, propelling riders to dizzying heights.
Nice takeoff into a back
Many
roll.
Records have been broken when you catch the legendary gust.
As well. And here he goes, he's really, this is getting silly. Oh, what's going on? He's stuck to a helicopter. Yeah, he has to be stuck to a helicopter. This is it's ridiculous. So he's still going.
200 meters.
200 meters, he loves it. Oh my word.
Replay.
Right, can I get a replay?
With the snow-capped peaks of the Pyrenees in the background, Parc de Dos provides an incomparable setting for passionate riders.
Here in the festival, also getting great results tonight.
Ce spot de Barcarès, il est fabuleux. Il est fabuleux. Pour moi, c'est mon spot préféré, je dirais, pour m'entraîner. Tout est facile, l'accès au spot est facile, le plan d'eau est magnifique et le vent fait qu'on peut monter à des hauteurs folles et s'entraîner dans les conditions qui sont optimum en France. En plus, grâce au Lord of Tram, ça a pris tellement d'ampleur. On a tellement de bons riders qui viennent s'entraîner, tellement de notoriété qui vient autour du spot. Et voir ça en France, dans mon sport, dans ma discipline, moi je trouve ça incroyable et ce spot, c'est pour ça que je l'aime.
Et j'adore venir ici, c'est vraiment top. Il y a tout qui a été pensé aussi pour la glisse, le spot du Parc des Dos qui a été totalement refait il y a quelques années pour accueillir les pratiquants, les jours sans vent qui existent quand même dans la région. On a un pump track, une ville super accueillante. L'été, on a des festivals avec plein d'artistes. C'est vraiment super de venir aussi en famille. L'hiver, il y a le marché de Noël. C'est vraiment une ville où il fait bon vivre, où je me sens vraiment bien. Content que Barcarès soit mon lieu d'entraînement, mon home spot comme on dit.
Welcome to Barcarès, the new mecca of big air kiteboarding. Let the show go on.
Merci, merci. Je vais faire quelques mots en français, quelques mots en anglais pour commencer. Donc la première des choses, c'est évidemment de remercier tous les acteurs de cet événement-là. En premier, la ville de Port-Barcarès, qui met des moyens techniques, structurels et évidemment financiers. Donc je voudrais quand même entendre un peu d'applaudissements. C'est important pour nous, pour l'événement, pour la mairie. Ok. Sans eux, ils ont une vision de la glisse qui nous a permis de construire cet événement depuis 4 ans. C'est la 7e édition du Lord of Tram. Il y a eu 3 ans à Gruissant. D'accord. Depuis 4 ans, c'est à Port-Barcarès et c'est grâce à la mairie qu'on peut développer ça et avoir cette qualité d'événement. Ok, évidemment, Dioton, Ion, qui nous supporte depuis le début du projet. Là encore, s'il vous plaît, clap your hands for Dioton, Ion. Ils supportent, ils sont là, ils nous accompagnent, ils nous fournissent des vestes, du matos. C'est important. C'est des gens de l'industrie qui pèsent, donc c'est top. Évidemment, on a aussi tout ce qui est branding des bâches, tout ce que vous voyez en visibilité, même si elles ont réussi à s'arracher avec 60 nœuds. C'est sous le Shake & Co. Il s'appelle Kite, Hawaii, JP pour les intimes. On y va, merci, s'il vous plaît. Il aime pas qu'on parle de lui, mais il doit être quelque part par là. Il est juste devant, il est où? Je le vois pas. Lève la main, JP, lève la main. Il veut pas, je suis sûr qu'il veut pas. Ok, il nous accompagne aussi depuis le début, ça nous fait des beaux visuels, ça rend le truc sexy. Ça fait le truc un peu sympa, on a envie de venir. D'accord, on a évidemment le resto, le Sunset, aussi, qui est juste à côté avec l'école de kite, Surf & Kite, qui devient Pro Center d'Ioton officiel à partir de maintenant. Donc là encore, on applaudit, ça paye pas de mine, vous avez fait ça toute la journée, on peut encore en faire un peu. Ok. Riders, on the side. Est-ce qu'on peut appeler les riders, s'il vous plaît, qui sont sur le côté? Sur le côté, les riders, on the side. Ok. Cet événement, il a lieu uniquement parce qu'on est une équipe, à tous les niveaux, que ce soit la personne qui tient une barrière ou qui fasse la safety. D'accord? Donc je voudrais vraiment du bruit et je voudrais que toute mon équipe entière, elle monte sur le podium maintenant. Allez, on monte. Allez, on monte sur le podium, on y va, s'il vous plaît, tout le monde, la SNSM, s'il vous plaît, et tout le monde. Évidemment, j'accueille Arnaud Joffre ici, qui est responsable des sports à la mairie, qui nous a accompagnés depuis le début, qui est venu chercher le projet, qui a dit que c'était bien ici, qu'il avait envie de nous voir là. Donc c'est grâce à Arnaud, il se démène comme des dingues. On a Romain, la Sono, le Manitou. Pareil, s'il vous plaît, je sais, c'est les 5 minutes importantes. Ok, c'est vraiment important. Il y a des amis, il y a le speaker plage, Thibaut Mounier, qui vous a régalé toute l'après-midi. Ok, pareil, on y va. Je vais pas dire évidemment tous les noms de tout le monde, mais c'est une équipe qui est construite depuis le début. C'est globalement la même d'année en année, c'est pour ça que ça fonctionne super bien. D'accord? Allez, on y va, c'est important de venir sur la scène là. Nos sauveteurs en mer, évidemment, aujourd'hui on a eu une situation un peu importante, évidemment. On pense très fort à Josh Gillett. Ok? Josh Gillett, il est sorti inconscient, mais je vous rassure que tout va bien, il est reparti avec le sourire. La banane, un doliprane et c'est reparti. Ok, donc vraiment on a eu un peu peur évidemment dans tous ces moments-là. Pour tout le monde, ils ont eu un job incroyable, ils ont passé leur temps dans l'eau, hyper réactifs. Donc là encore, allez on y va, c'est pas grave si on est en tas, vous avez le droit d'avoir les applaudissements. Merci à la protection civile dans ce moment-là important, l'ambulance. Ok, on y va. Il y a aussi, allez viens là. Ok. Il y a aussi évidemment toute l'équipe du World Tour du GKA qui accompagne et qui donne le titre. Donc merci à vous, merci l'équipe, merci pour cet événement. Tout seul on n'est rien, c'est un travail de groupe, donc c'est aussi votre event, c'est le vôtre aussi. On se fait un grand dernier applaudissement pour tout le monde. Allez. Thank you. C'est bon, merci beaucoup, merci l'équipe, vous êtes au top. Les speakers au live français, on a Philippe Ancelin quelque part derrière, Paul ici qui va vous régaler ce soir au DJ, qui fait aussi speaker, les basses pilotes. On a Dirty Habits qui est présent bien sûr, un peu de shred. Allez, merci beaucoup, on va libérer le podium pour la cérémonie. Une dernière fois, je vous embête, mais c'est vraiment important, on a travaillé des jours et des jours. On s'est mis la sauce pour tout ça, pour essayer de vous produire un super show. Merci à vous, merci les gars, bon boulot. Vous avez le droit de mettre des chaussettes sèches. C'est important, sèche, pardon. Des chaussures, des t-shirts, tout. Ça commence à sentir probablement un peu le bison. Allez, c'est parti, on descend. Super. Merci. Ok. On a eu quand même des conditions de zinzin hier. On était à la limite tout le long on était à la limite. Il a fallu même arrêter parce qu'on avait trop de vent. Eh ouais, c'est une réalité, même en big air on est obligé d'arrêter. Il y a des moments ça devient trop con, mais allez je le dis, ça devient trop con, d'accord? C'est trop débile, c'est trop violent, trop instable pour voler. Donc on a dû arrêter et aujourd'hui on a un temps magnifique, un vent un peu plus clément, quoique c'est en train de repartir un peu fort là, attention aux rafales quand même. Ok. Donc merci beaucoup. Some words in English. Thanks to everyone involved on the comp, all the sponsors, for Bucharest, City, Jotun, Iron, the Sunset Restaurant, Surf and Kite, the school here. We'll begin a Jotun Tour Center from now to, I don't know, maybe long years, okay? All the staff, the safety, the Coast Guard, all the volunteers, my friends, everybody involved, family of course, wind. We can applaud the Tramontana because this is the reason of this comp, okay? So, big thanks. Et s'il vous plaît, je voudrais un dernier moment d'applaudissement pour Étienne de Sonac, mon numéro 2 aux médias, et pour Cédric Van der Freek, qui est le directeur de course. Je peux vous dire qu'il a eu chaud le bonhomme. Il a eu chaud entre les accidents, le vent, les décisions de course. Je peux vous dire qu'il a eu chaud. So, big noise for Étienne de Sonac, all his team, and of course, Cedric Van der Freek, South African guys who is a course director of this event and also a friend. So now we're going to send the results of Lord of Tram event, and before that I just want to give the mic to Liam Dredge, okay, the manager of the World Tour from GKA. So please Liam, come in here, make some noise for Liam, okay. He managed events, wingfoil, surfboard, big air, so he's traveling a lot. So the mic is yours, bro.
Thank you very much, Tristan. I only speak English, so hopefully you can understand me. But I just want to say a couple of words. I mean, firstly, for us from the GKA, it's an absolute pleasure to come to this amazing location in Barcarez. We've been working with these guys now for, I believe, 3 years. Fortunately for me, I've come every single year. And I think we can all agree that this year was by far the best year that we've had, conditions-wise, you know, the crews as well, working so well together. And hopefully you can see that on the outside, both with the sports, with the media. There's so much work that goes into running these events, you know, before the event, during the event, even after the event. So I just want to say a big thank you from the GKA to Tristan's team, his media, the safety team, everyone on the Lords of Tram side. It's an absolute pleasure to work with them, but also from the GKA side, our sports team, our judges, the media, from our side, it's a pleasure to travel the world with these guys and continue to host events across all disciplines on the GKA. But I think we have really set the standard now on this big air event, and I'm really, really excited to see how next year goes, working hopefully with you guys again, continuing to push big air in the way that it needs to go. And also a big shout out to the riders. Without you guys, none of this would be possible. You continue to push the limits, you're risking your lives, and the outcome obviously of today was probably one of the best shows that we've ever seen. So a big thank you to the crowd as well, amazing crowds, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Thank you.
Je prends le micro 2 secondes parce qu'il y a une personne qu'on n'a pas encore remerciée, l'organisateur, le fondateur de cet événement, Tristan Atu, l'homme au chapeau. 7 ans les gars, 7 ans qu'il croit son rêve, il l'a fait vivre, il nous a emmenés avec lui et on y est 7 ans plus tard. Big thanks to Tristan Atu, thank you. Thanks my friend. I forgot one thing. I'm so sorry. But last was some noise for all the live stream crew working on the wind. This live stream is incredible with a canigo on the back, this big mountain with the snow. So make some noise for the live stream. It's probably one of the best in kitesurfing industry. So thank you for live streaming. Sorry to forget that, dude. And now I put the mic to a legend who will be involved in this event since 4 years, since we arrived in Bucharest, always supporting us. I'm watching him 10 years, 15 years ago on the TV in Red Bull King of the Air. He's always super kind with us. He supports us since the beginning. He's always here. It's his house speaker of the live stream in an English sport. Sir Lewis Gradzen, please make some noise for this legend. He built this sport. Thank you, Lewis.
Merci beaucoup. All right, I've only got a short speech here. It's going to be about 10 minutes. Is that okay? All right, let's get to the point. In 20 years of kiteboarding, I've never seen an event with such strong wind. That was absolutely outrageous what we saw here. Having all of you people, the locals, the people of France support us is incredible. How about let's get down to it now and really celebrate the riders for their performance here at this event. We're going to start with the Lords of Tram 2025 positions. We're going to start with the women's division. Can I please invite, are you ready with the champagne, the trophies, all good? Too quick for you? It's okay, you sure? In 4th place in the women's division at the 2025 Lords of Tram, Alice Ruggiu from Italy! Congratulations, please over here, Alice. Well done. You survived, he says, I survived. And there is your lovely trophy.
And one word, for the rest of the trophy, we have the guardian of the sport. We call him Mike, okay? He lives just on a house here, okay? So make some noise, please, for Mike, who's coming with a heart to be the guardian of the sport.
Mike, let's hear it for Mike. He's the guy in the videos. Wow, he's a celebrity. Mike. Mike. Congratulations, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Okay. In 3rd position at the 2025 Lords of Tram from Egypt, Sarah Sadeh. Yes. Doesn't matter. Here, up here, over this way, please. Congratulations. I get a kiss too. Well done. This must be a great moment for everybody listening back in Egypt. Let's make some noise for Sarah. What a performance! And in 2nd place, all the way from the United Kingdom, Francesca Miley! Yes! Well done, Francesca. Here, let's have a kiss in the cuddle. England! Thank you for doing this for our country. And let's make some noise here for Francesca Miley first of all with these lovely trophies. And some champagne coming as well. In 1st place, taking the win here from Brazil, Kylie Soul! Woo! What a performance! And here you go. Let's celebrate then. Here your finalists here at the Lords of Tram. Oh, you have to wear the hat. You have to wear the hat. Let's make some noise for the finalists. 4th place, Alice Ruggiu. 3rd place, Sarah Sadeh from Egypt. Francesca Miley from the UK. And Kylie Soul from Brazil. What an effort from all of you riders. Oh, can we put the green flag up? I need a break.
Have we got all the photos we need from the media? Can you even stand there? You want to spray? Okay, champagne time now. I guess I don't want to be this side. Let's go this side. You're going to get it. Watch out there. Okay, yeah, Sarah, I would go over this side, Sarah, if I was you. Sarah, over this side. If you don't want to get wet here, don't stand over there. Here we go. Make some noise for your ladies. Well done. There we go. What a moment at one of the windiest events ever in female kiteboarding. Didn't they do amazing? Congratulations. Enjoy it. Well done, ladies. So, we enjoyed that. The crowd enjoyed that. That's one way to do the whole bottle. And now we're going to move on. That could have been nasty. Now we're going to move on to the men's division. And wow, what an incredible final that was to see. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. Let's bring up in 4th place. He's a regular in the finals now. He's one of my favourite riders. Such amazing power from the Netherlands. Stein Moll! Well done, Stein. Congratulations, Stein. Well done, man. You want a kiss? We after a kiss there from this time. Congratulations from the Netherlands. And here is your trophy coming in. Yeah, Stein Moll from the Netherlands. What's with that country? The Netherlands, they've got so many riders and races. Okay, in 3rd place then, one of 2 brothers here in the final, incredibly, at the Lords of Tram 2025 from Italy, Leonardo Casati! Oh, well done. Bellissimo, they scream bellissimo. Tutto bene? Tutto bene. You'll never get such a prize like that delivered to you by this. Well done, Leonardo Casati. In 2nd place here, do you know this guy? I think he knows this guy. In 2nd place here, from Spain, Lorenzo Casati. Well done, Lorenzo. Congratulations. Always on the podium. They say this guy was born on the podium. Let's hear it for Lorenzo with what a performance from this entire competition. And in 1st place, taking the win for the 3rd time. It's his 3rd title at the Lords of Tram from Italy, Andrea Principi. What a performance! Congratulations, Andrea. One more noise then for your finalists in the men. Andrea Principi in 1st place, Lorenzo Casati in 2nd, Leonardo, and then Stein Moll. Well done, everybody. Let's stand this side now to do the right thing. I need to bring, if you want to be this side, you need an umbrella or a wetsuit. Come on! Here we go. Attention, attention. Who's going to go first? All right, well done, riders. We've made it. Woo! Those are your finalists of the men's division at one of the windiest, if not the windiest event in the history of big air kiteboarding. On the podium one more time. What a moment that is. Smile, what a picture. Thank you very much, riders. But now, don't go anywhere. there because we have to crown our world champions. So we'll have these riders just move off the stage. We now move on to the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air World Champions, crowning them. Are we ready to crown them? I'm ready, so I'm just going to do it. So, the tour from Brazil, South America to here, a combination of both those events. These riders have performed and proven that they can deal with it over 2 competitions. Starting off with the women, finishing in 3rd place in the world, ladies and gentlemen, from Italy, Alice Ruggio. Here she comes up. Congratulations. 3rd place in the world. Wow, how does that feel? It feels super good to be 3rd place in the world. And here comes your trophy from Liam Dredge. Congratulations to a 3rd place finish in the world. Wow, what a feeling. That's a big trophy. In 2nd place from the United Kingdom, finishing 2nd in the world for 2025 of the GKA Kite World Tour, it is Francesca Miley from the United Kingdom. I get to hug you here. Well done. That must feel great. Well, that's a big trophy. Well done, Francesca Miley, 2nd in the world. Congratulations. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the 2025 GKA Kite World Tour Big Air World Champion from Brazil, Michele Stoll. Well done, Michele. 8 times, and they're real world titles, not like that Max guy. Wow. Well done. Oh, I'll get it for you. Got it? Alright, that was a butt check, score it. Okay, here we go then. Here's our top 3 in the world right now for 2025. Ali Trudieu, Francesca Miley, and Michele Stoll. Michele, I need to have a word with you. How does it feel to be world champion for the 8th time after a break from competitive kiteboarding? How do you feel? Does it feel just as good as the other 7?
Oh, for sure. I mean, after a year off, coming back and being back on top just feels different, you know? It just proves to yourself that you can come back and do anything you want if you put your head to it. So, super proud of myself, super proud of these 2 next to me and just everyone who supported me till now. And yeah, it was awesome being here with so many spectators. I think we have more here than any other event in the world. So yeah, it's super sick. She's a legend!
Thank you so much, Michele. 8 times world champion. That is something special. Let's hear it for our ladies here, the top 3 in the world. Well done, ladies. And we will now move on to it. Be careful here. Because some of it, do you want me to hold something? It's all good. Don't drop the trophy. You'll get another board, but you'll never get another one of these trophies again. I can barely keep my voice, talking for about 24 hours in the last 48 hours now. But it now gives me great pleasure to move on to the men. And someone that I'm sure you're very familiar with around here, because taking 3rd place in the world for 2025 at the GKA Kite World Tour Big Air World Championships, we have someone from France, a lovely guy, Edgar Henry! How's it going, Edgar? It wasn't meant to be the World Championship for you this year, but perhaps you have something you want to say to your fellow country people.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this one in French. Merci infiniment à tout le public français. Vous savez que c'est l'événement que je tiens le plus à cœur ici, par l'énergie que vous nous apportez. On vous entend quand on saute et franchement merci de nous suivre. Certains me suivent depuis le début, donc merci infiniment et on espère monter dans le classement petit à petit.
Thank you, Edgar, and your trophy. Putting France on the podium once again. Edgar Ulrich. As this man again in second place, taking second in the World Championship this time round from Italy, Andrea Principi. Well done, Andrea. Here's your trophy. Sure, someone's going to lose their board here shortly. Second in the world then, from Italy, Andrea Principi, which leads me, your board is always flying. Can you believe it, your board is flying again? I give it a 9. All right, in first place, and can I present to you your new Big Air World Champion for 2025 from Spain, Lorenzo Casati. Yes, Lorenzo. Yes. Well done. Well done. He's done it. He is your GKA Kite World Tour Big Air World Champion for 2025. He ticks that off. He's won nearly everything in the sport of kiteboarding. Let's hear it for these 3 riders now. Lorenzo, I have to know how you're feeling. We're going to have a quick chat with you now. Lorenzo, you've won so much in the sport of kiteboarding. What does it feel like to be the current world champion? I'm going to give you the microphone.
Thanks, man. Yeah, for sure. For me, it's just a feeling I can describe to be world champion today. It's been a dream for me since the first moment that I started kite surfing to one day be world champion, and finally today here in France I could make that dream true. And yeah, I'm just super stoked. I want to say the biggest thank to my dad, because without him I would never be where I am today, without all his support, his sacrifice. So thank you, Dad. As well, a big thanks to all my sponsors and all the people that really support me during this journey. Thank you, guys. Thanks to everyone for coming here. Woo!
Thank you, Lorenzo, and congratulations for everything, and thank you for what you're doing in the sport. All 3 of you there are your top 3 in the world then. Edgar Ulrich from France, Andrea Principi from Italy, and Lorenzo Casati. Wow, what a competition. The only problem we've got, how are you going to beat it next year? Here's the selfie, everyone. Don't do anything silly in the background. I know what you're thinking, some of you. Hands in the air then, let's make this an epic selfie. Smile, yes! All right, we're going to bring this man up once more time. And a video, yes! And that's it from me. I'm going to bring Tristan Hattu up here one more time to close things off. But thank you from my side and see you next year.
Thanks, man. Congratulations, guys. Big thanks today. Yesterday was just absolutely out of time, and today this is.
Thanks to you, man.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Thanks for sending. Thanks to take your balls on your hands yesterday and today. Yeah. I assume totally, okay. And for finish, just for finish, today in this world, it's 50%, maybe 60% of the job is on the media part. So please, for all the team of my friends, Etienne de Sonac and all his crew, and for the live stream, please make the last noise as possible. Come on. Yeah, just on the back. Tony, hold on the conteneurs, just here. Ils sont sur le conteneur derrière. Ils sont là-bas, ils sont encore en train de bosser. Il est pour toi celui-là, mon jeune. Bravo à toi, je suis fier de toi, merci.